right, let's do mic checks here. Give me one sec.
Who is Mike and why are we checking on him?
He's not well. He totally has the butthole cancer. Also, apparently,
Mike.
same for Gears of War. All the DLC are free for those too.
Nice. Microphone check, check. Talk. I'm
Talk,
talking.
chatting,
Talking,
talking back and forth, talking about Gears of War.
Okay, you guys are good. Give me one sec.
DLC.
Gears of these nuts.
Let's see. Talk on my end. All right, I can turn myself up a little bit. All right.
Rank it.
Let's see.
Crank it all right.
He's very unwell. Is wanted in 7 states. Only 7?
Yeah, those are rookie numbers. Come on.
Yeah,
What a bitch.
Like, what,
that means like
43 more to
Montana
go?
will
Come on.
accept them or something. Like,
Everyone can escape to Montana. Look at Jeffree Star.
yeah. I feel like if you're gonna like escape the law, I think just living out somewhere in one of those states, just backcountry.
I don't know. Wasn't that like the premise of Fargo?
Is it? I think it's been a while. It's been a long while since I watched that.
Not living, but they went there to lay low, and the old country folk, small town copper, finds the trail.
Mm. You ever watch Wind River?
Mm-mm.
That was pretty good. It was just a bit funny to take myself out of the moment because it had Jeremy Renner and Elizabeth Olsen as the two leads. I was like, all right, this is not Hawkeye and Scarlet Witch. These are just two people
Okay, I know
just
what movie you're
investigating a
talking
murder.
about. But I never watched it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. All right. Let's see. Let's just go with this. If you were to change your identity and live another life, where would you live?
Going to Japan, baby.
If you were to change your
Oh no, too
identity and live
populated.
another life, where would you live?
Nah, dude, island. You can come live at Okinawa on my land with me, dude.
All right, fair enough.
We'll be fishermen.
Well, here's the thing. Like,
Sold.
why are we changing our identity? Are we saying like we want a fresh start, or are we running? Because if we're running, it's funny because David would have to go the literal opposite of where people would think he is, which is a big city.
Actually, that's a good point. Maybe Japan is still the answer.
Like, I'm thinking it was like opposites. Like if you're trying to hide from people, oh, you're on the run. Yeah, if you're on the run, then you got to go somewhere like literally the opposite of where you'd be. So David's stuck in a city.
Actually, I suppose for me,
and
the
you would-
opposite
yeah,
would be in
Japan-
the woods
Japan would
with
be
no internet.
Well, first off, Japan would be terrible for you because you'd stand.
Yeah,
out like
man
a
would
sore
stick
thumb.
out like a sore thumb. Yeah.
Yeah.
They just put the APB out on
There's
anyone
this
ordering like a
6'4"
size 16
white
shoe.
guy in Japan just walking around.
Gaijin Godzilla.
Yeah, see, I
I
think
could say it.
I'd be able to. I'd be able to probably do the. You know what? Give me an excuse to do that. Like every once in a while, I have that like sudden urge to like do the whole like just get a cabin out in the woods and just live on your own off the grid 100%. So I'll just do that.
He's just gonna take up residence in the Firewatch Tower that he's gonna go camping in.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Just
Um,
where are squatters' rights out in the woods? How's that work?
you know, look.
It's fucking free land. Who's gonna take it from you?
I just kind of like read up on that lady that lived in the redwood tree for like 70 days straight to try to keep it from being chopped down. I feel like that'd be like kind of the same vibes.
Let's see.
Squatters' rights for Firewatch Tower.
It's because you have to look at the
Seriously thinking is like, what if I just don't leave? I could just stay there.
I have the high ground. What are you gonna do?
There are those California laws, right, where it's like they just don't vacate their Airbnb. What is it, or their rental? They just don't vacate it, and they can't get them out. There's like a couple stories of like ongoing for like 3 years where they just literally can't get them out.
Yeah, that happened with a Kickstarter scammer where they used all the funds to basically squat in this fucking apartment.
No, you have to look at the state, right? So like, what are the?
Yeah, it'd probably be state by state basis. For
I
sure.
think Maine actually has a lot of squatter protection, interestingly.
A squatter must live on the property openly and continuously without permission for 10 years in order for them to make an adverse possession claim for legal ownership.
10 years, nice. Okay.
I guess they figure if you haven't killed the person in 10 years, then
You ever whenever you like road trip and you see like those like houses that are like 75 miles out from like a town, what do you guys think? Because I would hate that. I'm like, imagine
Oh, that's
like
terrible.
yeah, like
that's Maine.
but like well, I guess I'm thinking more of like where there's just like nothing there, so it's like you have to like actively
Yeah.
go out of your way to like refill on gas or do all
Yeah.
that, which is like,
That's a lot of Maine towns.
well, no, you're talking towns. Like I guess you see, we're
Well, town. I'm talking like populations of like a couple hundred at most.
see, you're talking more. Like I'm talking like if you're driving out, like I'm talking like those long stretches of road, like somewhere like on the the interstate, and like there's nothing.
Yeah.
And just one house, not houses. It's one house.
Yeah,
You know,
no, that's pain.
Maine's big, so it's fair. But like, remember, we're talking like western half of the country big, where it's like you drive through, like you'll see nothing for an hour just driving through just
I
some.
mean, that's north. That is legitimately northern Maine. It has virtually no population.
There's a lot of like stretches like that between like Kansas and Colorado because I do a lot of driving back and forth
Yeah.
between like here and Denver because I have a buddy that lives there, and there's like several stretches where you'll go like 45 minutes to up close to an hour, just nothing, but just random houses, just like here and there. It's like, what are you people doing out here?
Yeah, and again,
Like,
it's not a
potato
town.
farming.
It's not a town.
Yeah.
It's like literally just a house.
Yeah. And sometimes it's weird. You'll see like a little like group of homes, like a little neighborhood almost, just like right off the highway. It's like, what's going on here?
Yeah, like 4 or 5 houses, and that's it.
Yeah, and it's not like they're farming or have like animals or anything. It's so weird. And see,
Either
like,
a commune or cults or some kind of child abuse area.
right. I kind of get it a little bit more now since like internet's a lot more like available. You can get satellite TV, so I mean you can be more plugged in.
But those people
I
definitely
remember-
don't care.
Yeah, they probably don't. Because I remember growing up, and I just lived 15 minutes outside of town, out in the middle of the fucking country, and it sucked, dude. We didn't get satellite until I was like 12, 13. I was like in middle school. And so we just had like your basic cable antenna and had like the 4 channels. It was fucking terrible. And then leveled up, grew up, and I was like, oh, now I'm introduced to everything else that isn't like syndicated reruns of The Simpsons.
There's more shows. That's
Yeah.
weird. I thought the TV was made for The Simpsons.
But it was perfect though, because during that period of time we had Blockbuster, we had Hastings, so just go rent a game, rent a movie, and bing bang boom, you're good to go. You didn't really need to be plugged in like that.
Right. Everybody says, what if you were framed? Would you still be in an area close to where you were originally? It depends on severity, I think. But if we're on the run, I imagine it's pretty heinous. I think what the plan would be is get far away until you can find a way to like show that you were framed, and then make your way back in. I feel like David's thought about this though.
I mean, thoughts have crossed my mind on the subject.
You don't say.
I never used to be too tied down to a specific area. There's a point where I was moving, like every fucking year at least. So it's kind of one of those things where, all right, if I need to just touch and go and fucking evacuate to somewhere, where would I go? It would definitely depend on the circumstance. Like if we're talking like I need to be on the lam, Georgetown, Maine is definitely a spot.
Not anymore now.
I mean, not anymore, but Georgetown, Maine, very remote. It literally only has a bridge connecting it to the mainland of Maine, but is a very easy to disappear in location. Basically, only like I think like a few dozen
What was it
families
called?
own Georgetown.
I thought at the beginning you said Jonestown. I'm like, that place doesn't exist anymore, buddy. I'm sorry.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Avery said, "Oh, okay, cool. This is just for me asking for advice. I'm on the run."
No, okay.
Definitely
If
don't
you're
go there
actively
now.
on the run now,
Don't
Yeah,
don't go there now. But
Yeah.
maybe now they'll expect that you're not going to go there, so maybe it's still safe.
Gotta play mind games with them.
Yeah. No.
Always
they'll
keep
send
them
one guy
guessing.
there. Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably just do one of those like make a house somewhere out randomly, off the beaten path. But
I'd order a mini home from Amazon.
yeah. I think if I had the
Have you seen
if
those?
I had the fuck you money, I would do it just for fun,
Those things are so crazy.
right?
Yeah, it's like the old Sears catalog day where you could legitimately just be like, all right, I'm gonna start my home here. This is my starter home. Here it comes on truck bed.
Yeah, and you could also order like a little glass container of what is it, like morphine, heroin,
Yes.
opiate.
Then to complete the ensemble, your fucking Fallout bunker to go into the ground next to it.
No, they have a good point. I think an RV would actually be kind of interesting though, because you would always just shake people off that.
That's true, but again, RVs are fucking expensive.
It's true.
Guess if you're already on the run, just steal one.
Yeah, that's probably why you're on the run.
Honestly, if you're actively on the run, I feel like having an RV is too conspicuous. You basically need like a generic black vehicle of some kind, like either a Hyundai or a fucking or honestly even a fucking RAV4 or a Rogue. Fucking there are dime a dozen everywhere. Just some kind of vehicle that just blends in all places.
1994 Honda Civic.
Perfect. Sold.
Welcome to the Blue Reviews Podcast, episode number 257. I'm Adrian. That's David. That's Kels. We talk about our on the run stories a lot, I guess.
True. We are constantly preparing to escape.
You know what? That'd be a sick video game, right? Speaking of video games, kind of. I imagine it's like a GTA, because that's like some of the most fun parts of like GTA is when you're trying to like shake the 5-star. What if it was like, think of something like Fuel, where it had just that big ass map, and you have to constantly go around and like either find your spot, plant, and like cultivate something. Think of like State of Decay, right? Where you're having like build that out, but then like being so stationary, yeah, you'd be good on resources, but like you'd be more vulnerable. But then you'd be on the run. I don't know. It seems like a game where you're just constantly 5-star is kind of fun. But
there's something to the idea. I dig it.
Yeah, we'll make it on Playdate.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so we start the podcast. Every podcast it starts weird. We talk about video games though most of the time if we can. If they're interesting enough. Which hopefully next week. Is it next week, right? By this time next week we'll this time next week there should be news. Because there's like,
I mean, we had the whole PlayStation event this past week.
I forgot about it already. All right.
How could you forget about all that wonderful Silent Hill information we got?
Because Laura's fat now, so I don't care.
Yeah, the 19-year-old abuse victim. Oh no.
We'll talk about. We'll get on that because I'm sure we'll all get on a spiel for that later on.
I was gonna say, I'm sure we all got some strong fucking opinions on.
Yeah.
Why can't I find this digital woman attractive? Why's my dick not hard right now?
Why can't I sexualize this abuse victim?
It's dangerous to have summer vacation with this because I do get bored and I will just like start Twitter beefs just because it's funny to me.
Yep.
And I never start. I'm not like back in the olden days where I would just start beef with people just for random, like not even like there wasn't no cost to it. It's like, what was it? When me and that was when it was Cursebird. I mentioned some podcasts a while back. You guys remember Cursebird? Were you guys old enough on Twitter heads for that? Cursebird was because back when Twitter was small enough. Cursebird was a live tracking of anyone that ever cursed on Twitter. That's how small it was. And so me and like Samuel and Gore would kind of just like find people that were just cursing and just talk shit to them, and it was live, so it was like they were on Twitter at that time too. So we would just get into arguments with people for no reason. Now I use my tenacity for good, so I just start beef with people that are dumb. And what was it? Well, I just saw one comment. I looked at the replies, and immediately top comment was like, "Yeah, woke people just want us to believe that no woman is beautiful or anything." And I'm like, I just started with them, and I love that I like break down their logic to a point where they just like have to just like disregard it and just say, "Ah, you're stupid." I'm like,
those people haven't played the game either, though.
I can promise you they haven't.
I'm convinced most people that have opinions on this remake haven't played the game.
Right. I can promise you most haven't, and I could I don't know. Like, there's like a time and place for it, right? Like if the Coomers really want Stellar Blade, like I understand that, and I'll fight for them right on that because like I get that. Yeah. You guys had your horny game, and they tried to censor it last second. Fight on, brothers. Take it. But like when people want like the cast of Silent Hill to be just as hot as like anyone Stellar Blade or Bayonetta, it's like, all right, you guys are really missing the mark here. Like, we don't need. In fact, I think they made James, and again we'll get more deep into it. They made James look more normal when I liked that he looked, or no, they made him look more attractive in this. But I like
Yeah,
that
what are you saying? They made him hot, dude.
yeah,
Come on,
but
just
I
say
like
it.
I like how they made, but like before he looked very very normal, right? Like he had a little bit of a pudgy face and like looked a little
Yeah. Now
ironically
he's
more.
looking
You know,
Leon
he's kind of
Kennedy.
chiseled.
Yeah, and he doesn't
Yeah,
need to
he's
be.
Leon
He's looking
Kennedy
like
at
more like
home.
Leon, right? And we don't need him to be a
Yeah.
Leon. We don't, which is scaring me, right? This game's looking very Resident Evil-y, and I'm like, we don't need to make this Resident Evil, but we'll get on that. We'll unless you guys want to talk about it, I don't really care. Actually, I don't know why we need to save it.
I just want to point something out.
Hey, man,
Crazy
I feel like
Pepperoni.
that's going to be a good long conversation. So
For sure. I just want to point out something that Crazy Pepperoni said. They said,
Oh yeah.
So they said, hopefully Wolf Among Us 2, IDK, Telltale is listed for Summer Games. I just want to point out at the end, Summer Games. This is a Mandela effect that hit me too. It's not Summer Games Fest. It's Summer Game Fest.
Huh.
Someone brought it up on Twitter today. I was like,
I mean,
God damn, no, you're right.
Grammatically, I guess it makes sense. Summer Game Fest, Summer Games Fest.
Well, there's multiple games. Summer Games. There's multiple games being shown here.
Yeah, but
in the summer.
it's a singular fest is what they're trying to call it though. It's
Sure.
the Summer Game Fest.
I
I can
mean,
do that.
according to Jeff Keighley, calling it Summer Game Fest is appropriate anyways because it's going to be a little light
yeah,
on
it's the
reveals this year.
summer mid fest. Am I right?
Right.
One of my favorite tweets was someone just kind of quote routine, like, I wonder why reveals are going to be a little bit light this year, Jeff. Please tell us why. As you know, there's like this list of all the layoffs that have been happening.
Yeah. So he got flack for like not giving the layoffs more spotlight, which he should. And then also that please wrap it up thing needs to go from the. I mean, it there needs to be like there's a line, right? Like get Kratos off the stage after 5 or 10 minutes, but like let's not make the creator of Zelda talk in 30 seconds, in favor of some reveal, which these days might not even happen, right? Because you can go back. We can now start going back to every calculated game awards, which we should. I think it'd be kind of fun to go back to every old game awards and make note of which games either just disintegrated or still not out yet.
I think that'd be kind of depressing. Sure.
Fuck it.
Where's Metroid?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that Switch's fucking launch.
There was that one game that I totally forgot about, and I'm blanking on the name again, which is how unfortunate it was. But it was some of the people from Silent Hill working on that, where it looked like a
Splinterhead.
Yeah.
Yep. There you
That
go.
one disappeared out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I think it popped up at like, was it the Tokyo Game Show or something? But it was like nothing.
Yeah, there
It
was like a brief mention of it.
Yeah.
They didn't have anything new, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
So weird.
To go back to it, Abraham said, "quote Why can't I be hard?" But it says, "I don't know. I become numb to these situations." Yeah. I mean, it frustrates me enough to want to poke at people, but not.
I don't know. It's just such a weird mind frame to have. I think if like you're looking at a woman and your first thing is like, why is she not hot enough? I mean, even like video games or whatever. I'm not.
Well, I use
going
this
into that
logic
looking
and not in
for
a
that.
bad way, but like, it sounds bad on paper, but like genuinely, it's like not every person. This goes for any gender, is 100% attractive to you.
No.
Yeah.
Right. And so like, I was making fun of that one guy, and I'm like, so you're saying that everyone in the world is attracted to you? I didn't say that. Okay, so then. Is the game have to forcefully have to have everyone attractive? Because like you're saying right now that they're not all attractive. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm like, no, I'm trying to decipher your logic. Because like, literally, let's be real. Like even like if you look at Bayonetta, that's not every person's type already. Like whatever.
yeah.
So it's like I don't know. You not every single. It gets embarrassing if they're all like that, right? Like. It's just like not everyone, especially in a game like this. I genuinely don't give a shit about that. Now,
Generally speaking, there should be some kind of variety.
Now-
If you're just going all the same, then what the fuck's the point?
to be fair, uh, I know that people were digging up the interviews of Silent Hill 2 and finding where they were like, yeah, we purposely made her look like she's 40 even though she's 19. Okay, that's fair, but again, this is a remake. Like, they are going to be creative liberties taken here, and if you don't understand that, then you can go play the original. That's fine.
It's
also
funny.
I also just disagree with
Okay.
that choice to begin with too. Like, if you go back and turn my brain back into Silent Hill 2, in 0% worlds did I ever expect her to be 19 years old.
Yeah, it's funny. That was one of the things that was coming up a lot because there was a lot of discourse on this, and that was one of the things that people brought up is that it was basically a lot of the women developers and designers on the team that basically gave a lot of the aesthetic to the game because so many of the male developers honestly just want to just make things as ugly as possible. And they had to like really step up to be like, no, or if you want to go ahead and have like a modern woman of this time, this is the kind of shit you're supposed to be trying to do. So there's a lot that was done that was actually thanks to female developer and designer input, because otherwise it would have been even more drab and ridiculous than it is. The one thing that is hilarious though is toning down of Maria for reasons we'll get to later, but I do think that one is a little goofy, even though it's technically based off of older design concepts.
The midriff.
More so the fact that it was a heavy Christina Aguilera inspired look originally, and then they kind of went with the more conservative idea that again the original male design team came up with until the female designers were like, no, you need something a bit more modern than that.
You know what's my favorite logic among the incel community is like they'll be like, oh, they're fucking with my video games, but then they'll also get mad that no one plays their video games. Like, I can't find the perfect gamer girl. Well, it's because like the games that you play are the ones that you're forcing everyone to look at, and it's not those. They're not that appealing. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, maybe just don't be so fucking
I
cringe.
don't know. People are cringe a lot. The internet was a mistake. People, you know what they should do? They should allow. I think there should be like a prestige system on the internet, and at the first you're allowed 5 tokens. There you go. You get your 5 tweets a month. Make it count. Is it something you really give a shit about? All right, voice your opinion because no one really wants to hear it to begin with. But all right, take a token. Then like the way you work up there, then all right. If your opinions aren't totally abysmal and shit, okay, you can have more. You can add to discussion posts maybe. People just giving Twitter to people and then just letting them literally just do like stream of conscious thought. It's just a mistake to people. It's
I mean, truly, the death of forums is the worst thing that happened to the internet.
the immediacy and then like the fact that they can wave their hands and say, "Look at me, look at my opinion," is unfortunate.
I know it's a reach, but I also want to see like the Venn diagram of people for like the preservation of like the idea of these older games, and for like the preservation of like the physical, like being of these older games too.
There's a
Like
line
I
to
wonder how
walk.
many are.
There's a line to walk,
Yeah,
right? Like,
I just want to see like the crossover there, like how many are in both sides.
right. And
I
I
feel
think
like
there's a
these
line.
people are inconsistent to start with, so I don't think there's a whole lot of
There-
consistency.
Right, but it could be a bit of a wavy line, right? Because yeah, I do agree that sometimes it's like, why use a name if you're going to change so much of it? But it's like they're not really. It's not that egregious. It's literally just a couple design changes, and also I think that I'll always go back and just say like, if it's the worst thing in the world, then the original's still there. Like there's really. All right, just don't. I still
But
think
that it's old and crusty. I can't play that.
I mean, I still am of the mind that I hope they make a Last of Us 2 one day.
Yeah, like the newer bad Silent Hills don't take away from the earlier Silent Hills that were good for me. So
If
I mean,
Silent Hill remake is legitimately like a 0 out of 10, okay, then go back to Silent Hill 2, the original. That's fine.
yeah,
Like,
then we're back to square one.
yeah.
No, that's too old and crusty. Can't play that. Gross.
I'm gonna make the call right now that the Silent Hill original is gonna be definitely more beloved than the remake. Let's just hop in. We talked about it a lot. To come back to it, be disjointed.
All right.
Also, I personally, I don't mind it when the game is a psychological horror game. That should be the focus. Yeah, I agree. Like the mood of everything needs to be there. See you, everybody. You have a good time. The mood of everything needs to be the tip top shape. I don't give a fuck about designs. They could literally like, they could gender swap, race swap every single person in Silent Hill, but as long as like the mood stays, I don't give a fuck. I genuinely
Tell a
don't give
good
a shit.
story. Give me a good game.
Yeah.
Yep.
But if everyone looked exactly the same way as Silent Hill 2, and then like the vibes just didn't fit, like people were complaining about the voice acting. The voice acting needs to also just be a little off. Like, right? Like,
Yeah.
in fact, if anything, I think it's too clean.
Here's the thing. You hit the nail on the head. My biggest issue with this game is so many people are saying this game looks and plays like shit from what we've seen. I'm like, no, this game looks too good.
Right. No,
That's where I'm in the camp of this looks too good.
I
Silent Hill should not be a fun and accessible game. I'm sorry.
Go back to when we
Fuck
first
off.
discussed this, even before the actual thing was made. Go back to like prior games gone by. Maybe we talk about it there, but like, this is such a weird game to remake. Like, I like that they're doing it. Cool. Like, if I could take a remake at all over not, I'm curious to see, right? Because why not?
I
But like,
would have preferred Silent Hill 1 because I feel like that has the most leeway.
but I
But I
understand
get
why,
why
it's
you
two.
go with 2.
It
Yeah.
makes sense. But like, if they were remaking the game that I want them to remake, it would sell 14 copies and score a 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
Because let's be real, if any critic or any actual like person that's playing games currently goes back and plays Silent Hill 2, that's what they would think of it. It took a while for the warm up to figure out like where the strengths and like the masterpiece in Silent Hill 2 comes from, because you got to really force yourself into a mindset of understanding every intricacy of it. But when you like, if you look at it from a very modern thing where games have gotten to a point where like the standard should feel pretty good, right? Like you could tell when a game feels bad or off, but like good almost like is so mainstream and like it's so modernized that everyone should just know, all right, this feels fine.
Well, it's like why all modern Resident Evils are just like the over-the-shoulder third person, right?
Mhm.
It's just because like the tank controls are nostalgic for certain people like us. They're not bad controls, but to the general public, they're tank controls.
But I mean, they are bad controls, but like we understand that, and that's fine.
I'd argue
well,
they are.
that's
It's a design decision. I think
Yeah.
I think tank controls work just fine.
it's a symptom of, and this is a big part of the issue with making a remaster of an older Silent Hill game. Silent Hill was a series born of its limitations.
Yep. A lot of PS1.
Yeah, there's the reason why the fog
gameplay.
only lets you see 2 feet ahead of you.
Yeah.
The fog, the way that the game handles and controls, the weird, just uneasy awkwardness of everything. The developers were firmly aware of what they could and couldn't do with the hardware they had, and they played around with that. The problem is we live in an era where developers just don't know how to optimize, and that's the scariest part of fucking game development right now. Is people have forgotten how to just do low-level code properly.
People
so
forgot
we
how to
get
stay in the
unauthorized
scope
shit.
of things. Like, can we stop like making everything the most massive thing? And this goes on for not even beyond games. Like, people need to figure out like movies wise too. Like, stop expanding your scope so fucking big.
No, everything needs to be open world. Everything needs to have
Agent
opportunities.
Furiosa, and now he's a movie critic.
That's right.
Yeah.
But no, it's one of those things that I just. It's so hard to go back and redo a game like that just because of the fact that it knew its limitations, it knew what it was trying to do. And when you go back and you recreate it without being in that same atmosphere, with unlimited resources, with the world as your oyster, that's where you run into effectively what we've gotten. We've gotten a game that looks too good for what Silent Hill is supposed to because it doesn't have those limitations. We have a competent voice acting cast, which isn't right.
They
for
just
Silent
got random
Hill.
ass people for Silent Hill, which was great because it made it more awkward and weird and made you like step out this weird like zone where it just felt off.
They don't have to worry about hardware limitations, so they can throw in as much as possible. We saw between the state of play and the extended gameplay trailer like 6 new areas, and I'm like, why? Like,
So I'm gonna say this, and this is why I'm not being super critical. I didn't watch it because I don't want to. I want to go in as blind as I can to
All
that.
right, so I'll try to
But
hold
I
back a
have
little
seen-
bit on some of that.
I have seen snippets. Like I'll see snippets. That's fine. I don't mind seeing snippets of it. But like I know they play like the whole like first like whatever like what 12, 14 minutes or whatever. I'm like I don't need to see that. I'm good. I
No,
saw
they
it-
Yeah, I
they
didn't
hopped
watch that
around
either.
a lot.
Okay. So I saw bits and pieces of it. I saw which I was like, all right, I'm just curious. And so I can't speak on all of that, but I will say even no matter what I see of it, I'm gonna give the game a fair shot. I'm gonna support.
Same.
I'm gonna support it just because Silent Hill 2. It's like that's fine. I'll support how I can, but like I am gonna vocalize certain things and like it's such a weird hot take, right? But like we're of the mind of like this is almost unremakeable game unless you take creative liberties to add a flair to it that you can somehow establish those same norms, right? So like I understand like you can't make a game have the fog only let you see 2 feet in front of you, right? Like it's like you can't do that now. But like, how would you make up for that in a way, right? How would you recreate? So like, I think you have to get really creative with that. But then at that point, are you Silent Hill 2 or are you some other game, right?
You know, it's effectively the Final Fantasy VII remake argument, where the developers went into that with the mindset of everyone knows this game inside and out. There's nothing we can do to surprise them if we just follow the original. We're just gonna completely fucking do it from the ground up in an entirely different way.
And so curious from you, Rand, would you say that because I think it's a no, but I'm curious. But we're also not done yet. But let's see. Would you say that the Final Fantasy VII remake and rebirth so far are giving you the same feel of you playing FF7 original?
No,
So
very much no.
I think remake does. Granted, when it did spiral out a little bit, sure,
Yeah,
But-
like if the first 70% of remake, sure.
right. But now that we're in rebirth, I'm sure it's taking its own little turn in a way that's
Well, it's an entirely different thing
It's
in
yeah,
Rebirth.
yeah, but maybe it brings it back. I don't know. It's. I think it's.
No.
We'll see. I guess.
That's funny because I feel the opposite. So.
Oh, say it. So wait, how do you feel?
I feel like it's not only a good retread but a good retelling. I feel like I'm getting the same vibes. Although I don't know how to put it quite. I feel like I'm getting Final Fantasy VII, but like on the scale that they probably always wanted to do Final Fantasy VII.
Have you finished it yet?
No, I haven't. So that's probably where.
So
We are,
I mean, so
differing.
again, but let's also keep it fair. David did have a massive mind change on remake over time.
Right.
So who
Yes,
knows?
Rebirth did save my opinion of it. I still don't think it.
But we'll give it time. I
Like,
think we need to
Yeah, we'll let it cook. I don't want to say too much until you've played it.
Yeah,
But
which I'm thinking about it this summer because now I'm on summer vacation. Which speaking of super quick, not to derail, but I'll say real quick, not this week, but the next week it looks like I should be gone. So I'll give you guys final notice on that. But we had a good recovery, so we just shortened our vacation, the first part of it.
gotcha.
Nice.
But yeah, so I could see that being the thing, right? Because it's like you got to recreate Silent Hill, but like you don't have those. Now you got to redo FF7, which I mean, granted, now in hindsight, it's like maybe they should have just done a massive. You could have done the same thing with 7, right? It just made it one big game and cut out a lot of stuff, which is fair, right? But like, I don't know. I while it's fair to judge something because they're literally 2 separate whole products building into a third product, it's fair and unfair, right? Like let them finish third and then let's talk about it. But like also you did sell people 2 whole video games, so we're allowed to have our thoughts about it.
But that's where to tie that back to Silent Hill is like it's kind of like the damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
Of like, okay, they're going back and they're trying to stay as close as they can to the original concept. But that's one of the things they did say during the second presentation, where it was the Silent Hill experience by itself, is a lot of the development team are basically like, we have to basically make a lot of concessions for a modern gaming audience.
Yeah, if you
You know,
made the
we're
game, if you again, like I said, if you made the game that me and David, and Kelly, you said you have played Silent Hill 2?
Yeah.
So I'm
It's been a while,
assuming
but
you're on this boat, maybe unless you think differently. But at least from what I know of David, if you're on this boat, me and David, our perfect Silent Hill 2 remake would literally sell nothing, which is why you can't give it to us. It would sell.
Yeah,
It would
would
sell
literally just
abysmal.
be give us the original Silent Hill 2 and just give us high quality textures. Don't touch anything else. Just give us the highest quality textures and then move on.
Yeah, and I would think maybe there's a handful of things because it's not the most perfect game, and there's maybe some things you can enhance. But even then, whatever. Like, yeah, if you just did the way we said, no one would buy it, or it would tank. I don't know. I'm always curious. I've been curious about how this is gonna be taken by people. I don't see. You know what? I can't even word because like people are gonna say, "Oh, this game sucks," and then like the people that are big Silent Hill stands are gonna be like, "Yeah, no, this is why it sucks. This is why that's not good, right?" But you can't argue. We can't tell a modern audience, "Hey, your gameplay can't be good." What does that mean? Why can't it be good? Because you don't want to play the game, but that makes you want to play the game, right? Like, what does that mean?
You bring it up all the time. Like, imagine pitching Drakengard to a modern audience.
0% chance I would ever do that. What are? I mean, it's a little like it's like Twin Peaks in a way. You know, it's something needs to feel off. It's like it's just I want to say not kind of like an Ari Aster film, right? It's like you got to feel uncomfortable and not want to be there, and that's what makes you enjoy that, right? It's like,
well, that's how I felt the whole time playing Alan Wake 2. Like the whole time vibes are completely off. While
dude,
being kinda, like,
that
on.
game goes 14 fucking directions every hour, and it's such whiplash. But that's the good thing is you don't feel comfortable in one spot, right? It's like, oh, cool. Here's this whole fucking act where it's a musical. Great. Next one, there's just like heinous shit going on. And you're like, holy
Well,
shit.
not only that, but like you're playing a saga, you're in the woods, leaves are rustling, shit's like whispering, there's wolves howling, then you play as Alan, shadows are whispering in your ears, shit's screaming at you, stuff's jumping out at you,
It's so
stuff's
good. Dude, the
blowing in the
DLC is
wind.
good. Do you think it's getting
Yeah.
shadow dropped, or do you think we're gonna have to wait a little bit?
I think it's probably gonna be like announced, and then it's gonna be like get it next week kind of thing.
Dude, you know what? My luck is gonna happen right when I start vacation, so I need to figure out a way to do that.
But those are kind of the vibes that Alan Wake gives me. Like it's the gameplay is genuinely unsettling enough, and the moment to moment like gameplay, combat, and stuff keeps me like tense enough to where like I want to be past those parts so I can get to the story, so I can like watch stuff unfold because the gameplay is just so fucking tense and keeps me on edge.
Right. And it's like even like a good like documentary about something fucked up, right? It's got to make you feel that. It's got to make you feel like,
Yeah.
oh, this is terrible. Why am I watching this? But like that's kind of the point. Like, cool, they made you not feel good. Why do you want to like supremely enjoy that? So I don't know. I don't think audiences are gonna understand. If they did, I'd be enthralled and happy, but shocked about it. Where do you guys think? Metacritic, where do you think we're landing at? I think like 83.
I was gonna say like low 70s probably.
I can see- I can see
put it at like a
70.
73, 74.
I'm aiming high still because you know what, I'm aiming high because I feel like a lot of critics wouldn't want to be that critic that didn't get it right. Like no one wants to look weird in that aspect of it, but I could see it hitting 7 for sure.
The reason why I say 7 is because I feel like there's going to be 3 camps of reviewers and critics.
Okay.
There's going to be the camp of, I grew up with Silent Hill 2. I know what Silent Hill 2 is. This is not my Silent Hill 2. There's going to be the camp that it's like, I grew up with Silent Hill 2. I know what Silent Hill 2 is. Does an admirable job. You know, it's trying. And then there's, I have no experience with Silent Hill 2, so I'm just going into it completely blind and making my opinion from there. So I think somewhere in between the nebula of those 3, the first one is going to drag down the score probably heavily, and then the other 2 are going to kind of balance it out a little bit.
Yeah, see, the thing is, it's going to get heavily compared to Resident Evil by that third reviewer that you were talking about that has no
Yeah.
clue about Silent Hill.
They're going to view it against Resident Evil. They're going to honestly
Evil
probably draw
Within.
comparisons to the the unfortunate flop of the Alone in the Dark reboot.
I was
Yeah.
thinking
Even
more
though,
like
from
Dead
what I've heard, it's a
Space.
good game. It's just not great.
It's gonna get compared to Dead Space.
That too.
Which shout outs to that sequel not happening, which is unfortunate. Well, they said what was it? The
Gonna be
developer
a
said it's not
light
yeah,
happening.
summer games fest.
Didn't they?
Yeah,
The
there's
developer
like-
said,
there's
and
like-
EA's like,
yeah,
no, we
the
never
deve-
said that, but it was like,
Yeah, exactly. The developers said, "Yeah, EA told us this isn't happening." Then EA Motive or whoever the fuck it is, were like, "Hey, nope. We said
we never
we'd
said
look
it
into
wasn't happening. We said
Yeah.
no, the fuck you're not.
and make me."
exact
we said
word
not you. We have to go to a studio that, because I'd imagine there's probably some kind of contract or something. Like if you stay on, come back for a sequel, probably have to be paid more. So I'd imagine it's probably gonna be a thing where like we gotta bring in new blood, cycle out these old contracts, get.
We
new
don't want to pay
contracts
you
in here.
bonuses.
Yeah, exactly. More money? Pfft.
The bonuses go to our CEOs.
You mean we have to dip into our Madden Ultimate Team funds, or FIFA Ultimate Team money?
I always
You don't understand that money goes to our alcohol cart that the C-suite employees get. You can't have that.
it's unfortunate. I
Dirty money. That's dirty ass money too.
yeah. Anyway, how was you guys the week? David, what'd you do this
Great.
week?
I've been sick as shit this week.
Hell yeah.
But other than that, played some stuff, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, I've just been sick.
Kels?
Yeah, so went to Store Showdown, did really good, and that kind of ties into what I got this week.
Hell yeah.
Officially on summer vacation. Doesn't feel quite like it yet. Like I've been acting like it. Like I'm going for food runs like 4 o'clock in the morning, which is great. But like I just feel like that anxiety. Like it's like, oh, I got work tomorrow, but I'll shake that off here. I do want to give a quick story. Final week. It's last week. And I had them already do their finals, so we're good. So one of the 9th graders comes in with the OG Xbox, and I gave him the spill, David, the whole like, you gotta go do this, and he's like, he vaguely knows about that, so he's gonna go look at that. But he brought in a bunch of games. He was trying to see, I guess, because if the games worked or not. And he had them all. He played them all. Like you tell the way he puts up, like he brought like 16 games. Like, all right, pick one. What do you think I'm gonna pick of all the OG Xbox games and the one that he probably has? What do you think I'm gonna pick? I see Halo 2.
Halo 2, baby.
Obviously, Halo 2.
Yeah, I see Halo 2 there. I'm like, all right, let's play Halo 2.
Take this shit to Blood Gulch, baby.
Yeah, no. And here's my ass. Here's my ass is like telling this 9th grader who I know has not played that much Halo 2, but knows a little bit about it. Like he's like, I played the campaign. I'm like, all right, cool. And so
Yeah, it's not like when you sat me down when I first came over to visit you and like, oh, let's play Smash. It's like, okay, I'm sure this is gonna end well.
yeah, no.
Little
So-
did my ass realize how seriously you took Smash.
Oh yeah, we'll break out the Street Fighter 3, bud.
So we loaded up. We get onto a game, and I'm like, so do you know about any of this stuff? He's like, I've heard about it. I'm like, cool. And so he got 1 kill on me over like the course of like 3 or 4 games, and that was because I was not looking at him. I was trying to do like a super jump or something. And so it was so funny because I'm like, yeah.
Style.
I was like, there's other stuff you could do in this game. Like you can do this thing, the BXR. That was like the basic one, right? Which if anyone out there doesn't know, Halo 2 is almost like a fighting game, where it's like
Oh, it's the melee.
you cancel your
right?
animation, and you can do 2 actions really quickly if you cancel it at the right time. You can cancel animations to reload. You can cancel animations to do double melees. But the big one everyone does is BXR because it's a melee, cancel the animation, and then go to a headshot, which is just instant kill. And so I'm having to get used to this again because it was like a third-party Xbox controller. I was off it, but like I did enough, right? But like we're getting there, and he can't get me. I'm getting him with plasma grenades. I'm doing all this dumb stuff. Sure enough, we get to a part where like he kind of sneaks up on me, and it has like the first like 2 or 3 shots. I walk up to him and do the BXR real quick, just boop. He's dead. He's like, no. I'm like, that's just how we did it. And he's just like, you old people.
How does it feel to have the first you fucking boomer moment of your
Right.
life?
And yeah, and so I saw him like for the like next day or so, like carrying around the Xbox. I'm like, "Hey, you gonna practice over the summer?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "All right, try to kill me more than once next time."
Come back correct.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that's kind of funny. Imagine like you pop out this thing and your teacher just fucking kicks your ass at it real quick. It's like, all right,
I was gonna sign up for Insignia and start playing fucking Halo 2 live online.
yeah, dude, yeah. Halo 2 is fun, but it's so funny. Just like the BXR is just so stupid. But anyway, yeah, that was a funny moment. All right, let's jump into what'd you get, Dave? What'd you get?
Hell yeah, I actually got a bunch of shit. I gotta start off with these. Craft store nearby had a Gunpla sale, and I swore I was never gonna, invest too much into Gunpla.
Psych.
But I couldn't help but get a couple things at least. So I got Burning Gundam.
Nice.
Look forward to assembling that at some point.
What did I back? Yeah, I forgot to tweet the podcast. My bad. Let's go do that.
Well,
Go off.
And then I got Char's Custom Zaku 2. Because no Gunpla collection is complete without something Char related. Aside from that, I got a bunch of random shit here. I got some fun imports, some random things. We're going to start off with this, though. I feel bad about this. This game was a lost in the mail to the point where the eBay seller actually felt bad and he gave me a refund. This was a month ago. The game finally arrived, so I just got this game for free. I paid like $3 for it, but still, I feel kind of bad.
I ordered a plush for the classroom, and they put it out there, and it just says accepted or in possession of USPS, and it said that just over a month ago now. And so I tried calling, and I was like, hey, I made a claim, and there was like, yeah, and they gave me this whole thing which doesn't make sense. I'm like, it says USPS is in possession of it, and you're saying they aren't. And she's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. I don't know what that means, but sure.
Well, why do they say they have it then?
Yeah, they're like, oh, well, I was like, I don't know. I'm not even gonna bother with it. But yeah, so I'm expecting that to probably happen at some point too, because it's not lost, but someone has this giant fucking plush somewhere.
Then Dynasty Warriors Extreme Legends 8 on PS3. Then we're gonna go over some imports I got real quick. So I got a bunch of these for dirt cheap. We have, as I've been dropping everything, calm down. The Japanese version of DDR1 for PlayStation. The very first Chocobo's Dungeon. Then I got, what the fuck is this even called again? Oh yeah, a Cheeky Angel. I don't know. It's some fucking game tie-in to some anime that only ever released in Japan. It was $1. What do I care? But I got these because I actually wanted these for the collection. These beautiful babies. Coldcept Expansion and Coldcept Expansion Plus. I fucking adore the Coldcept series.
What a trade video.
So having these is wonderful.
Hell yeah.
And then I don't know what the fuck this is actually called. I have it written down in my game database, but I don't know. It's all fucking moon runes to me. But this is actually kind of a neat concept. Apparently, around the time of, I think it was the Tokyo Olympics, they did a release of DS titles that were meant to be like point translators, so you could interact with the people that are coming into Japan. And so basically, it was just like a pocket translator, and they came in a bunch of languages. The one I have is, of course, the English one, but I think they also had one in Italian, Finnish, and like one other language, probably Spanish, honestly, or French, one of those two. But just kind of a neat idea. What a neat way to use the DS. Why not?
I love those like utility cartridges that they have. Yeah, those are awesome.
And then this all came in from VGP. They had their big ass sale that happened, so I was like, fuck it, why not? Plus a pre-order from them. Finally have a reasonably priced copy of Atelier Lulula. So now now I officially have like half the Atelier series. Missing basically just some of the Japanese exclusives, and I think I didn't get Ryza 3. I still think I need to get that one. But halfway through getting the fucking franchise that I'll eventually get around to playing.
Nice.
We'll go to this one next because it's funny for two reasons. As part of the clearance sale, I got Data Live. Just I don't know why not, weird dating garbage. But I like it because it now has a relic on it, as you can now get a 1 month of Funimation.
Nice.
So I almost kind of want to keep this sealed just for the fucking the funny haha of Funimation not existing and Sony basically owning the entire U.S. distribution market for anime. Thanks, Sony.
Do they have G Kids as well, or is G Kids one of the last bastions of hope?
Yeah, I think honestly G Kids at this point is the last bastion of hope, which is fucking wild.
Yeah. You won't get my Evangelion, Sony.
Over my
Netflix will, though.
Yeah, Netflix will. That's why I paid for the collector's edition, so I could fucking have the ADV dub. Look, listening to the... I'm going to go on this rant real quick. I said this before when this all happened, but now that I have someone here that actually knows what the fuck I'm talking about, I fucking hate the Netflix dub. Not for a lot of the reasons that other people have. Like, the ADV dub isn't great either. Let's just full stop. It's not great. But I like it for one reason. And that reason is it actually is a fucking translation and localization. It's not a transliteration. So many people fucking swear by either just watching it subtitled or just watching the Netflix dub because it's more accurate to the original. Yeah, but then that's when you end up with a weird fucking verbiage of, yes, here comes Shinji, the third children. Mate, what the fuck language are you speaking? The spirit of Longinus. No? And then you get moments, like the baby batter scene. And, you have Shinji just sitting there like, I'm the lowest of the low. No, fuck off. That has nowhere near the same impact of after the baby batter, seeing him going, I'm so fucked up. Like that fucking hits different. That is a whole... There's just so much that is lost when you don't localize to the language you're translating to. And I will die on that goddamn hill. I don't care about your, I need my pure fucking translation. Then go use fucking machine translation. Just use that. Be happy with that. Fuck right on off. I still think it's also bullshit. A lot of translators will put in shit that didn't belong there. That's fucked. But at the same time, Shin-Chan was fucking hilarious. I don't care. But it's... ultimately, at the end of the day, I think if you're going to fucking bring something to a different language market, you need to make sure that in the language it makes sense and has the same weight. Even if it's not necessarily the same words, it needs to convey the same emotions. And the ADV dub does that. So, that's my soapbox. Don't mind me. Also got Zenki Zero, just because I've genuinely been curious about this game for a long-ass time. And I was like, fuck it. I think it was like $15 on the sale. So finally have that. Then some Moonrune bullshit I'm not going to attempt to say. But The Mask of Truth, did not realize this was a sequel. So I need to eventually go track down The Mask of Deception. That way I can have the fucking games. But the real thing that I was very excited for, I played this on Game Pass. Had a blast with it. But immediately was like, okay, I can't go super far into this game because I know I'm gonna actually own this and play it. So I got it on a real fucking console. That is the Castlevania Return for Dead Cells.
Nice.
So happy to have that. Now I will truly eventually go through that game because from what I played on Game Pass, that was fucking good. So excited to actually sit down and play that at some point.
Nice.
And that is all I got.
Kels?
Yeah, so I mentioned my activity this week was winning my... Well, so I went back to my hometown, which is like an hour away, and won this...
Not to interrupt you, do you also for Halloween to wear a pointy ghost costume?
It's really funny that they mentioned that because I almost made that faux pas on accident.
Nice.
And it was for a work thing, and no one stopped me until I said it out loud. I was like, wait, probably shouldn't do that because so I work in an office job. They do all the officey stuff. Halloween time. Each team
There's
picks
trunk or
a
treat. Bring your kids.
right shit like that,
Yeah.
or like they'll do like a costume contest between the teams
Yeah.
in our department. And so this place is your very typical like American like Americana like type people. So
The kind of
we're
people you expect to frequent a Waffle House.
for sure very homey people, and they're like, okay, we're gonna be gnomes is the thing. So I was like, okay, Halloween, I'll be a ghost gnome.
No,
I'm thinking
no.
low effort. I'm thinking I'm gonna do low effort, cut out eyes, cut out mouth, wear a beard, throw a hat on me, and be good.
Hold a book.
So I'm
cause fires.
yeah. Cross is burning, all the
There
above.
you go.
Joking. But so we're at work, people ordered beards, people ordered hats,
Sounds like
brought
a
them in.
skit. I'm so. It
Yeah.
sounds like a.
I'm-
sounds like a
and
like
I'm-
a like a. I think you should leave skit.
So I'm looking at these hats, and they're white pointed like party hats. I'm looking at it, I'm thinking white sheet. I'm like, yeah, something's
What's
weird here. Can't quite figure it out. So we're talking about it amongst us, and people are like, yeah, I'm doing this. Yeah, I'm doing that. Yeah, I'm doing this. And I was like, yeah. So I was thinking about being a Halloween gnome. Everyone's like, yeah. I was like, yeah. So I was thinking about being a ghost. They're like, okay. I'm like, yeah. I was thinking about just throwing a sheet over me and having the hat on. And people were like, and I was like, nah.
Also,
stop.
I
I'm like,
really fucking hate a certain type of people. I think it'd be really good, right, guys?
And there's just something I have to get off my chest here, guys. And so I kind of stopped. I'm like, yep, not gonna do that actually. So instead, and yeah, so I didn't get to actually doing it, but it was very close to happening. So
I can
it's funny
imagine
that
you,
they know
like,
me
so
very
you just
good.
do it. You take a picture of yourself in the mirror. All right,
Canceled.
Halloween's here.
Someone cancel this man.
Look, it's fine. The Japanese were on the right side of history, so
It's true. We've always been on the right side. Nothing wrong has ever happened.
MPass Boss says, wear that Halloween costume on the stream and you'll get a lifetime pass.
Oh hell yeah! Only if I can share it with David.
2 for 1.
That's your way in.
Yeah, they definitely don't care. They don't care if they have the pass or not. They'll say it. They'll say it with their chest out.
All right, so I won the showdown. So for the top
Hell
8,
yeah.
I got a nice. My light might be too bright.
Oh, sweet. So they do like promo stuff for top 8 as well.
Yeah, so it's a promo for top 8. It's a nice shiny alt art borderless Mace Windu, and they're all stamped. So top 8 is stamped top 8.
Ooh.
Top 4 is stamped top 4. Finalist is stamped finalist, and then champion is stamped champion. So I got all these nice shiny promos. I got them slabbed up, so they're nice and protected. Probably never gonna play with them, but it's a nice little like memory.
Or you
Especially
should
to
go
and
back
just,
to the
like, in your
hometown
deck.
one.
There's just one slab. You know exactly which part. it is.
Yeah. Like, wonder what I'm drawing now. So that was really cool. Had a lot of fun. But the icing on the cake is got my winners packs. I start opening them. Last pack I open has a chase card in it. And the
Ooh.
chase cards for this, they're called showcases. They're pretty much alternate art and full foil for leader cards. So leader cards are kind of like your commander, what you're playing. So they're like a feature card that you have out. So it's a really big flex. And you flip it, you're playing both sides of it. So both sides, full art.
Gotcha.
full
So
foil.
kind of like Force of the Will then, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So I got this, and it's a Director Krennic, nice and shiny, foil alt art. Doesn't really come up too good, but I pulled that last pack, and this is like a $350 card on TCG Player. So I was like, yep, that's awesome. Won it, got the promos, got the showcase. All good. Worth the hour
It's a good-
drive.
yeah,
I'm
it's a
going
good-
home.
good day,
Yeah, so that was my haul.
I know I told a story on the podcast at some point. It was a long time ago, but I mean, I'll retell again because David probably forgot about it. We would play Yu-Gi-Oh at this local shop every weekend when I was like in middle school. And I remember there was always one person that ran every tournament, right? Okay. One week that guy wasn't there, so they had someone else running it. And I got there a little late. Me and my friend got there late. We go in there and there's just like this giant crowd around this person, and we're like, "What's going on?" So we walk over there, look, and they finessed the woman to like, because she didn't know what the fuck was happening. She didn't know how to do anything. So they told her that, hey, yeah, that box of cards is free for everyone.
Oh no.
So there's like open box of all the promo cards. So, all right, I guess take whatever you guys want. And, so and I never saw her again. So I'm assuming she got in big trouble about that.
She's out of here.
I mean, I was a middle schooler, so I didn't need to have morals back then. I walked in on it. I couldn't stop anything, but
Yeah, no, I could because like so with the promo packs for the showdowns, you have the alternate art maces, the awards, and then there's the judge cards too. I could have probably
they do that for
talked
that too. Okay.
Yeah, so I could, but the thing is, there's no judge program yet. That's supposed to come with set 2, which is in July, and whenever the bigger stuff, the big tournament, the official tournaments actually start happening. So these judge cards are super rare to get because it's pretty much they go to the shop and then they get pocketed or they get sold off from there.
Yeah.
Because there's no official way to get it. So I didn't get one, but I could have probably talked to them and be like, hey guys, y'all have any of this in the back? But I felt like I already came in, kicked everyone's ass, pulled a showcase. I'm like, I can't be asking for more. I got everything. I'm on top of the world.
Do people still people still trade cards still, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, what's the as an adult, what's the etiquette for that to make sure your cards don't get stolen?
Binders, they never leave your side.
But like even like, so out of your deck, you're like, no trades out of my deck, but like out of the binders, I'll trade out of the binders.
Yeah, usually you have a specific trade binder, and it's like, okay, this is what I have available.
I definitely had a handful of cards stolen over the years, but we traded out of decks. I remember specifically.
This is my master set, so these are pretty much for me what I'm building decks out of, and then this other binder I have. This is pretty much trade shit, pretty stuff I know, trade bait stuff I know people will want.
Okay, so if I would do that now, I still have my deck somewhere, but actually I know where it is actually, but so back I would just trade. I was a kid, so it was pretty easy, like not the hardest thing in the world still for me, right? But I remember specifically it bugged me. I was playing in a tournament, right, and someone hit me with one of the god cards. And they kept like they were stalling the game, right? Because they had more life points. They were stalling, and it was resetting. And I couldn't do anything besides draw. Nothing happened. Draw another. I forget what the whole situation was, but whatever. I drew out Fiber Jar. If anyone knows what that is, that's the card where if you flip it, it resets the whole game.
Oh no!
And I played
that.
Are
those legal?
Yeah, I played that, and it reset the whole game. And the guy that was playing the god card was like, wait, hold on, what? I'm like, yeah. And he brought someone over and like, yeah, that's fine. Like, cool. And I got out of it. I wiggled out of it. I forget if I won or lost. I forget. But I remember that same tournament. Someone saw that play and stole my card afterwards because they were that impressed with it.
I still love that the power scaling of Yu-Gi-Oh is so fucked.
Oh, it's fun.
That Jar of Greed is considered still one of the most heinously powerful cards.
It was in like every starter deck.
Well, I mean, because
every starter, it's just simply draw 2 cards. Like Blue has so many draw cards.
There's no downside. That's why it's like you'd be dumb to not have it because literally all it does is just it pluses 1. There's no downside.
Yeah, but that's what I mean is like in Magic, that's such a shit basic card that it's like, oh wow, you being able to just be +1 on card draw is big deal.
No mana draw in Yu-Gi-Oh is a big deal. It's the big thing.
Well, yeah, it's whatever like gives you the extra bonus without any downside to it whatsoever. Which is what that point was, because I did get
makes
curious.
Those 1-turn plays even more broken.
Yeah. And Maggie asked, what time zone are you in, Kels?
Central.
Yeah, so we gotta get someone on the Pacific side, and we'll
that means the Acolyte is officially out, boys. So we gotta. Just kidding.
Yeah. So fun times Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah. So like nowadays, like me being an adult, I just have a backpack on my back at all times, and if I rarely bring my binder. Usually it's just my decks, and I have like deck boxes.
So I have the deck box, but
in my backpack.
I was a kid, so I didn't have like this whole collection. It was like I had my deck,
right?
So it was like we would trade, and we would just like hover over that. And I remember I would mark
Yeah.
my cards. I'd pinch them in the corner, and I saw my fiber jar like 2 or 3 weeks afterwards, but I didn't ask for it back because I was like, I'm pretty sure at that point it probably got passed and traded around a couple times to the point where it landed in his deck, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh well. I looked at him. I was gonna say something. But I was like, what's the point at this point? It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and I find like now people are usually a little bit more timid to like ask for a trade, and usually they're not ballsy enough to like ask for it out of your deck. Like usually it's like, oh, do you have another copy, or where'd you
Yeah,
get
that makes
that type of
sense.
situation? Yeah,
David,
and
you're
I don't know. I feel like as an adult, it's a lot easier to
Yeah.
make your way through that.
Yeah, my only question was going to be, are you a filthy heathen that uses soapies or do you use real card sleeves?
I have dragon dragon shields.
All right, those are fine.
No,
I-
used
I,
whatever dumbass sleeves were ever used back then. But I mean, my deck's been fine.
All right,
It's
so you're
been
probably
sitting.
using
It's been
gross
sitting in
ass
there for.
soapies.
It's been sitting in there for over a decade. Well over a decade now, and it's been fine.
Once I find some success with what I'm playing, I'll double sleeve them. So I'll do the perfect fits, and then I'll sleeve
Yeah.
them in an actual sleeve. But whenever I'm just kind of taking them to weeklies and shit, it's just single sleeve.
Dude.
I'm not worried about it.
Whoever has the parody account right now, it has like 14 different accounts attached to their YouTube, which is so funny. David's secret account. Notice you, Kel's looking at my cake every time I walk away. I know you want a piece of that. So shout out to.
I'll be like, damn boy.
Yeah, but usually because we're in awe of everything about you, David.
Hmm.
Hell yeah.
Kels, you got anything else?
That's it. Just my toils of war.
Nice. So I bought this off the GameFly thing because I always heard good things about it, and it hit a spot where I wanted to. So I got RoboCop.
Ooh, yeah.
Want to try that out. I forgot to show this off last week. I'm super excited about this. Shout out to the girlfriend because she saw I took a look at this and immediately bought it for me because she knew. I got the Homestar Runner plush, which is like a childhood dream that I never thought would have happened. This thing you saw those on a lot of those old ones. So I got one of those. The eyes actually are magnet, so you can
Oh,
have it up there
that's
like
cool.
that. You can have it on the other side if you want. It
Yeah.
came with an extra pair, so you can make it look like a fucking alien monster with all 4 eyes at once. But yeah, shout out to that because this is like I've seen this. She saw my face as soon as I saw it because I was like, holy shit! I've never thought they would make one of these. So shout outs on that. That thing is amazing. Yeah, and I got some. I ended up buying that Simogo game. The Eyes of or the something Eyes of Lorelei or something like that. I'm gonna try that sometime this week. But yeah. David, what'd you play?
Hell yeah. I finished 13 Sentinels.
Save major thoughts. I'll try to bump that up on the list. I'm down to bump that up on the list. But surface level thoughts.
Surface level thoughts. Fucking hell! It hit me. The ending of that game left me with the same feeling I had at the end of Automata.
That's high accolades. All right. Okay. Leave it at that because you piqued my interest because I since I am going to Florida, I'm gonna actually be stuck on a plane, which I'm gonna be forceful. I'm gonna force myself to fucking do shit, and it's like what 20, 30 hours.
Yeah, I 100% did it in like 34.
Okay,
So if you don't even care about going for all the trophies, you can do it probably faster.
yeah. All right, I'll bump it up on the list then.
The only thing I will say is because again, you can kind of do things in any order. The only thing I recommend is the way I did it is I didn't do the combat unless I had done everything else in the story that basically until it gated me to do the combat sections. I do recommend doing it that way because especially once you get towards the end of the game, a lot of the reveals kind of start getting told all together just from different characters' perspectives. So you get a lot of the same kind of information, but it just kind of winds together differently. And I feel like because of that, the impact of just going straight through the last few combat sections after doing all the other story hits so much harder. So that's the one thing I will recommend.
So
is
you have to do all
only
the combats, and then you're done. It says, all right, now you have to do this.
Well, kind of yes, kind of no. So what happens is that as you progress through the story with the different characters, they'll have little barriers that come up. Like, oh, in order to progress through this character's story any further, you need to do this character's story moment. Or before you can progress through this character's story any further, you need to complete at least mission X in combat.
And you did
I
it so that you
think
did all those to the point where you just hit a bunch of story missions all at once.
Yeah, I just did all the story missions until I had no choice but to go to do combat. Then, as soon as I did
usually
the
how I would
one
do
combat,
things. I like to lock myself to a point where it's like, all right, there's nothing else to do but that.
yeah, that's the one thing I'd recommend. And then from there, like I said last week, the hardest part is just kind of trying to find that balance. I picked a couple characters that I really liked. I went through their stories first, but I got everyone at least to around 50% ish complete, and it'll give you actual percentages. And then again, some of them gatekeep awkwardly. Some will be like hard at 14, and so you get the others even further than 50%.
Hey,
But
I'm gonna interrupt you because I will forget.
Yep.
Kels, do you hear crackling out of David's voice, or is that just on my end?
I wasn't paying that.
Well,
close of
let him
attention.
talk. Whenever he's on like a talk, just listen if there's like any crackle that cut in and out very, very, very mildly, and just see. It might be on me, so
Okay.
don't do anything, David. Just
I won't do anything just yet. But yeah, so that is the other thing I would recommend is just pick a couple characters that do everyone's prologue as the prologues unlock. And then once you have a feel for the kind of characters at that point, pick two of them that you really like, get them up to 50%, and then just kind of keep going down the conga line. Because it is very easy to get so far ahead in the entire narrative by just following one character's story that it can spoil a major component of what is going to be like huge buildup in another character's story.
okay.
So that's the one downside to this style of storytelling is because it's not like a hard linear how you progress. You can come across a lot of different reveals at different times, which can sometimes make some of the stories feel like, oh, okay, we're just retreading it from a different perspective. So just do that. Otherwise, fucking A. Fine. Oh man,
Yeah,
the
say less, say
last.
less. All right. Anything else you been playing?
No, I just basically as soon as I really got wrapped into that, I wanted to play nothing else.
Your secret account says stay tuned to the end of the stream for an OF account finally revealed.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Little did I realize. Oh yeah, did you hear any crackling in me, Kels?
Yeah, it sounded like it was peaking. It kind of got like tinny there at times.
I wonder if it might be because I also have a fan going right behind the mic.
I don't know. There's just times where you talk where it does peak, it crackles in and out. So you might just need to mess around with the gain and talk for a while, just on your like Audacity or something. Just mess around with it. I think you're also just far from the mic.
It's not
Look
that
at me and
far.
Kels right now.
Yeah, but I'm fucking loud.
It doesn't matter if you're loud. I think that
All
might
right,
just
fine,
be it.
I'll bring this bitch right on over here. There we go.
No, I crackled there. Never mind.
Yeah, so the distance doesn't matter.
Wait a second. Let me look at that mic. What mic are you using?
I'm using a Sennheiser.
Thought you got one of these things.
No.
Then that means your settings.
I just told you a button.
That means you got to mess around with some settings more. Like it's not going to be very.
Literally all the settings are on this thing. It's all physical buttons.
I know, but that means you got to mess with internal settings at that point. Then that's why I told you to get one of these things because there's so many more internal settings you can mess around with on there. But like,
No, I want a Sennheiser.
unfortunate. Kels, what did you get?
This is literally the first time that you've mentioned any issue with it.
I know.
And I've had this mic for like a month. So
Well,
that's why I'm
I
saying
think-
it's probably the fact that I have a fan
Are
literally
they?
right behind it.
So
like
look-
literally right
all right,
behind it.
Turn off the fan really quick. Let's just we'll let it go for like.
Fucking turn off the fan real quick.
There you go. We got our Dutch angle again.
All right, I have the fan turned off now.
All right, let's let Kels talk, and then in a little bit we'll hear from you. I'm sure.
Fucking balls, it's sweating already. I hate this. Any temperature that is above 60 degrees is bullshit.
No, see, it's crackling still.
All right, you
You're
can turn the
fucking
fan back
crackling.
on. You're good.
Yeah, you can turn it back on. So there you go. It's a win lose. You get the fan back on, but it's crackling. That's unfortunate. But hey,
Oh man. Okay, so my gaming has been fairly minimal because my PSU on my computer decided to start shitting out and on my Xbox at the same time.
Ooh.
So
Oh, that sucks.
yeah, so luckily my computer one, it wasn't like I can still use it for general like bullshitting, but as soon as I'd start up a game, as soon as it start revving up, it would just turn off. And so got a new PSU, replaced it, all good now. Ran a few games of Overwatch, all good. Um, Xbox just had to buy a new fucking power brick for it. Finally went out. Um, got the little $15 Amazon special, and
That's
now
for
we're good.
what Xbox?
Uh, the original Xbox One,
Oh, okay.
the VCR
Yeah.
box.
Hell
I get
yeah.
worried because I mean at this point I'm not gonna move it because I don't foresee myself staying more than the next like 6 months here. But like the way I have my living room is there's the window, then the TV is on an entertainment stand in front of it, and it's like on the edge, like it's like perfectly fits there, but like not perfectly in a good perfectly. It's like I wish the thing was bigger because it's like on the edge where it's like yeah it's stable, but like anything that's of a force of nature, like a giant orange cat, feels like it can knock it over, which is unfortunate because being in front of the window, he likes to hop behind it a lot and look at that window. So he's always walking behind it. But the reason that bugs me is because like I have my soundbar speaker, bass speaker on the side of it, and then on top of that, I have the Series X on it because it's like two blocks on top of each other. That's fine, but like he'll use the Series X as a footstool to get to the window every time. And I'm
Yeah.
like, surely there has to have been like some like litter that's been probably in his paws that's been falling in there over time, and like obviously hair from him. So I'm like, it's still working, but I'm like, I feel like at some point I need to like deep clean it, which is not supposed to on a console, but like I feel like I have to because like at some point,
Right, you should still be cleaning those.
Air
Yeah.
dust that hoe.
yeah. So at some point I'm gonna have to like probably like at least uh do the canned air on it and clean it out. So I'll wait at this point because it's last there for a year and a half of an orange tabby, but we'll see. So have you been playing any games though?
No, not really, because so Xbox went out, so PS5 went into the living room, and that was like the media console.
Fair.
So it's just been very minimal gaming.
So I'll say this:
I have a Switch too, but I need to start playing more.
you have a Switch 2? I didn't know it came out.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh
Awesome.
shit.
Hey, so
my dad works for Nintendo.
my uncle works there. He talks to Miyamoto. He said that
Yeah.
Luigi was supposed to be in Super Mario 64. Hey, so we have a discussion on this maybe. I finished Fallout last night.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Have we all watched it?
Yeah.
All right, so we can talk about that now. So I finished that. I thoroughly enjoyed it. You know what's funny because I remember
Good fucking show.
I was with
Yeah.
when I was with Kyle over at in LA over spring break. I remember seeing a poster for Fallout, and I didn't see a single trailer on it because like I'm not like super into Fallout, right? Like I mean, say with those things up there, right? But I've never gotten super into it, which I would like to, but I mean, I will at this point now. But I remember seeing the poster of it. It looks so goofy, and I was joking with Kyle, like, "Hey, you can see that piece of shit?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "Yeah, fuck that show." I didn't say that, but I was like, "Yeah, it looks dumb."
Yeah, it's so weird too because all the advertisement, like billboards, posters,
It
pictures,
looks
you
so
see on social
goofy, like
media,
does not represent
looks
the vibe of it.
bad. Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
represent the vibe of it, and it's weird too. Okay, because Fallout is very goofy at its core. A lot of like the advertising.
Oh, like a certain show that's going to get made in October that might not hit the mark on that, but we'll see about that in time.
Right. But see, like the tone of Fallout is very much that, but I don't think it translate or how they did it translated very well, and it looked really
No.
bad.
In the marketing, in the show, it actually I feel like when it had the
Yeah.
montages of death, but they had like those like old music playing in the background. I'm like, all right, you guys nailed it. Like that.
Yeah,
I'm
the
thoroughly
show
impressed.
in action nailed it. Trailer
Yeah.
really did it for me, but any of like the stills, pictures, whatever they tried to imitate it, the poster didn't do it for me at all. I was like, yeah, this doesn't look right. This looks like it's trying to be too much, like it's trying to overdo it to a
But
point.
unironically, I think it gives Last of Us a big run for its money in best video game
I
adaptation
think it's
of a
better.
show. Yeah, I could see it because
I think it's better.
I think the creative liberties you could take on a show like Fallout versus having to be like side by side with a game like The Last of Us. I think it takes down that. But again, but I also love the show. Like I think the big moments on the show on Last of Us, I think they nailed most of, if not all, the big moments they needed to. Like I'll never forget like seeing Joel do the whole like, all right, point to this on the map. I'm like, I see what you guys are doing there. It sucks that we're not gonna go to that level, but like, all right, it's cool you guys doing like kind of a severely toned down version of that scene. All right, the next episode he just goes full in on that. It's like, all right, mark it on the map. I'm like, all right, thank you guys. But being able to do whatever you want on a show like Fallout, being able to like, all right, we can go do this instead. I think that's that's cool. I think they went on that front.
I will say though,
Oh god.
with what you're saying, they are kind of fucking it up because at the end they are like, oh, New Vegas. So
yeah, so you guys are going to educate me a little bit because I did catch the one big like, hold on a second, that doesn't sound right. As someone that's not gone through a single Fallout game, I heard that because I remember people saying there's something big in the last episode that deviates the fuck out of a lot of things, and I was like, all right.
I mean, there's a lot of deviations
but
throughout anyways. But
the one that I caught, I think was the super obvious one. Am I not crazy? Like, there's one big
Which
plot
one?
point. What do you guys think it is? Before I make sure I know I'm on the same level as you guys.
I don't know because honestly, anyone that saw Robco at the fucking production at the big head government building there should have immediately expected we were doing New Vegas after. So I don't know.
It's someone that's like knows the surface level stuff of Fallout. There was like one big thing in there that I'm like, wait a second, it doesn't fucking make sense at all. It was they dropped the bombs.
I think it's always been kind of insinuated that they not necessarily dropped it, but they knew the bombs were coming and planned ahead.
So
that they were in on it pretty much.
I looked
like
that
they were
up
there at the table
afterwards, and it was that the developer of like one of the lead developers of like the first two games said that China was the first one that shot off.
Well, I don't think the insinuation is that that was it Vault Code did it themselves. It's that Vault Tech. It's that they were just like pulling strings. That they were kind of they're working on one end while making money on the other end.
To pull because
Burning the
apparently we're
candle
making a
both
lot
ends.
of W2 references here today. It was a Pearl Harbor situation where they just kind of let it happen as an excuse to go ahead and get their projects going.
I get that, but wasn't it the exact quote was like, we dropped the bombs ourselves?
I think it's kind of like one of those hubris things. Like they were kind of like pushing it, so they were like, "Yeah, we did that."
I can see
like
that being there,
like
but
we pressed the button, but
because
like,
they're very adamant about this being canon, right?
Canon-ish.
yeah,
Here's the thing: it's taking elements of Fallout 2, 3, and New Vegas and 4 and blending them together. Because we've had several mentions of the Enclave, which is a huge major part of Fallout 1 and 2. And we got kind of 4, but
kind of, yeah.
we got a lot of areas that were in Fallout 3 and 4. And we obviously got the huge big reveal with the NCR
Mojave.
Rangers and the Mojave. And we got to see a lot of this enemies from New Vegas and 3. So it's kind of one of those things where they're blending it all together. As a fan of Fallout, that is the one thing that is a little bit weird about the series is they never give you a sense of where anyone is until they show you something specific to that region. Because when they came out of the vaults, they were talking about what's the organization's name? I don't remember. But they were talking about the group in Fallout 4 where they were all in that Boston area. And then all of a sudden in one episode later, yeah, the Commonwealth. They're outright talking about how they've come out in the Commonwealth. So I'm like, oh, okay, we're in Boston right now. We're in that region. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh no, we're going across the desert now. I'm like, wait a second, we've moved some fucking distance in just an episode. But honestly, it's fascinating because I've seen the most amount of non-Fallout fans like really grasp, like insane level of normies gravitating to the show. My fucking partner's mother watched this show and enjoyed it.
Yeah, no,
that's fucking wild to me.
I wouldn't. I mean, she doesn't play games. I don't know what level I'd call her with, but I watched it all with the girlfriend. She had a great time with the show. She liked it a lot.
Yeah,
I
no,
think they nailed.
my wife loved it.
I think they
Yeah.
nailed just everything they need for a show, but like gave enough of like those like hints and nods for gamers. But it was cool because like they made like
Oh, dude, the
like-
whole show was hints and nods.
Dude,
dog.
dude,
Yeah.
I was
my-
like,
my-
I was doing the Leonardo meme the whole time.
My-
with my
yeah,
wife. I was like, look, that's a stim back.
Look, my girlfriend is like now just like synonymous with just like every
Yeah.
time now we see that we just do the same thing now. Like it's just like it's cool because like they really made all the really like cool parts of Fallout like accessible for everyone just to be in on it now.
Yes.
And it's just really cool how they nailed it, and I'm hoping they keep that run going. I loved the 3 different perspectives. I think they gave you 3
Yes.
drastically like interweaving them. Like it was like cool to keep 3 different shows at first. Then you can get like 2 different shows because they'll pair 2 of them together. But like it always kept them enough away that it was like cool. You could follow the storylines, but like then they interweaved them. They made them really cool. Like okay, cool. It's like all right, we're here together now. All right, deviate. All right, here together. All right, deviate. Like it was really cool the way they weaved it back and forth. It does get to a point where it's a little bit too coincidental at times. I'm like, all right, how do we keep running into the same people and when you're walking around the goddamn U.S. of all places when it's like a wasteland? But like suspend disbelief because of where we're at the same time too, because of how everything's just so bizarre. I just think it was really well paced in that aspect. It was well paced, but it was also just dense.
Yeah.
So I was like, I couldn't binge that show. Like I mentioned before, it's hard to binge, but like it was really well paced. That like I felt like I got a really good full dinner serving of a show at the end of every episode. So explain to a super normie, what's this whole thing about New Vegas? Like I see if I hadn't heard the discourse about New Vegas, I would have been like, I'm like, oh, cool, that's New Vegas. But what's the issue with that being
I
there?
don't think there's an issue. I just think the issue
yeah.
is people are gonna use it as like oh, they didn't do it right because some lore nerd is gonna find the one thing.
What's
that they
the
missed or
lore
messed
there though?
up.
Like what? Because I've heard
Just-
constantly people say like this is
For
throwing
me-
New Vegas off, but like I don't
Well,
get
for-
what.
For them going full into New Vegas, for me, it's now the whole game's open for interpretation for people to hold in comparison to the game, right? So as soon as they walk down into the strip, it's gonna be like, oh, that's not in the right place. They didn't do this right.
Okay.
So I just feel like it's a big landmine, like a minefield that they're just walking into
I
for
was-
criticism. But on the
So-
other hand, I want to see it.
I was
do.
thinking
Yeah,
that
I
it was
wanna
like
see it,
some
but-
lore thing that it was like specifically like timeline wise or something like that. That someone.
There.
So I think Mr. Twin Peaks Kyle McLaughlin's gonna walk onto the strip. He's gonna go into the fucking casino and he's gonna find Yes Man on the screen, and it's gonna be the funniest shit. Just a big ass goofy smile staring back at him, and I hope we get the Yes Man ending from
Yes.
New Vegas.
But no, I think the reason why people are perturbed is the first one to kind of echo on to what Kyle Kells was saying. Goddamn, is that New Vegas is very much a game about factions and faction warfare. So the game constantly evolves and changes depending on who you align with.
Okay.
Which, considering the way that this story was told, it makes perfect sense to have New Vegas be the follow-up.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like Kuz was saying, it's one of those dynamics that it's not going to be the story people they themselves experience while going through New Vegas.
This isn't about the courier anymore. It's about Lucy.
Exactly.
The courier. So all the Fallout games for a normie, they all have different monikers. New Vegas is the courier. 3 is the lone wanderer. 4 is the sole survivor. And I'm not sure if 1 and 2 have like
What
'cause
about
they're
in 76?
kinda do.
In 76,
because
there's
you're
Dick Fucker 3000, my gamer tag.
right. Well, because all your characters are canon in the overall Fallout lore.
Sure.
Like
Because they'll
the
get mentioned other places, right?
exactly. Like you'll hear
Yeah.
mention of the lone wanderer or the sole survivor in other games, right?
And that's also part of the reason why New Vegas kind of stood out is in all the Fallout games up to that point, you were a vault denizen.
Yeah.
Whereas the courier is not. They were someone that was already above surface and basically gets kind of thrown into the chaos of everything.
Yeah, Matthew Perry
Um,
domes you.
That's right.
It was, and so
R.I.P.
far, I've asked this before, but just to make sure, Fallout 4 is the farthest along in the timeline, correct?
Now it would be the show, I think. I think the show is technically ahead of Fallout 4.
Yes.
But that's what's weird too, because the Pridwin is in the show, but
yes.
the canon ending to Fallout 4, the Pridwin is destroyed. So
Correct. And also the Enclave shouldn't be around at all. Which is probably honestly part of the other issue is that for most part, the Enclave should be wiped out at this point. And that's the other thing is they've made a lot of references to where it sounded like Kyle MacLachlan's character was working for the Enclave.
yeah.
But if he's going to New Vegas, the Enclave has fucking nothing to do with New Vegas. So I think that was going to be my second point. I think that's what a lot of people were kind of pissed about is that they made it sound like the Enclave is doing something with New Vegas, which is not how that happened at all. But
well, I mean, if people are, I get that people like are really sacrilege about their lore, right? Like if it's
Right.
there's like a story Bible in this, you don't want to fuck it up that much, right? But when you look at a show, it's like if the Enclave's dead at this part, it's kind of it's unfortunate to be like tell the showrunner, no, you can't have any of this at all. This whole thing, you can't touch it all because they're dead. It's like, no, just fuck it. Just like go do some story with that because like, right? Just like have fun with it. Like it's like do whatever you want with it. But like,
For me, it's not even an issue. Like I feel like the Enclave can still exist. Like there can be pockets of them. It doesn't have to
it's
be
like it's like Halo, right? It's like when they're like, oh,
Right.
Covenant is friends
Right.
with everyone, but then they're like, but we need to bring the Covenant back. All right, yeah, there's a group of people that just don't like them, which is like valid, right? It's like you're never gonna stump out something, right? There's always gonna be a small pocket of like.
They still hold the hostilities.
Well,
Right.
that's what Fallout 4 was, right? Wasn't the Foundation? It was remnants of the Enclave that were doing their synth project or whatever.
Yes.
So it's been something that they've done. There's like little pockets of these weirdos hiding away doing their fucked up experiments, even in this one. So whenever we go to the Enclave, meet the professor, we get dog meat. One of the big things they hint at is super mutants because they roll a body by and there's a giant green like deformed hand sticking out from underneath the curtain, the gurney. And later in the show where we meet the president with the ghoul, there's a wanted sign of a super mutant as well. So
Do you think that's where no, never mind. Ghouls and mutants are different.
Yeah, so super mutants are I forget what the exact lore is behind them, but there's like experimentation that went on.
Oh, they mentioned that, right? When they were going around, which I thought was cool. I love that little moment where they're like, okay, what are the vaults gonna do? And you kind of hear all the voices overlapping. Like, what if we had a vault doing this? What if we had a vault doing that? I was like, oh, that's a fun
We didn't get the Vault of Gary. Maybe we'll get that next season.
What do you think is the oh, go ahead, David.
There's two different lores to the super mutants because Fallout 3 changed the lore.
Yeah.
So this is where it gets into the muddy territory of back in the day when Fallout 3 came out. It was a very controversial game because they kind of reset a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it was the first Bethesda Fallout, so we kind of get a big reset.
Yeah, and it also was the game that flushed Van Buren down the drain, so pepperoni and cheese. I'm sure our representative Samuel T. Geek could give you a lot of deep lore on that. But in the original, the Enclave had, if I remember correctly, it's been a hot second. In the original lore of it, the super mutants were an experiment in creating basically, the stereotypical like super soldier kind of bullshit in order to have an army. And they were meant to basically serve the master of the Enclave to take over the wasteland.
Okay.
And in Fallout 3, they retconned it so that way some of them were like mindless drivel slaves to the Enclave, but then there were some that were naturally evolved in the wilderness, and that's where you get your companion super mutant. What was his name? Fox? Something like that.
I think so.
And so there's like two factions of them where there's the man-made super mutants, but then the naturally occurring ones that they're basically ghouls with muscles. Is what they did, which is why a lot of people are pissed at it with Fallout 3.
So, I was gonna ask about that. For from again someone that's not invested in the games yet. What do you guys think is happening with that one former squire that is going to be Ghoul soon?
I think it's just gonna be a joke because he's
Yeah.
kind of like a comedian character actor, so I think it's probably gonna be like we'll see him later on. He's gonna be even more fucked up.
as progressive, as
slowly over
ongoing
time.
fucked up character throughout the time.
Right. I think it's just gonna be just a running gag
Is there-
character.
Is there any one big tidbit that like only hardcore fans are like, oh, that's sick, we're gonna get that sometime next in season 2?
Death claws, but I mean that's not really hardcore. Death claws are gonna come, and that's gonna be fucking sick because their creature design already with that axolotl. I forget the creeper or I
Yeah.
forget- there's a name for it. They're in the game too. It was fucking awesome. So sick.
I mean,
I'm
I-
surprised we
and-
tackled as much ghoul stuff as we did. Like they really
Yeah.
kind of like went into it. That was really cool.
I
That
mean,
was
you
really
have to, right? If
interesting.
one character's literally a ghoul, you have to kind of give
Right.
the backstory.
I mean, you could keep it a mystery, but
But if you're
I
following
do
them, right,
appreciate.
you gotta kind of like, all right, so what's this guy's, what's the deal with this dude, right?
Well, because they could have easily just kept it like what's his backstory and made that the
Yeah.
mystery, but they really went into like what makes a ghoul, what happens to a ghoul, and
And-
what the wasteland does to a ghoul, and that's awesome. I
Did-
really like that.
And then he got so, I kind of fucked up a little bit by pacing the show out so badly, just because I always just didn't get to it. He became a ghoul from the people he saw, where he got the map from, I think, or something, right? At the beginning of that last episode, where he shot the sun.
Where he shot the sun.
How did he become a ghoul?
Yeah, so he
Radiation.
got radiation poisoning. But the thing is, so there's a big gap there that we don't know. Like we see the bombs drop, we see him when his kid and leaving. So I don't know if it's a writing thing or what, but they made it sound like his wife and daughter got away together somewhere and he was
and then
separated from.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like what happened there. There's a big kind of gap where we don't know between the bombs dropping and first time we see him after bombs drop in. So there's a lot of story to be told, and I don't know if it's intentional or not. It's hard.
It
to tell.
almost seemed like they implied that he just was like, as long as they're safe, he didn't give a fuck out of spite for what was going on with Voltco. But
But his
yeah,
like ending arc was where the fuck is my family? I think he tells them. Or
yeah,
Okay.
because
So,
now
like-
that they realize that like all the old Voltco people are basically still around in some form.
right.
Um,
So part of me thinks his daughter's probably dead, and he's like holding on to the hope that she's alive somewhere because his wife's whole thing was like, I have to protect my daughter. So I think it's gonna be like a whole thing like, no, she's dead. Well, your whole thing, you did this to us because you tried to protect her, but you couldn't do that. So I think
Mhm.
it's gonna be like a sad moment, but also like a big turning point.
Davis, your count real
Oh.
talk. Would I still have a direct nuke hit? You would. You
What?
would-
Right
you
on
would
the
tank
head.
it, Yeah.
The only way to tank survive it.
Yeah.
Like if you're
Sure.
in the
You
blast
land it
zone,
right on you. Yeah.
Mhm.
Just got to catch it.
Just say no.
Great show. I love the whole cast. Like they nailed
Oh, yeah.
everyone on the
Yes.
casting.
Yeah, no, it was great, and like if they do go to New Vegas, I really can't wait to see what they do with the casting there because a lot of those characters are fucking like if there's any sort of Legionnaires or like Caesar's.
I was gonna say
Legion still
Caesar's
alive-
Legion would be phenomenal.
Do you guys
Yeah,
think
like-
we're going like deep in New Vegas next season? Because it's like seeing as it's like only just the one guy seeing it. I feel like it's gonna be kind of an end game. Like here's where you're gonna go at some point in season 2, not like a centralized vision of it.
Honestly, the strip can be big enough to where it could be like a whole season, but at the
Easily.
same time, when he's like standing there looking at it in the distance, to me it looked like it was dead. Like there's like no lights, nothing going on. Because in the game, like you walk up to it and there's like spotlights and stuff. Everything's lit up. You can see it from a ways out. Like with the hardware at the time, at least. So it feels kind of weird that he's kind of like staring at it, and it looks like it's just kind of like
The-
desolate.
There could be
But that
two
could
points.
go into the ending.
There could be 2 points with that. One, it could be very intentional
Yeah,
leading to
for
that.
sure.
Or two, though, they didn't want to take away from the poignancy of Sandy Shores being back lit up, because seeing that all lit up and then seeing New Vegas
Take
lit up
away from
would have
it.
been like, oh, cool. So
We worked so hard for this while these douchebags over here are just kind of living it up.
yeah, so it can go either way on that. I could see that.
But it leads me just to believe that we're going to build off of the Yes Man ending for New Vegas. So that's super exciting. But then again, that could mean there's no Legionnaires, no NCR. So
That's true. Well, no, we have NCR because we saw the troopers.
Yeah.
So unless it's just like a remnantary faction of them,
that's probably
You
what
know
it's going
what?
to end up being.
the real buildup is this is all just a plot twist, and they're gonna instead go to the Republic of Dave.
Dude, I gotta say they really nailed Lucy's whole vibe the entire way. Like
She's great.
how,
I loved it.
how innocent, awkward she was. For
She
the most part.
failed charisma checks. It was perfect. So good.
Like she stumbled her way into that, and I love how corny but kind of badass it was at the end. Her last is a darker version of her saying "okie dokie."
Yeah.
It's just like, all right, that was funny, but like, all right, cool.
You know, Kel's gonna hit it on the head there. Part of the fun of the show, from being a fan of the game perspective, is a lot of the writing really does kind of give you that feel of the gameplay mechanics going
Yeah.
on, where you can see like, oh, they were successful at this kind of check, or they failed at this kind of thing. It's kind of like going and watching the Critical Role series, where it's like you can tell they really did a lot to weave what mechanically was going on into how the show progresses, and you can see and spot those kind of elements to it.
Well, the show
so-
literally starts with her listing off her perks. Like she's talking about like close range grappling, small arms
Yep.
training. Like she lists through like all of her perks that she rolled.
You get the special poster in the background.
I love
Yeah.
how at the end it's like when they finally reach their destination, they look back and say like, location reached.
Yeah, and they posted like their stats, like what their official stats would be for each
Yes,
character
That's
build
cool.
too. That was so
that's
cool.
that's a fun way of writing a character too, right there. Is like, all right,
Yeah.
what would their stats be? Here's exactly what they would say.
Mhm.
I'm sure they had that actually planned ahead of time too, and kept that in mind as you made the characters, because the characters are so well done.
Oh yeah, because I'm sure they expected people to suddenly go back to the games, which it did. I think they.
Oh, yeah,
the
the
player
games
base
picked up
a
was like
fucking- It
400
exploded.
times
No,
or
it was
something
it
like
was
that.
like wasn't it like 7,000% or something like that.
Holy shit!
I thought it was
It
it was
jumped.
700, 7,000.
Which
one of
leads me
those.
back to what I said. Why the fuck isn't there some kind of new Fallout announcement besides the next gen update with the show? Like it's
Because they're gonna still be working on Elder Scrolls 6 for another 5 years. Shit, I
Yeah.
got pee, but yeah, it's because games are so fucking big now. You don't understand. They
Right.
take forever because their scope's so huge.
Meanwhile, if they just like I don't know. We've talked about it before. Like in Exile, they did Wasteland, but now they're working on Clockwork Revolution or whatever the fuck.
Right.
I don't want that game. Have them team up with Bethesda, go back, remake Fallout 1 and Fallout 2. Like
I'm,
fuck
I'm
the
sure they
Clockwork
will
Revolution.
now. I'm of the mind because they deserve to have a new IP though.
Absolutely.
Like
That's
they
the
did
thing.
with
Like,
Wasteland 3. It's like I'm sure
they
they were like, let's
deserve
do
the
our own
best.
IP.
They deserve to branch out. They deserve to make whatever the fuck they want. But me being the greedy consumer I
That's fair.
am, I don't care.
Um,
But this is also me being a huge Wasteland 3 fan. I love that game. It's such an underrated game. Not enough people played it. And after playing that makes, and Wasteland 2 is one of my favorites of all time. So after playing those, it's like, it's a no-brainer. Just go back, let them help out with Fallout. Something.
every Fallout game increased in player base. 76 having the biggest jump from like 7 to 10,000 players through most of the year to a peak of 43,000 players.
Damn.
It says Fallout 3 had an average of 1350, peaked to about 7,300. Let's see. Oh, here's a big one. The original Fallout, which I hope that people did a little bit of research and never like play the first Fallout, just like write it off afterwards. But Fallout,
Yeah, I'll
the
stay now.
original. I'll wait for David.
Did
Go
you
on.
see that there's a mod project going on
Doing
for
this
Fallout
inside
2? They're
some
trying to
yeah.
turn it. They're trying to rebuild it in the
Yeah.
Fallout 3 engine.
Hopefully, it doesn't get fucked over by like the last one did. Dave, we're reading off the stat increases. So Fallout 76 had about 7 to 10,000 players average, and then it hit a peak of 43,000 after the show. Fallout 3 Game of the Year edition went from an average of 1350 to about 7,300. And then I was telling him just now before you got in there, the original Fallout had averaged about 200 simultaneous players, when at one point it had nearly 3,000 players.
God damn. Speaking of which, shout outs to an amazing fan who has ported the original Fallout to 3DS.
Ooh, I need to go look at that.
What? That's sick.
I need to go look
Holy
at that.
shit.
That actually be like a fun platform to play it on too.
Yeah.
And then even Fallout Tactics, David, went
Hell yeah.
from 30-ish players to just over 40.
You'll love to
That's
see
awesome.
it.
25% increase. But yeah, so good call on that. And then it was I think they were smart with it in time that the whole franchise was on sale at one point on Steam during the show.
Yeah, I copped a few of the Game of the Year editions I didn't have. I just had the regular for whatever reason. So like, yep, might as well grab those DLCs. They're usually a lot of fucking fun.
Yeah, so I'm
Yeah.
excited. I downloaded Fallout 3. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna make an effort to.
It's so
hopefully do
beautiful
this.
going back and downloading those games and seeing they're like 10 gigabytes, especially when like modern games are pushing like 50 to 100.
Okay, so I'll actually, yeah, I'll say it really quick because I'm gonna come back to it in a second. But I downloaded no Fallout Fortnite Festival,
Mm.
100 gigs.
Fuck me, dude. What the hell are we doing?
And I think that might have been including the actual Fortnite. But it's like, Jesus Christ, I don't want to download 100 gigs. Like, why would I want?
Yeah.
Hey, shout outs. Xfinity called me asking if I would like to come back to their service. I'm still using their internet.
Hell yeah.
So uncapped
You love to see it.
uncapped internet right now. I've not been paying for about the last 3 months. Again, I called them and let them know. They said sometimes that happens and it'll blink away. I'm still waiting for it to blink away. Which it blinked away for a second like
Podcast
last
just
week.
goes down.
It blinked. Yeah, probably. I blinked away for a second. I was like, oh, gigs up, and I was like, oh, now I gotta go in and change the password for everything to use the other internet. Came back an hour later. I'm like, all right, cool. So, David, you gonna say something?
Oh, yes. Also, yeah, I almost lost it there. Also, shout outs to all Fallout games of spiking in value. My collector's edition has shot up quite a bit, and the people that got the Fallout collection and the big old Nuke Boy, shout outs to that rising in
Is
value
my
as
76 finally worth something? Now?
well. No.
It probably will be. Actually, it's the
No.
one that had the biggest player count increase.
Yeah, but they literally gave it away as coasters.
Yeah,
You might
but-
see it go up to like $10 if you're lucky.
Actually, I'm gonna look at that right now because I'm curious. I don't believe that. I think it had to have increased because the fucking helmet that you see on the show.
You're the helmet you see on the show.
76 collector's edition. Oh,
That's the mold one that's worth anything.
A seal. Well, let me see. Let me look at sold though. Hold on. Let's not get too excited yet. Hold on. No, it's not it. Oh yeah, word, boys. Someone just sold that helmet for $225.
Fucking
Nice.
hell,
Let's go.
alright.
I knew my investment in
I
that
won't
fucking
expect
game would
this.
eventually have worked out. Fucking finally, let's go. All right. Anyway, speaking of Wastelands, I got back from Furiosa. Did anyone else watch that movie yet?
Not yet.
Oh yeah.
You watched it, Kels?
Oh yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Good movie. That wasn't entirely necessary. It's gonna be a shame whenever it doesn't make any money until physical. I hope it gets a physical release because I think that's where it's gonna make its money.
Yeah.
But
Which I mean, I have to at this point.
yeah,
It was depressing. I went in there was like 3 other people for IMAX.
yeah.
Granted, it was Tuesday afternoon, so I'm gonna try to take that with a grain of salt.
We've seen it Saturday 4 o'clock, empty. So
I'm thinking of just like going on my my Instagram now that I have like a lot of former students on there and just like, hey, free ticket every day. Whoever wants it, just tell me. I'll use my Regal for you. Just like, please go watch that movie. I agree. It was a wholly
This is
unnecessary
cinema.
movie,
yeah,
but it was really good. Like, and it does that thing that I love, which it makes another movie better. So it's like with that movie, it just makes Fury Road even better.
well, did you see what I meant by like how like it's not a Mad Max sequel, but they tried to put Mad Max into the movie by having a Mad Max proxy. It's like this could have been done in a different way. That you could have made this a sequel
Yeah,
and
so
had Mad Max be in it.
I'm curious because like
This could have easily been Dementis beat Immortan Joe and took over or something.
dude,
And been
well,
like,
first off though, that little cameo he had, I was like, all right, that
I
was
got
sick.
so hyped
That
whenever I
was
seen
sick.
Max
Just
eating beans, watching Furiosa over
doing
the
his thing,
wasteland.
doing his thing where like,
Yeah.
all right, whatever.
I kind of wish we would have seen his face.
Did
or
you
if they
hear-
would have been
did you hear
like,
who that
"That's Tom
was?"
Hardy. No. Oh, I seen it was it wasn't Tom Hardy. It was like someone else's name.
It was
wasn't
his stunt double.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm
no
like,
shit.
I'm like, fuck yeah, that's
That's
actually kind
clever.
of sick.
Yeah, because I remember waiting to see it. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck that is.
yeah,
Okay.
it was Tom Hardy's stunt double, which is fucking sick.
Okay.
Um,
So that probably confirms it is Tom Hardy's Max. Probably.
Yeah.
I'd assume. Yeah.
So it's and it was weird seeing Fury Road in the credits because it's like, like
it is weird.
I'll take whatever I can, but I was like, that was really weird because it's like, I don't know. I think Anya Taylor-Joy did really well as Furiosa.
Yeah.
I'm a bit bummed that it's not Charlize Theron. I get it, but I am bummed that it wasn't her.
Did you know that they used deepfake on the kid to make her look more like Anya Taylor-Joy too?
That makes sense because her eyes are fucking exactly like hers.
Yeah.
But it wasn't necessarily, but it was still awesome. I don't like prequels a lot of times that much because it's like, oh, I already know where this is going.
There's no stakes. Yeah.
Right, so it's like, all right, here's all these people. Well, I don't know who that person is in Fury
Yeah,
Road, so
like they try to set up the conflict. They're like, this dude's beefing with Joe. Well, Joe's in the next one, and he's the main antagonist. So
right,
you know what happens
It builds
there.
that tension a little bit to see how we get to it, but
Yeah.
it does bum me out because it's like, all right, we're missing. It's like there aren't any stakes. I know what's gonna happen. Granted, they did.
I do
take
like
out,
that
what's his name?
It fleshes out the War Boys more too.
It does,
That's really
which is cool. Well, I had no idea, but it's like, oh, cool. We're gonna just see a lot about them now. I love the
Yeah.
introduction to see him. Just obviously, one arrow in the head, just like,
Yeah.
is this Valhalla? What is that? Oh yeah, this is.
Yeah, and you like. So we're kind of like spoiling big parts of the movie. I don't know if that's
Spoilers.
Oh,
I
sure.
don't care about spoilers, so
Okay.
It's a prequel also, so I guess
Yeah.
it's already spoiled. But,
well,
but
it's
yeah.
like little parts, like where they meet the War Boy, and then they accidentally shoot off the flare, and all of a sudden, Dementis becomes Dementis the Red because the flare gets in his beard, and it turns like his clothes and his beard
Which
red.
is
I
actually,
feel like
that was a
that's so
sick
cool.
ass shot, dude.
Yeah, that's
sick
such
ass shot.
that's
Was it? It came out of
light in
that,
the goggles.
dude. So fucking sick. Chris Hemsworth really killed that role, I think.
Oh, he was great. Yeah.
But dude, what's his name? Who's the guy that was getting good with Furiosa? I forget the name.
It was.
They're kind of bad with names in the Mad Max saga, just because like they give him such an outlandish
Oh,
name that you just don't stick with.
Yeah, it's something. It's like Furious Greg or some shit like that. It's like something really
It
stupid.
sounds like Fast and Furious. But dude, his like I knew like obviously he wasn't gonna live, right? But like, dude, the way he went out, I'm like, oh shit. That's probably like
I thought
the
he was
most
gonna die like
brutal
3
one.
different times.
Yeah, but that was like the most brutal end
Yeah.
I think I've seen just between like the new age Mad Max stuff.
Well, it took it back to the original because that was one of the kills in the original Mad Max, just being drugged behind the motorcycle.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because they did reminisce for a second because that's what happened with in Fury Road, but he stayed running the entire time. But then with the dogs chasing him afterwards.
Yeah, it was really hardcore. His name's Praetorian Jack.
So like I'm not gonna remember any of these names. Like
No.
it's like because they're just so out there. I'm like, okay, what was that name again? But yeah, no, like it was really great. I think a lot of the action was fantastic. And then I'm glad that it still kept a remnants of what made Fury Road so amazing, which is the chase. So when you got those like big long chase shots.
You got the Fury Road.
Mm-hmm.
See, like, so I had like minor gripes with it because there's like a lot of really weird like filmmaking, like editing decisions. Like, there's a lot of parts that are like speed ramped that I don't feel like need to be. Like, especially because we get the backstory of like Furiosa, how she got to where she's at. And like there's that whole scene with like her fucking with the people that are invading the green place and then they chase her. There's weird parts where like she's running and it's like she's being chased and it's like just sped up, like just for like it's not even a big scene. It's like a few seconds and they're just like accelerated or like there's a another bit like right after that where she like goes to climb something and he like whips at her and it, like speeds up and then kind of like goes back to normal speed and then
No, they
like
kind of do that in Fury Road though too.
yeah, it's just weird. I think in both spots, like I just don't understand like
Yeah,
the decision
I
making
get
behind
that.
it.
I think the only thing that bugged me about the actual chase parts was just how what's the word? I guess uh uneven, I guess. I know there's a better word for it, but like how it's like how are they behind you already? Or like
Big
what's
open
this
plains, you didn't
what's
see
the
him.
speed of like everything? 'Cause it's like you were behind pretty far back. All of a sudden you caught up enough to like take a solid sniper shot and then get back up and do that, or like you were going for a while and we saw this whole thing happen. And how are they like? It was like it felt like a little weird in the pacing wise for like how fast or how the chase was actually going. Um,
Yeah, I like that they so there's definitely a lot of convenience for plot's sake, but I do like that they kind of showed like some of the like how it would actually work because there's like a big scene where you're talking about where she's looking at him, and then she like goes around the dune, and you see what she's doing. Like she's just gonna cut him off by like going the other way
Mhm.
around the dune. It's like okay, instead of chasing them down, she's just cutting their path off,
right.
and it's kind of cool that we kind of get to see that a little bit
Hmm.
here.
Overall, that was great. It's
Yeah.
obviously I think Fury Road just peak. It's like a very hard peak to ever hit, but that's not saying anything
Mhm.
bad. Like you're oh no, it didn't hit this perfection peak. It's still solidly up there. Like it's still something that I would be happy to go back to. I just think it's less rewatchable just because of how lengthy parts are. Like right, we were with Young Furiosa for a while, like a lot longer than I thought we would be.
Oh
And,
yeah,
and then we
for
get
like a good like third of the movie almost. I feel like.
right, like we didn't get the title card until a while, and
Hmm.
um, but yeah, I think it's just not as rewatchable just because of just how fast paced everything in Mad Max Fury Road. It's like, oh, it's like a long ride, but like you blink and it's like, holy shit, that was amazing, and it's done already. Like, wow. But Furiosa just takes a little bit longer in a lot of ways too. But still fantastic. I loved it. Please go watch that. I think if anyone out there is still on the fence, go watch it. It's so good. Um, okay. So I downloaded Fortnite Festival because I was curious to try the Rift Master on PC. I got just the latency a little bit, but it was cool. They have songs on rotation. Because I mentioned that they were more expensive to buy, as so the way they get you to do that is like they rotate songs each week on what you can play. I think or daily. I think, which is fine. It threw me off because I get it, the play the old way. You had to call it like pro guitar or something like that. Because I just picked guitar and it gave me 4 frets instead, which confused the hell out of me. And then I just accidentally picked pro guitar, and it was the 5 frets. So be mindful of that. But yeah, it was cool. And then some friends of mine saw that I was on Fortnite. They're like, hey, come play No Build with us. I'm like, all right. And I played one. I actually played a game last week. I was just curious about it. I don't mind Fortnite with No Build
Yeah.
Fortnite. It's fine. Like I don't
Yeah. No build Fortnite's a lot of fun.
like I hate build Fortnite. I'm not dealing with any of
Fuck
that.
that. No.
But like regular ass Fortnite, it's like very easy to kind of get a hold of. I'm on mouse
See,
and keyboard.
even regular ass Fortnite, I don't fuck with. I play no build. I play Team Rumble, and that's like infinite respawns. You just keep dropping in. You just keep shooting that shit. It's fun.
Okay, so you don't do battle royale on there
Every once in a while, like if I have like if I
with
so
the crew.
sometimes I'll go, yeah, with the crew, or sometimes I'll go down the Fortnite hole. Like I'll be like, okay, this battle pass has someone I really want. I have the coins. I'll just go ahead and grab it, get what I want. And then sometimes it'll be like, oh, challenge, survive to top 10 times in battle royale. So it's like, fuck it, guess I have to do that. But usually I'm just doing Team Rumble. I'm fucking around, having fun, and just doing that. It's knocking out challenges, completing battle pass. So it's kind of like mindless fun. Like I don't have to grind for shit. Sometimes it'll be like you have to go here, talk to this character, like story shit. But most of the time, I'm just fucking around, having fun, just shooting at stuff.
Nice. I haven't played Rumble on there.
It's fun
I've only
because it's just you just keep respawning, like you just get to drop back into the action,
nice. I
and
got
it's
probably got
big
practice on that
big.
because I was doing I did mouse and keyboard, but I find Fortnite very easy, especially when you have a crew of people and you guys are like
For sure.
competent enough to communicate and stuff like that. I find it pretty easy. Like I we hit a win again today. I think we got like one or two second places, hit a win once, and then once we got out early. Um, but I mean, it's relatively easy. I remember the first time I played Fortnite like in years was with the same crew. It was maybe a year or so ago. We won our first game back in. Um, but yeah, so and I guess the season's been controversial for a lot of people because it's vehicle based, um, which took a second to get used to. But then it felt very Halo-y for a second, which I'm like, all right, cool, let me get the feel for this. And then I hopped on the guns for one of them.
Master Chief is in the game,
Yeah,
so.
he is. Unfortunately, I'm playing as Alan Wake though, so
Oh.
and Alan, it's so weird. It's like Alan Wake and Doom guys rolling it up on people. It's so funny.
Rip and tear in the background.
Yeah. Uh, then but yeah, I hopped in the turrets for one of the vehicles, and it felt like a mix between like the Wraith and the Scorpion. So I came. That's the one that we won on because I just did on guns. And I'm just blasting away at people, making these lob shots at people. I'm like, oh, cool. All right, I think I got this. But yeah, it's fun. It's like I'm never against Fortnite. It's a pretty chill, mindless kind of game. Like I'm never gonna get like super deep. Like all right, we got to keep going. But like I can hop in every once in a while and play a couple games. And be
Fortnite
good with it.
never ceases to stop impressing me just because they're able to like season by season kind of like reinvent like what the game's about. Like this season, like you said, it's vehicular combat. There was one season it was like all mech combat.
And we're in
And
like
some seasons-
what? How many years of this game? Like already like
I think this is chapter 3 that we're in, so we're a few years down the line now.
I
There's
I remember
seasons
being
within each
I remember
chapter.
specifically when Battle Royale for Fortnite came out, and that was like 2017.
Yeah, I remember when it was Fortnite saved the world.
Yeah. But I remember playing the first day that Fortnite traded into a Battle Royale. That was 2017. So we're like 7 years in on this game at this point now.
Yeah.
So it's been hustling along pretty well. And I'm also impressed at how like fresh they helped the game feel where it's maintained relevancy for this long, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, and it's really impressive like how like whenever they bring in a new mechanic, it usually feels like really like refined to some extent. And it feels like something like a breath of fresh air to like what's already in the game, which is really interesting and super impressive to me. But on the other hand, I know how it's being done. There's a lot of people being abused on the back end to fucking get this shit out the door and shipped off.
Yeah, well, it's also at least they stay in employed because that game just makes money. You can't fault on that, right?
True.
So yeah, I played a bit of that. I've been tinkering a little more with Smash. I played on stream yesterday for a few hours. I would actively play more Smash, invest my time into it if Quick Play was a forced best 2 of 3 instead of always the one and dones, which is like it's just so it bugs me because like I even when I beat you, it's like I want to play another one. Like let's just see the adapting. Like I played against like this DK for like a solid maybe 45 minutes to an hour last night, and I won like the first like 6 or 7. Then he started getting the reads on me, and he won a lot more after that. And it was cool because I'm like, all right, cool. So that's the way to always improve. It's like play someone, if you beat them enough and they adapt to you, then you gotta start adapting back to them, and that's how you improve, right? You gotta constantly be forcing yourself to adapt to other situations. So shout
Yeah,
outs
if
to
they're able to adapt to you, that's how you know that they're a good player, and that's a matchup you need to practice against them.
that's how I know David plays against shitty people because I remember we play and he's like, oh, this is crazy. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, you're adapting to like I can't do my low kicks anymore because you're blocking them now. I'm like, do people just not do that? He's like, no, I just do it forever and I win. So shout outs to Odd God, the DK player out there. But yeah, I try to.
Yeah, that was the beauty of Street Fighter 6 at launch. Fucking no one blocking.
Yeah, now everyone just blocks. Actually, no, people. It's like no, it wasn't that they blocked. No one. Everyone's just still just grabbed all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I try not to get too invested into it anymore, but it's hard to not want to every once in a while too. I get my fair share of like bugged moments where I'm like, oh cool, it's Steve that I literally couldn't do anything against, and they won and done me too. I'm like, cool. Thanks for the matchup experience.
Speaking of Smash, I did play a little bit of Multiverses last night too. Forgot about that.
So that
one.
was my next one was Multiversus. I finally booted it up. It's a glitchy fucking mess on Xbox right now.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of like not just stuttering, but like straight up like it desyncs hardcore. Uh,
Damn.
I can't tell right now if the game got like if the game mechanics changed or if it's just the glitchiness of it right now because like I'm not hitting some of the hits I can nail as Finn a lot, and I'm like that
So
might be
they definitely slowed the game down
they did.
because yeah, it's a lot more floaty.
Oh, dude, when you did the tutorial for this, when you're playing as like what Shaggy or something, when you're running through the place, I'm like holy
It feels like
shit,
it's lagging. It's weird.
it feels so slow on that part. It
It's like
didn't
you're
feel
running through
it
sludge.
didn't feel as slow when I was into the when I was getting into the games of it, but it definitely was slower. And then yeah, I'm not hitting some of the stuff I could hit as Finn usually every time out of the beta. I can't tell if it's just like if it was like a patch note change or if it's just like the glitchiness of it happening because I could not get anything off.
On
And
the plus side, they put out like a like they the developers they put out like a acknowledgement of like a lot of the complaints that the community had, and they kind of like listed off in like order of importance, and that those were like a lot of the big ones, like the glitches,
I would hope
prevalent
so.
glitches, and the speed of the game.
That's not
They're like,
intentional.
well, the speed of the game was intentional, supposedly, is what they wanted to slow it down a little bit, but I think the ruling is that everyone thinks they overdid it, and they're like, okay, y'all don't like this, we'll fix it. And I
It's
guess I didn't really notice it, but a lot of people are complaining about how zoomed in it is.
oh they say that it's zooming in and out a lot more, which I could see that.
Oh, okay.
Granted, Smash does that a lot too. If you ever take time to notice it, Smash does that a fucking
Yeah.
lot. So
I noticed that a lot whenever watching you stream last night, honestly. There was a lot of moments where it was like, what the fuck is the camera doing right
yeah,
now?
so that's what I'm saying. So Smash is so second nature to me, and it does that. If you ever just like stop and think about the zoom in,
Yeah.
it's fucking nuts. Like you don't really realize it
I
as you're playing, but
I
like if you're
never
watching,
thought about it until I heard the multiverse's criticism, and then I watched you like, okay.
yeah,
It's not just that.
yeah, it's wild. But yeah, so it didn't really mind that part. But yeah, no, it's been rough. And then I see a lot of videos online where people are finding infinites of people, and it's like,
Yeah.
all right, yeah, how like this plays like a beta. The beta play like a final product, which is
It is
fucking
really
weird.
weird how they went and kind of fucked up what it was. Like
They changed the
I get
graphic
it.
engine, so maybe that changed a lot more to it. But
Yeah.
it's
They
actively
they
so
update
buggy.
it by like point three editions or something like that. It's not like it went from like
Yeah,
2 to 5 or something like that. So that's what's so weird. Like how did all of this change? How did like you said, it feels like we're in a beta period.
which is
This
weird.
feels like the
They had
beta.
almost a year of
Yep.
just pure working on it without people like on it, and it's like not at all.
And they had kind of like a dedicated group of like influencers, like high level people like in the community. Did they not like contact any of them, or did they just give it the thumbs up, or did they just ignore them? I kind
I
of want
don't
to
know.
know the
It
details
feels
behind that.
weird. It feels
It
weird that it's
is
like
it's so
that.
weird.
It almost makes you wonder if there's a certain level of studio mandate behind it as well.
Sure.
Well, yeah, I could see that too, because right, because they probably intended this game to constantly be making money for the whole, since it was out from beta, right? They're selling season passes in the beta. It's like, all right,
Yeah.
cool, it's the cash flow, and they were like, okay, it fell off. All right, we'll give you 1 year of stopping this, but it has to be up by next year. Like, all right, cool. That's
An
probably what ended up
Anthem
happening.
2.0 situation.
I remember how Anthem 2.0 was supposed to like be a thing, and then it just
They're
everyone's
just
we're
like,
working on
nah,
it, guys.
not doing that. But yeah, so I did my login because I guess so. The whole thing was like, oh, you get Banana Guard for free if you played in the beta. It's like, yeah, that's cool. He looks like fun. And then the thing is, you get him for free if you log in 2 days in a row. It's like,
You,
all right, you
oh, is it?
motherfuckers.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so you have to log it. I logged in yesterday, and then I have to log in again today and get my daily login.
All right, I guess I gotta do that.
Right.
But yeah, so multiverses, it's bizarre.
Not quite as bussin' as I wish it would have been. For real, for real.
Right, this is really the only other time you could actually do something on there. But yeah, where else did I play? I don't know. I think that's it. I went to round one with everyone, the alumni, which is cool. I think I'm gonna try to make it a yearly tradition. Just see how long we can build this alumni train for. So now I got like 3 years worth of alumni, which is cool. This is where I discovered that I have impulses issue and gambling problems. If it were bad, it would be really bad. But I was like, all right, cool. I'll put $50 in and play the games that way. And I was going around playing some of the games, cool. Hit the jackpot for Wheel of Fortune, just spun once, hit the mega win. I'm like, cool. And then I remember seeing this off of Brutal Moose's video, but it was, and I remember I was looking for it. I was like, oh yeah, what about that game? It's this Konami Railroad game where you put where you like put it shoots coins. It's like the coin machine, like the coin pusher game.
Yep.
Coin dozer.
Yeah, but it's like dopamine the fucking game, cause like constantly music and lights and everything, and it's throwing out like marbles and cards.
Yeah, it's a gotcha machine.
It is, and like the cards you collect all 10 cards. You get 3,000 credits on that, or tokens, or whatever you want to call them. And
Keep
then like
this man away from Honkai Star Rail.
and then like it'll like it has a board you're climbing across too, and then like if you hit the board on certain things, it'll give you bonuses. So you gotta hit this other button. Then like a ball comes out this side, it lands in there, and like it's just like, all right, you got 20.
You're the reason why we don't get good Silent Hills anymore. Konami was making money off of people like you,
Yeah,
goddammit.
and it's like 20 tokens, and it gives you like it starts shooting more coins out there, and it gives you 20 extra shots. So me and one of the alumni both have a gambling problem with that. So we both just like sit in front of that machine. I put way too much money in that machine. Granted, it was kind of fun, just like the moment. I remember I'm just gonna stick with it for a while. Where me and just one of the former players like sitting there just like fucking addicted, like crack cocaine on this game, which was fun. But I put more than the $50. Let's just say that on that game. But that was my learning lesson, because I was like, because we both had like this massive stack of cards. We had 2 full sets, both just missing 10, and there was like no 10 cards around there. And then 2 other guys came in just fucking crack cocaine addicted to the game with stack of cards. I was like, let's go ask and see if they'll trade. Cool. So we ask, and I'm like, do you guys have 10? And they're like, oh no, that 10's the rare card, and that's how they fuck with you. It's like 10's the hardest card to get. You're like, all right, cool. So we're about out now. So we played a little more, and then we're like, all right, cool. And then I looked online, and someone's selling the full 10 card set for $30. I'm like, oh, cool. So we could just I could just snipe at that for a while. So lesson learned. Never doing that again. But it was fun. It was a fun time because that game is super fun.
Does your round one serve alcohol too? Is there a bar there?
I think so. I think they all do, because they all have
See,
the certain hours that you have to.
Yeah, that's how they get you. They get you drunk and then put the
I didn't
gotcha
buy the
machines in
alcohol.
front
So
of you.
this is all pure just me being ADHD on certain things.
See, I go hit up the bar. I'll go grab there's a local brewery that they have there. They keep it on stock. I get me a rainbow sherbet, and I just go sit down at Tekken and just wait for the first victim to arrive.
Yeah.
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 I'll pay for the first one. It's half off on Wednesdays. Come on, bud. Come take a seat.
Yeah, round one's fun. I wish it was cheaper, because I would definitely be there more often. One of
For
the
sure.
one of the alumni is there like constantly. He just plays the rhythm games, but he has like the membership card and everything too.
Yeah.
If you're playing the arcade machines, it's fine. Like you'll have a good time there. But like I need to play like stuff that gets me stuff.
Yeah, certain games too will like they have like certain I don't know if it's all of them, but like ours, the fighting games, I think it's either Wednesdays or Thursdays. It's like half off, or it's like during a certain period you pay once and you just get to play for however long. It's really cool.
Yeah, I know they did.
I wanna go to
do,
the
like
big one
those
in
those
Japan.
replays. Oh yeah, is there a big round one in Japan?
It's a Japanese company. The original one is based there. It's like a 6 or 7 foot tall story building, and like each level is
Ooh.
something different. And like at the very top, they have like batting cages and shit.
I'm there.
Yeah.
Catch me there. But yeah, so there you go. I think that's everything I played. I keep wanting to say I played one more thing, but I can't think. Hey, Kels, what do you think about the new Eminem song?
Oh, it's corny. I don't know. It's kind of like, don't you have something better to do, dude?
Were you
Yeah,
not-
it's pretty mid.
really?
Yeah.
I liked it a lot, actually. I'm glad he's because Eminem's been like
It
kind
very
of
much came off as "I'm still here, guys."
Yep.
Well,
Hey,
that-
you fellow kids.
well
I know about relevant rap stuff.
well no. So okay, here's my take. Is that I know Eminem's been struggling with like the what do I do now? Like he kind of did everything right at the beginning. He like everyone no matter what happens, he acknowledges his GOAT status, which I think is he solidified that, he locked it in. No matter how many stinkers he puts out there, which has been a handful, he just knows like he's a GOAT. Like cool. But he's been always struggling like what do I do next? He's been trying to like make messages out of things. He tried to do like a little more like poppy rap for a while. But like it just never really kind of solidified anything. And so now for like the first time in a long time, it's felt like he's just having fun. And I appreciate when an artist feels like they can get to a point where like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna fucking have fun. And he's like, and I think the idea of what he's trying to do is actually kind of silly, because it's working. Because like he's making like all right, let's see if I bring some shitty back, can I get him to get canceled? Now, go back and watch the video for Without Me. It's a lot more egregious than this one, like 100% much more. Like you got like they have like Osama bin Laden dancing in the bunker to Without Me. It's like you got that kind of like stuff, right? But like this was more mild, but I mean it's still pissing people off online, which is somehow funny. So it's like all right, cool. He's acknowledging what he's doing, and it's fine. I'm glad when I can see someone just like at some point just like come to the thing like, all right, fuck it, I'm just gonna have fun with this, and it got well received. His best streaming numbers ever with this song, and I think if he keeps that up, it'll be a pretty well received project. So I actually liked it. Is it corny? Yeah, I think that's kind of the point. Is Slim Shady is also very corny too. You go back and listen to anything like that, but it's fun to see him just have fun. I'm glad with that. Now, and also, you know what? I need that kind of levity out of things after the whole how fucking like Meet the Grams did with everyone, just how fucked everything was in rap for a while, and I was like, all right, we need a break. I think Eminem's like been like the good like Joker card of everything. Like, all right, cool, let's just breathe and just laugh at certain shit for now. Let's bring it back because like I want to let David go off on this for a second. We should have talked about this a little while ago, but we didn't. David and Kels, we saw a certain piece of news come out this like last like I think yesterday that blew my mind. David, I want to hear the most out of this because you have the most at stake with this. Where are your thoughts out with this Yakuza series you're going to be seeing in about 4 months from now?
All right, I am cautiously optimistic. It's one of those things that this is not going to be the first live action adaptation of Yakuza. There was a very cheesy fucking movie adaptation many moons ago. And here's the thing. It looks like from everything that we've seen about it so far, based on the two timelines they're setting the story around, it very much feels like, okay, this is Yakuza 1. Because it sounds like
feels like a very young Kiryu too, just from looking at the actor. He's a
not
model.
Old enough though. It's like right because even people were saying like, and I agree. Yakuza 0, Kiryu's already pretty old.
Yeah, he's like
30. He's 20 in Yakuza 0.
He does not look 20 though. He looks like he's all like 30, 40 years old in there.
Yeah,
it's because they're basically using his same model from 1, if I remember correctly.
That makes sense.
But yeah, because there's a 10-year time gap between 0 and 1. Oh, yeah. And 0 set in the 80s. So one of the timelines that the Yakuza series is being set in, I think it specifically said like 95. So it would be during the reason why there is a 10-year time gap in between those games. And then it's set in, I think, in like 2006 or something like that, or some other further line, which roughly lines up to where Yakuza 1 should be. So it very much sounds like we're getting a little bit of Kiryu's past and as present, and they're gonna blend in together. So I think what might happen is
what you're saying.
Kind of ish.
Exactly the same thing. Yeah.
I think like they're not gonna go full on like replacing what happens in 0 in the 90s. I mean, they could. I hope they don't, but they could. But I think what we're going to get is very much a concise, straight-through narrative. We might get like a lot of background components that are talked about, but I definitely don't think that it's going to deviate too much from the main story of Yakuza 1. Because Yakuza 1 story itself is very straightforward. It's a very simple kind of revenge story. And so telling it in what's probably going to be, they said it was going to be 2-3 episode chunks, right? Basically like
6 episodes, 3 chunks each. Yeah.
We didn't get a confirmed runtime on each episode yet, right?
No.
So, we'll probably average around maybe like say 40, 50 minutes. So we'll probably get like a movie's length. I think even Kelsey said on Twitter, or one of you two said on Twitter, we're probably getting a movie each out of it.
I feel like maybe like you're saying the two different timelines, like one chunk will be one timeline and maybe we'll time jump into another. That kind of makes sense if they're doing it in chunks. Like if they do like a movie length of prequel and then a movie length of Yakuza 1.
But if they do like a clean chunk like that, that would make me think that we're getting Yakuza 0 just shifted up in the time frame a little bit. Because I will say, that is the weird thing with Yakuza's timeline, is by the time you get towards the end of Yakuza, Kiryu's like pushing his 70s.
Yeah.
He never looked it. But
we age notoriously well.
fair. But even Sonata is showing his age. Kiryu never does. That's all
his
I'm
hair
saying.
just gets gray. That's it.
He gets younger.
Yeah.
But that's one of those things where I am cautiously optimistic for it, because there's the important part of Kiryu and Yaku's story is very much the world and the characters. Kamurocho, the town itself, is very much a living, breathing element that honestly, you spend so much time in it that, especially as you keep progressing through the series, I never look at the mini map. It's one of the few games I never need a map. I fucking know that goddamn city like the back of my hand. If anything, going back and watching my partner play through Zero is wild. It's like, oh wait, this shortcut's not here anymore. That's right, because we're further back. Oh man, and seeing all the stuff that changed around for it is just kind of wild. But I'm sure they're going to do a lot to really make sure you feel the environment that you're in. And I'm sure they're going to get Kiryu right. Some people are concerned, like Adrian mentioned, that, we might not get the same level of humor. It's going to have Majima. We're going to have the level of humor. Now, whether we're getting, like, pure Yakuza 1 Majima, where he's basically the Joker. There's a reason they got Mark Hamill to voice him in the PS2 version. Because Majima in the original Yakuza 1 is basically just the fucking Joker. Whereas with the stuff they threw in the Kiwami remake, helps to level it out a little bit, so he's not just the Joker and has a lot more personality.
You have a dance number with him. He's a cool guy.
Exactly. And it's the only time in the series we actually get Kiryu and Majima to actually fight side by side, which was fucking beautiful. I love that segment in fucking 1. But it's still one of those fascinating things that I am curious how much they're just going to focus on it being Yakuza 1 versus how much they are going to lean into a lot of the Zero stuff. Because especially if they do bring in Majima, how do you write his character? If you're doing it from just the perspective of Yakuza 1, if you go into that game blind, he's just a weird fucking dude that just loves to fuck with Kiryu. No idea why.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters in like the menagerie there. It's like, how the fuck do you write this character? Because they're meant to be a joke. They're not meant to be like a well-written character. They're meant to be kind of like a just, hey, this is a weird, quirky character. Isn't it funny?
And then even then, and especially with that, because, obviously we're going to need to explore a lot of the world of Kamurocho, but then it's still like, okay, how much are we going to get into the information broker? Like, are we really going to go like that in depth, or are we going to kind of like skip that in the homeless encampments? Like, there's...
I think literally just put your mind into Fallout for a little while. Now, granted, Yakuza is... They're not diving into the world of Yakuza. They're diving into Yakuza, right? So versus the world of Fallout versus a Fallout. So it's going to be interesting to see their take of it. But there is a lot of material to work with in those games alone, right? Like you're talking like each game is a massive investment. So it's like you could cherry pick some of the better moments, I think. And I think I'm just curious as to how goofy they're going to make it without... I think they're going to keep the serious end of it. I know I maybe it's hindsight, right? But like I feel like if you asked me a while ago, like how if it's possible to incorporate the goofiness with Fallout, I feel like it's easier to do that with just
That's
like
gonna bum me out if they do that, because I feel like that's why we have like Lost Judgment and like the
Yeah.
kind of like spin-offs, because those are meant to be like the more serious. And yeah, there's parts where you're beating the shit out of high schoolers, but for the most part, it's meant to play more like a straight lace, like more hard
the serious kind of crime drama, whereas but that is the frustrating thing, is that definitely a lot of the heart and personality and the levity does come from the side stories and
Yeah,
dealing with the denizens of Kamurocho.
I'm gonna say
getting
I'm
your ass beat
surprised.
by Mr. Beat 'em Up.
I'm surprised they're.
I wonder if
bringing
he's gonna be
this-
in the show. Is he just gonna mug Kiryu and take all of his money and no explanation? How do you write Mr. Beat 'em Up?
I'm-
This
I'm-
dude just
Yeah,
comes
but
around
are we gonna get Mr. Hip Thrust in the background
We're getting
anywhere?
karaoke scenes. You know what? I feel like that might be where they might have the goofiness, right? If you added some stuff like the karaoke scenes, I feel like I could
Yeah.
see that 100%. That being where they went with it.
Okay, but if we do actually get especially if they do blend a little bit of 0 and 1 together, if we do actually get Kiryu and Nishiki singing Judgment together in a duet.
I'm saying I could see that probably now, but I'm surprised they went with Yakuza of all things for like a show. Like it makes sense, but it's also a tough one.
I think it's because Shogun popped off. If I'm gonna be
It has to
completely
not-
honest.
But see, I would say that, but like it's coming out in October. That's a quick turnaround, unless they were like really like they might have been on the set for Shogun and be like, oh, this is really good. Let's keep doing something like this. What else can we do? They might
I
have
wonder if Amazon already like had the rights, like, and they're kind of sitting on it. Is kind of my thing. I wonder if they're like, we have this. Do we want to dedicate it? And then Shogun popped
They
off.
might.
and
Well,
like,
you know
"All right,
what?
let's go.
Well, they might have seen it on set, and then they realized, along with Fallout, they're like, okay, good, we can mend these two together, right?
Right.
Well, here's the interesting thing: is Midori chimed in a little bit earlier today, and it makes me wonder because Midori made a comment that Alice has already also been in various stages of production for a lot of different SMT properties.
Okay.
So it makes me wonder if what Sega's doing behind the scenes
Oh,
is literally just kind of throwing everything at the wall. Like they're just saying hush hush and be like, all right, start just working on basically give us like 2 episodes of something and then we'll see how it looks and we'll kind of judge the climate. And then it's like, okay, now go back and just finish up what we need to continue on from there. To where they're securing and pre-building enough of it to where they could just jump if they wanted to, but they're not investing enough to where it's like, we don't think it's right, back out. It's going to be that much of an investment.
No, they have
loss.
Sonic already going. Now Yakuza's
Oh
going.
yeah, the Sonic engine is going. I still need to actually watch Knuckles.
I haven't watched that too.
I
but-
heard it wasn't great.
I heard.
I
yeah,
heard
well,
it barely has Knuckles, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, and that makes sense, right? Just because of how much CG.
You have to pay Idris Elba.
But I mean that would make sense. I could see that had been like just the blending of both worlds. But again, it's interesting with Yakuza because I wonder how you would land that. Because I mean, but then again, like you would. Judgment makes more sense
You-
for what they're saying, but then like no one's gonna want Judgment over Yakuza. But
right.
then is
It
Yakuza
doesn't
gonna
have
like?
a name brand.
But is Yakuza like the name? I know it's been selling better, right? But is it that brand that you would need 100%?
And are they going to call it Yakuza, or is it going to be Like a Dragon? Because they've officially made that jump to the name, right? So I wonder if, because it's always been that in Japan, and
But
they just now
If you make
changed
it
it to
that,
that
you're gonna
here.
lose out on a lot of like legacy sales.
Right.
On the.
So I wonder like how that's going to work. Like how
I think what they might do is kind of like what they did with Yakuza 7 / Like a Dragon 7 is they'll call it just Yakuza Like a Dragon and just fuck it, best of both
Yeah.
worlds.
yeah.
Which is kind of a sick
Like,
name.
But here's the thing: is I think that when you're looking
Right,
at
yeah.
the IP catalog that Sega has under their belt,
Monkey Ball next.
Yeah.
yes, Monkey Ball. Like I mean, honestly, think
Isn't
about
it
it.
the
You got all these.
producer? Or the original producer is the same guy.
No,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yeah. Monkey
Which
Ball
they
went
have
on to make
that
Yakuza.
side by side
which
of
is
him like when he
wild.
was producing Monkey Ball. He looks all innocent. Then Yakuza, he looks like a fucking Yakuza.
He looks like a Guido in Japan.
Dude, actually, really quick before David goes on that, imagine like a Jet Set Radio show.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of sick, especially if you could make it super stylized.
Well, they have the new game that they're apparently working on.
Well, they have like
so-
14
Yeah.
different new games, which I'm like,
Yeah.
how much are
And-
they,
and that
you're
was-
biting off more than you could chew right now? Because I mean, like that was a sick announcement, but like that you just announced a lot.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is I feel like what Sega has potentially realized is what Nintendo is still slowly kind of realizing. Look at all these fucking IPs that Sega has under their belts. We have hit a point where now people want adaptations. People want it. And not only that, but people are using those adaptations that are complete newcomers to this and going and deciding to go and experience everything. So now you're Sega. You have all right. You've had success with Sonic. Perfect. You know that should have been an easy one. Almost wasn't an easy one.
Right? Like it's
Almost
actually
fucked that
crazy.
one
That
up.
the internet is literally solely like responsible for that still having the legs it has.
Yeah, we all
Exactly.
deserve producer credits.
Yeah,
Exactly.
The internet.
But now Sega's hitting a stride with Sonic, so perfect. We know we can do this, and we know we can keep interest and want people to explore the properties. Looking at your properties, what do you have that you can make consistent content out of? And that's the key thing. Yakuza is an easy one. That is, again, there's like 20 some odd Yakuza games because they all have different spin-offs and in different timelines and whatnot. Go ahead. Again, just do the one season storyline. Even if you're splitting up in different parts, it's still effectively one season of Yakuza to test the waters. But then if it fucking takes off, there you go. You have fucking 20 some odd games of lore to pull from. Start throwing all that in. And likewise, there's some fun IPs. I can imagine, and not everything has to even be a TV series. I do think that Jet Set Radio would make for a fun TV series. But like, imagine just some
Altered
goofy
Beast,
fucking
the movie.
hell yeah.
Alex
I,
Kidd.
I was gonna say like Space Channel 5 would be a goofy fucking camp
Mean Bean
film. Like that'd be a
Machine.
lot of fun. Exactly, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine.
Columns.
Yes, nailed it.
Alex.
Alex Kidd.
Yeah, it'd be great. Hey, speaking of, I'm liking. I take it with a massive grain of salt, but it's fun seeing how many rumors are popping up of an F-Zero GX remake of coming in for Switch. I mean, and not to throw fire into that flame there, but I mean like F-Zero 99 did really well. It did
Vaporware never happened.
pretty well. We got that Paper Mario remake that just happened. Don't make that F-Zero 30 frames per second, otherwise you fucked yourself in the ass right there. But I mean, I don't know.
Maybe Switch 2. Maybe.
Did you see that Paper Mario actually had a 4K option in there?
Yeah.
No.
Seen that shit.
Mm-hmm. And in the coding, there's an option 4K on there.
Interesting.
So we'll see. I think there was rumblings for a Star Fox Assault and an F-Zero GX. I believe the F-Zero GX over Star Fox Assault a billion times more. But it'd be cool to see some remakes happening on GameCube. Even as the GameCube aficionado who would know my collection would take a hit, I would want those any day.
Well, also, so supposedly the entire Nintendo lineup that they had going on that they were going to announce got leaked as well because Google.
How valid of a leak lineup are we talking?
Well, I don't think the leak's been confirmed. It's one of those things like, hey, this got leaked. They acknowledged it and they shored up the holes that were there. It wasn't like it leaked and got out to the public. It was like oh,
literally
hey.
a Google employee got into the back end of Nintendo shit and it was like, oh hey, look at this.
Yeah.
And that's up right now? I'm gonna look.
Well, I don't think there's a listed this is what was found type of thing. It was more kind of
It's confirmation that it's happened.
Years.
Oh, okay.
Past years, okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I've never seen that. It was like from this many years, they just happened to just know about all that. They haven't had a confirmation of a Nintendo event yet, right?
I think it's rumored. I don't think it's a set in stone thing.
It has to be the next couple weeks. Do we have any predictions on what Microsoft's going to be showing? I'm not gonna lie. I'm not lying. I swear.
Panther drops his pants.
I had a dream they announced Banjo 3.
God.
I swear to God, it was a dream. I was like, well, and
if they didn't do anything Banjo timed for the fucking addition of him into Smash, they're not doing anything. Period.
Yeah.
I had a dream. Banjo was in it. They had I dreamed there was Banjo 3. And I forget what the context of it was, and I think I was extremely cautiously optimistic, which didn't sound like me at all because I'm like, fuck it, anything at this point. I love nuts and bolts too. Like, just give me fucking anything at that point. But yeah, I dream about that. I know there's been very, very heavily implied that we're getting a new Doom, which makes sense. It's about that time.
Generation Zero or something. It's supposed to be a melee based Doom, which would sound sick as fuck.
Right?
We're definitely not getting anything Killer Instinct, considering they canceled the tournament because they didn't want people getting hopes up of a new announcement for Killer
Are they
Instinct.
really? Is that?
That's insane.
Yeah. There apparently was a tournament being planned for Killer Instinct, and they decided to cancel it because they didn't want people suddenly thinking that there might be new Killer Instinct stuff coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, I seen a Maximilian dude. He did like a video about it.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Like, yeah, we know you dorks are getting excited, so we're just canceling it. See ya.
Again, wild that they sit on that. Like, fucking hell.
Yeah. That's
You
a
know,
weird
instead
one,
of laying off more fucking studios than you've released games this year, maybe you fucking use those studios to actually make goddamn games.
Weird. Well, it's like that whole thing flaring up with Sony now. Like, a lot of people are complaining, like, a variety of games and stuff, and I've been seeing a lot of articles pop up lately about Sony has an FPS problem. They have Killzone. They have all these first-person shooters.
SOCOM, Killzone,
Resistance. And they have that hero shooter, and I think that's what spawned the conversation. Like, why are we getting this hero shooter shit whenever we have all these other IPs?
Well, no. First off, well, just to bring back real quick. That was 2021 that happened. So that wasn't anything
For
recent.
which
So
one?
For Killer Instinct's tournament getting canceled.
Oh,
So it's been a few years. Maybe.
No.
there's something newer that happened with it too.
Yeah,
though.
they got
It
that
may
was
not be
last
that.
year where they got all the refresh on everything. So never say never on that end. I'd say that's more likely than fucking Banjo. But what were we just saying right now?
I forgot.
Sony and their shooters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are we 4 years behind this hero shooter trend right now? Like, what the fuck? Overwatch was like a massive hit, like 2016. If anyone was smart, they would have capitalized on the 2 years of vacancy that Overwatch had with any patch notes on that shit, where they just left it to dry. Like, we are so far away from that peak that everyone fucked up. Like, I feel like everyone saw Overwatch 2 not doing well. And it's like, oh, okay, now let's do it.
That should have been the time for Battleborn to come back.
Yeah. Well, they have they like opened it up. Like, there's like fan run servers and shit for that now. It's kind of cool. How
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I saw. I was on my Xbox today and I saw Overwatch 2 there. I'm like, I'm kind of curious to poke back in, but not enough for me to make that jump yet. But
Yeah. Yeah, it does feel extremely behind the wave, and so does like that Marvel Rivals.
that's what I'm saying.
game.
That's
It's
like, why are
what
we in this
doing
trend right
here?
now? Where it's like, why is this now? If this was like fucking 2019, 2020, I think they would have did massive. Like, you would have stolen that entire fucking player base 100%. But like, just Overwatch died for so long now that just no one gives a shit right now.
It kind of reminds me of like the
Or they're
weird
ingrained there. They're not going to move to another game.
Right.
My bad.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of the weird delayed pop up of like MOBAs.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we had League of Legends pop off, and then we had Dota 2 pop off. And then, like, there was a period where there was a couple other competitors, Heroes of
the
New Earth, Heroes of the Storm, rest in peace.
Yeah. Rick
And
Rowan.
then there was a few, and then all of a sudden there was like a boom for like 4 years after the fact, where like DC had their own MOBA for a little bit. King of Fighters had a fucking MOBA. There was a few other weird ones that came out, and then they all just immediately died, of course. But yeah, I don't know what it is. It's just, maybe it is because genuinely of the development time for those to fucking get spun out. But it's weird how everyone suddenly is releasing after the craze is already dead.
Yeah, and the same thing happened with Battle Royales. Because like we
Yeah.
had Fortnite, PUBG, then Warzone kind of came in, took that third
Apex
place with
did pretty
Apex.
solid. And
And
then
then
like
all of a sudden you had like what was it, Hyperscape, and then there were like some other
which
random ones, the
Hyperscape
ones
looked
that
cool,
killed
but
the
it was
Living
like
Things
there's too
company.
many of it out now.
Right, exactly. They're just late to the party. It's like, all right,
Dude,
everyone's already playing Warzone.
wasn't it confirmed now or something that Halo was gonna plan to do one, but then they just like copped out last second?
I thought
Uh,
that's what Infinite originally was trying to be.
well, supposedly there's been talks that there's something called Project Tatanka, and supposedly that's the was or still is the battle royale component, because
Dude,
supposedly there's another studio brought on to develop that.
so
But there's
stupid
a lot
because
of supposedly.
dude,
There's like a lot of
my
layers of it.
fucking Halo was built for that shit. Like ODST, drop them into a fucking place, like done.
Yeah.
The concept's literally fucking built for it. Like, what are we
Yep.
doing?
Drop pod in, start shooting.
Yeah, like I was like I would have put money on that. I was like, there's no way they're not. I did pop back into Halo Infinite not long ago because they had like a zombies mode for a second.
Yeah.
It was not that good, so I popped back into the regular game. I still like it. Like it bums me out because that was still my game of the year. And I still stand by it. Like Halo Infinite feels really fucking good. Um, it's just a bummer that they were just, and I don't really care that much. Cause like old boomer, I don't need to be drip fed content to play a game, right? Like I played Overwatch the 2 years with no fucking additions because the game is fun. The game's fun. I'll play it. I don't need constant new things, but the win was taken out just because of how fall off the player base was, just because there was no new stuff. So by proxy, I got hit by that. But it sucks because I think
See, that's
Infinite was
always
fucking
been my
great.
thing with it too, because there's no leveling, there's no like camos to get, there's no like, so I played a shit ton of Reach, and that's because like the leveling took forever, but you're also getting cool shit with each level. You're getting
Eh,
shoulder pads, you're getting
Yeah,
stuff,
and
and you're seeing
it's,
the level going up, like your rank within the UNSC or whatever.
yeah, and it did drip feed that. Like I swear to God, what was it like? I feel like we put for months to get like
Oh,
inclement
so
weather.
slow.
Inclement weather was like, oh that guy plays.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, the content's not like that though anymore. Now you get like actual like they tell
You
you
have to
what
go
you're
buy
gonna
it.
get.
Yeah,
It was
you
cool
get it in
getting
the
to
free
buy that.
battle
Like
pass
you
or
had to save
premium
your
battle
fucking
pass.
tokens to get that inclement weather.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I do have some byproduct on that, but it wasn't like anything I needed that though. Like I still played a lot, just because it was fun.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, what do you think is happening at the Xbox thing though? What's our like? Keely's
More
already
layoffs.
downplaying. Yeah, Keely's downplaying Summer Game Fest. So it's like, what are we doing with Xbox though? I feel like Xbox has a lot riding on it right now because like what at this point
We have to see something Fable at this point. Like it's been like what 4 years now.
Fable, State of Decay 3,
Stalker.
Well, oh yeah, Stalker's coming out soon.
Fucking
Isn't
forgot
it?
about Stalker.
Isn't
Yeah.
it like this month? I feel like it's
Everwild.
like,
Perfect Dark.
Perfect Dark's another one that's just. I think Perfect Dark got like internally rebooted or something like that too, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because they were gonna do like episodic things or something like that, or I forget if that was the most recent.
So that always
Yikes.
ends well.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
fuck Hitman for doing that. Fuck them. I hate them forever for that. That's dumbest shit ever.
And they took it back. And now it's-
Legitimately great games, and they fucked it up.
Yeah, and at this point now it's out. It's just a whole game now.
Yeah, but back then, fuck them.
That's fair. I Microsoft has so much shit just kind of cooking, and it's just like I don't.
Coming for you.
Yeah.
It's all right. Let's see if I can get to go. Hold on.
See the cherries and berries going in the background.
See, is it gonna work? There you go.
There we go.
I don't think it's
They're for you next.
Can I? Let's see. Can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Is that coming through?
It's kind of like muffled.
Okay. I need to turn that up next time. There you go. I still have this setting from Ready or Not, David.
Hell yeah.
Whenever we would go in. All right, are we gonna go in?
Speaking
All right,
of
3, 2,
abandoned
1.
games, sadly.
Let's go in.
Kick in the door.
Are we playing Ready or Not sometime, David?
I genuinely can't hear what you're saying.
Yeah, it's
Oh, is
it's
it
all
still playing?
muffled now. Yeah.
All right. Are you playing Ready
There
or
we
Not,
go.
David?
I played it a couple times since 1.0 officially released. They've left it in an interesting state. It's a little bullet spongy. The AI is a little too fucking good. And they haven't really done much with it since it came out in 1.0. So I think it may have become an abandoned game.
Oh, like Payday
unfortunately.
3. Sick.
Yeah.
I always forget that game came out.
Yeah, it
They're-
fucking sucked on launch, and they've done little to
And
fuck
people
with
just
it.
like, all right,
So.
let's go back to Payday 2.
Yep. Essentially.
It's just frustrating because that really was the closest we've come to a new SWAT game.
Dude,
And
That game was fun. I actually like, aside from the last time we played, because that level being so glitchy, it got me motion sick. Every other time
Yeah.
we played was fucking great. I had a good time with it. I feel like everyone played the part. Everyone kind of role plays a little bit, like how we're getting into it. That was a good time. I'm still down to play it, but I'm trying to get.
yeah, I'm still down to play at some point too. Kels, do you have it?
I do not, but I'm sure I can easily cop it.
Hey, he'll buy it if you buy fucking Helldivers. How about that? We can get some fucking Helldivers in.
Bet.
God damn it.
Bet. If Kels gets ready or not, I'll get Helldivers.
For sure.
Cause dude, I swear to God, I'm so mad. I put half an hour to that fucking game. I'm like, I've been fucking wanting to play it so bad, and just say it's like that game fucking blue balled me like Tekken, dude. I got like, all right, cool, got this game, and then just didn't have time for it, and I'm like, fuck, I just keep wanting to play that game. Still have like not played Tekken at all. I'm trying to. Now is that dumb fucking thing that adults have to do, where it's like, now we're overwhelmed with what we can do. So it's like, all right, what game do I
Yeah.
play? Because I kind of want to play this, and you don't want to play any single game that much. It's like you want to play them all about a solid like 25%, and then you play it, you're like, all right, I guess I don't want to play it that much.
Yeah, and then Elden Ring DLC is coming out here soon too.
I just want
so
to play Elden Ring to begin with.
That's another thing. I feel like we were probably gonna get like another like final trailer or something for that.
Yeah, that makes
'Cause
sense.
we got like a teaser trailer, we got a story trailer, so we'll probably get like a launch
we didn't
trailer.
say.
or-
Do we think Microsoft's gonna have anything wild, or do you think is Silk Song getting fucking shadow dropped?
No.
Yo, that would be crazy. That would pop off.
Dude, I thought because it's already rated. It's like pretty much done. They
Yeah.
have, and Microsoft and I thought that it was gonna be that Nintendo Indie World, but then it makes sense that
Yep.
Microsoft because they have the rights on it for Game Pass.
I think the soonest we see Silk Song is Game Awards.
no,
Yeah, I think that-
no shot, dude.
I think it's now reached that level of game to where it's probably going to be Game Awards. It's kind of like you hear whispers. It's like Silk Song.
See,
Silk
I
Song?
disagree. I think they'd want to release it now because I think they want it in the running for a Game of the Year though.
That's very true. I can see that as well.
This might be one of the few times, especially this year, actually, right? Because I Hades and Celeste both missing shots at Game of the Year. I'm like, that's as close as we're gonna get. But I don't know. Silk Song has that kind of pedigree behind it, where it's like if they don't fuck it up this year, right? Everyone's saying, oh, kind of a mid-year in video games. This could be the year, right? Because I always thought Hellblade 2 would have been like Microsoft's fucking swan song to go into fucking the Game Awards, finally get something on it, but it did not hit with the crowds.
The crowd
Oh,
went
it didn't?
wild.
Oh, David, yeah, don't even bother David, because unfortunately it's like literally more of the same, and you already, yeah. People are saying if you really liked Hellblade 1, cool, it's more Hellblade 1. If you didn't like Hellblade 1, don't.
They said it was short, so if you have Game
5
Pass,
hours.
it's probably worth to check it out.
But
Only 5 hours. All right.
I don't
I
think
might
you
still
guys,
check it out at some point, but now I'm sad because I loved the narrative to it. It's just everything else
I've
was
heard the
mid.
narrative is good.
narrative's good,
That's-
but hey, guess what? This same combat, same puzzles.
yeah,
Dumb.
In fact, if
Alright.
anything, I'm hearing it's kind of annoying because they apparently solve the puzzles for you really quickly too.
What's the fucking point? It's not like the puzzles were hard to begin with. Like literally, I said on the podcast, it's one of the only times I'd argue that something should be a walking
Yeah,
simulator.
you were. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that quote.
honestly,
Exactly.
it probably work better as like a psychological horror, like
But
walking
this,
sim.
it's so bizarre because like this is the company that I get the DMC was the remake, but like the combat was in there was great, right?
Yeah, no, it was.
Yeah.
I'm one of the people controversial opinion. I like DMC. I had fun with it.
That's because you're a heathen, but
Yeah.
But the gameplay itself was fine. So we know the
Yeah.
studio is capable of good gameplay, but it's like I'm hearing the
Well, it's
combat's the
Team
exact
Ninja,
same.
right? So
Yeah,
Ninja
Ninja,
Gaiden.
Ninja Theory.
yeah.
Oh, Ninja Theory. Okay.
Yeah, not Ninja Gaiden, not Team Ninja.
Yeah.
Um,
Other Ninja.
yeah, Kung Fu Chaos, dude. Come on, go back to the roots. We'll see.
Just take it back, reboot it.
You know, honestly, it's one of those things that as I sit here and I wonder, I think what we're gonna get is two things, maybe three.
Banjo 3.
The return of LJN. No, no. I don't.
Indiana Jones is going to get shown off, I feel like.
Yes, it will.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I
Blade?
just remembered that. Too soon, I think.
I
maybe
think
another
we
What
trailer.
comes out first, the Blade game or the Blade movie?
Oh, God.
neither. Both are canceled indefinitely.
Yeah, both vaporware.
No, I think that we're gonna get an announcement for their mid-gen refresh.
Yeah.
I think because we've already gotten
We
so
saw it
many
last
murmurs
year.
about yeah. So I think we'll get our mid-gen refresh launch announcement and all that shit. Two, I do think that we get some kind of new additions to the backwards compatibility because they have acquired enough studios. No, here's the thing. They've acquired enough studios to where they can get more backlogs of things.
I think if I remember reading correctly, is that they specifically said we got just about all the rights that we could ever find. Like at this point, anything that's not on there, we're just like impossible to find. It's too wishful thinking. I think they're done, especially since they're sunsetting 360, and because there's like what the refresh is also going to be digital only. I don't think there's just
That's fair. All right.
no shot.
That's
dude.
fair. I still want that. That
would be
all right.
great.
So I will move that to a wish list item. The other thing I think that will likely happen is I do think that we're gonna get set up for fuck how to phrase it.
Disappointment.
Yes, much disappointment. No, I think we're gonna start getting setups for more integration of Activision Blizzard properties into the Xbox ecosystem. I don't think it's gonna happen right away, but I do think that we eventually start to see non-traditional console Blizzard releases showing up on console.
World of Warcraft.
They have the game streaming. Yeah,
Yeah, that was
They-
going to be my big one. World of Warcraft.
I could see
because
World of Warcraft popping up.
I
because it's not
don't
gonna be-
think we'll. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a big case for it. So the new expansion, the early
Yes.
release, I think actually starts either today or tomorrow, technically. And this is for the guys that went ahead and paid for the the big deluxe edition of it. They got early.
Yeah, buddy,
access
my
to the
network
content.
had.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, so this expansion's a 3-parter. So this is the first part of the expansion. Then we're gonna get a second part, and I think the third part's next year. So I'm thinking sometime in there, like you want to get the Xbox players in on it early, right? So they probably won't make this first expansion launch. So I'm thinking they'll probably announce something for later this year.
Because here's the thing: is WoW was king. It was Ultima Online, and then
Yeah.
EverQuest said "fuck you," and then WoW came along and said "fuck you" to EverQuest. And for 10 some odd years, it was the
I'd say
dominant
15,
MMO.
20, yeah.
Yeah, and then Final Fantasy 14 was like, "We're so successful, we have to stop selling the game." And Warcraft has been running effectively on the same engine for 15 some odd years. I don't think that we'll get a native console port, but where game streaming is a major part of their operations with like Game Pass and whatnot, I could see where we get them to start to integrate. Here's PC games brought to Xbox via streaming, and we're gonna put in all these console controls, because then at that point, that's how you revive that market. That's how you go ahead and get a whole slew of a customer base that didn't have access to it before.
So first, I could see that because it's always online, right? So it's like, okay, there's no excuse behind that. Second,
It's a membership also. So they could either charge for that, or They could just wrap it
Tie it
in.
into Game Pass.
That's what,
Ultimate.
that's what but I'm sure the internal talk is, do we cannibalize? Same thing with Call of Duty, right? Do you cannibalize already existing memberships on there? I think the answer is yes, because you want to bring that number to Game Pass bigger and entice them in there forever.
I think they do for one reason, which is WoW introduced a mechanic a while back when I still was playing off and on, where players could actually buy game time with in-game currency. So whales that were already super inflated, the people that you're trying to get your money from anyways, already were getting free game time. So the only people that were really paying for WoW are newbies or people that, were still progressing until they could get to that point where they could sustain their ability to play. So they already were losing a large portion of their market share that way. And also, then again, you have your major competitor, Final Fantasy XIV, who dick on the table after every new expansion just says, all right, you can have the last one for free. Here you go.
Yeah,
Go.
so
You can play the base game and the first 2 expansions completely for free. That's literally 600 some odd hours of content that you can go through its entirety of.
They're confident enough to be like, hey, go through it, and you're gonna want to pay for the last one still.
right.
Yeah.
And that's the big thing too, because Final Fantasy 14 just launched on Xbox here recently.
Yep.
So whenever you're making a purchase, they're having to give that some of that money over to the other side here. Warcraft, if they have that on console, that's straight money. Like whatever you're paying extra for, those cosmetics, that mount that you need, the extra transmog, that's gonna be straight money in their pocket. They don't have to cut the extra check.
It would make sense
because
because
Exactly.
they really need to make money off this Activision deal, because that is, I can promise you that not the only reason, but it's a big reason why we're getting those layoffs at Microsoft's end, because it's like they spent so much fucking money on that, and
Has
it's
to
like
be.
and Game Pass has not grown. I think the next thing you have to do is start lumping things in. So I think Call of Duty being on it, are you going to take a hit in sales? Of course you are. But like
Sure.
your idea is technically that game turns from a $60 once a year to a $180 a year.
You don't
game.
understand. They're wanting to put it on Switch, so they're just gonna have all the Switch players make up for the market share lost in the Xbox
Right.
players.
Yeah, them $70 cloud versions.
Right. But like you do that with Call of Duty, okay? Do it with World of Warcraft. I mean, like I feel like, how much you paying for World of Warcraft per month still?
I think it's like
$15.
15. Yeah.
So like yeah, you take away the sales on there, that's gonna suck. But put them on Game Pass, and it just buffs. You're getting the $15 anyway on there. Throw them on there, and then they're less likely, and they'll see more stuff on there. Cool. You could price increase a little bit, but like
Exactly. It just pulls them into the rest of the ecosystem, because a lot of them might not be traditionally Xbox or Microsoft players, but they might be like, oh, I can get an Xbox and sit on my couch and play Warcraft. Fuck yeah.
now the
Yep.
only
There's
part that
people
might
like
be
that.
bad is how often does World of Warcraft membership increase?
It was, yeah. It. I think it's only jumped like once that I can think of.
That might be the
If it-
scary
if I'm
part, right?
looking
Where
at
it's
it right.
like if you get Game Pass, all right, cool, okay, whatever, I'll pay $15 for Game Pass. Oops, then they're gonna price increase, which is gonna happen eventually, right? Oh, now it's $20 a month.
Well, the thing is that again, you're still getting yearly expansions to the game. You're
Yeah.
getting sales from all the cosmetic items. What you're sacrificing and what little you're still getting from the subscriptions. Because again, the whales aren't paying for the game.
No, I get that,
anyways.
but like if anyone that is paying for it, I think if they look for it just for World of Warcraft, and they're rolling the transition to Game Pass, but then when Game Pass goes up, then I guess, or you could just make it pre-existing. I guess like, all right, World of Warcraft stays $15 if you want to keep it on there, cool. Or
That's
you
what I'm
get
thinking.
or you get a pass,
Two
or if you want to
options.
get Game Pass, you'll have it as well. And then, okay, so that makes sense, but because yeah, why
Yeah, I
would
don't
you-
think you take away the subscription altogether.
No,
I
that's
think that
Stupid.
you use that as the enticement of like, okay, you could just pay that, but for like, $20-$30 more, here's the entire ecosystem.
Yeah, I feel like that's the enticement for the Xbox player, is to be able to be like, oh, I have Game Pass. Oh, I can just go play World of Warcraft now. And it's
Yeah.
like, bam, they're into the World of Warcraft ecosystem.
yeah, I just
start
and they
spend money,
they
spend
need
money.
ways to branch that out, and it's just they're gonna be stuck for a while because it's still stuck on Xbox.
And then but that's the thing, is that once you start bringing over that PC market to console, all right, now you got StarCraft. We haven't seen fucking dick all from StarCraft in like 8 years. All right, we're
StarCraft
gonna go ahead
ghosts.
and StarCraft has fucking ghosted the building. All right. But I mean, legitimately, you can now go ahead and say, all right, we're going to go ahead and give you a console experience of fucking StarCraft. Enjoy. Here's.
Boy, howdy, it hasn't been since what? Nintendo 64 since we've had a StarCraft on console?
Yep. You know what? Here's Warcraft 3 Reforged. Here's this remake that we fucked up, but we made it kind of better. There's a lot of things where at that point, that is how you pay for your acquisition. Is you're opening, you have all these PC only properties, slap it in front of the millions of fucking console players. Or if you don't get them in front of explicitly the console, again, with the Game Pass streaming option, you then have them get into that ecosystem where you can at least stream from any game. So your phone, you are now from your phone with Game Pass Ultimate streaming StarCraft and being able to play StarCraft on your phone, or being able to play Warcraft on your phone. That opens up a huge, insane demographic. If you go ahead and you tell a Warcraft player, hey, instead of lugging around a goddamn laptop, while you're at work on your lunch break, you can just fuck around, log in, do your dailies on your lunch break from your phone. They'll sign up for Game Pass for that.
So we think that's gonna be the thing for Microsoft, or what game wise, like what we think is like, what franchise comes from the dead?
What franchise comes from the dead?
Yeah.
I don't know, because all the franchises they're trying to bring back from the dead are like where are they?
They're still dead.
Table, Perfect Dark, yeah, they're all just somewhere. My heart wants Banjo. My brain tells me shut up, you're an idiot. And then also my brain's like, no, they'll fuck it up somehow. But at the same time, they've done good on the Bugsby,
Bubsy.
Yeah, Bubsy. They've done his and they've been fine. They've gotten decent light reviews, so I don't know.
I mean, it's hard to disappoint a audience that is fine with mid. Speaking as a Bubsy fan, but no, I guess Gundam. That's kind of what I was actually leaning towards. Is I want an actual proper remake of Conquer. I don't want the live and reloaded, funny censored bullshit. I want actual. Give me fucking Conquer HD. But beyond that, I mean, I guess that's the big thing is like most of the stuff I want from Microsoft to come back is all just rare properties.
Yeah.
I don't really care about older Microsoft properties. I mean, I guess technically at this point, do we consider like Gears a dead series? When did 5 come out?
No, yeah, Gears 5 was it was like 2018? No.
6 years ago?
17?
7 years ago?
Yeah. I know they're working on it though. Like but they also spent time on that expansion, which I think they were like all hands on board for. 2019.
Okay.
Doesn't make it any better, right? It's still that long time.
A little bit better, yeah, but no news of the next one. It's crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, like, looking over at my collection over there, like, other than, again, Fable, like, I don't know, what are you gonna do, fucking Stubbs the Zombie 2?
Right.
Grabbed by the Ghoulies, too. They're bringing it back. Hell yeah. I'll fucking grab my Ghoulies. Let's
go. Ooh, Advent Rising 2. They're bringing Tommy Tellerico back for the soundtrack as well.
Finally.
I fucking love that game was like bundled in with Uwe Boll movies. Do y'all remember that weird period where people were bundling video games with fucking movies?
Yeah.
Good times.
And I don't know why, but I think it was fucking what was it, like Seed of Evil or some shit, whatever that movie was called. That one was bundled with Advent Rising. And then another one of his was bundled with Postal. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? This is weird.
What was bundled with it was a PS3 game, I forget. It was it not like a it was like a kung fu movie, I thought. I don't know. Anyway,
Oh, you know what? I suppose we can consider this
Oh,
a dead
it was
series. then.
Stranglehold and Hard Boiled.
there you
But
go.
that it was
Yep,
John
yep,
Woo,
yep, yep, yep.
so that it kind of had
That
a
was it.
connection. I love that
Yeah.
game. Thank God you said Kung Fu. That got me.
You know, I suppose technically now we could consider this a dead franchise, but Dishonored, you know, maybe we'll get a something
No,
with
no,
that.
no. The Arcane's still there. It's just that it was their B team that got fucked.
Lions
Yeah.
and Austin.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Austin did Prey. Lions did.
Prey is-
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Prey
Yeah,
is
but
dead.
we know that there's more layoffs happening. So I mean, are they really gonna still be there?
Yeah,
That's
Arcane's not going anywhere. It was their B team that had Redfall on that.
Yeah, they just announced Blade. They can't go anywhere.
Yeah. They are making
That was the
Blade.
big thing
Can't,
at
it's
the Game
Microsoft.
Awards.
Speaking of which, real quick, I want to talk about what Sony has revealed as well. Actually, to tie this back in real quick, can I
Guitar
also
Hero.
just say, Guitar
Dude,
Hero?
that would
That's
actually
right.
be fire if Xbox came out. Phil Spencer is just fucking shredding.
The Halo
Just do a
theme on the
Dragon
Guitar
Force.
Hero guitar, I'm in.
Oh,
I'm fucking in.
Oh,
All right,
you
you
got
sons
me.
of bitches.
You sons of bitches, I'm back in. That would be fun.
That would be kind of fun, actually.
That'd
Yeah,
be
you
sick
might
as
do
fuck,
it.
dude. All right, I got you, Microsoft. Have that one for free, y'all. Take it.
No, but also, can I just say that I love how with the Silent Hill experience, we also got like lightly touched on with some of the other Silent Hill projects. We got to see more of the Silent Hill movie. They basically reconfirmed the Silent Hill. Fuck, what was that like more indie looking one? I don't remember what that one was called.
I know what you're talking about, but yeah.
Yeah, but they kind of reconfirmed that that one was still in development. Fucking nothing. However, on Silent Hill F or
I
4K,
told you,
whatever
that
it's
one's like
supposed to
happening
be.
for a while, dude.
Yeah, but that's the only one that I have hopes for.
Yeah,
at
I
this
can
point.
tell you that was probably early concepts that they probably like thought about that like the day before.
They got
I'm also
scripted,
upset
and they're like,
because
"Fuck it."
Ryu Kishi can't work on the next fucking Sakonia game until that is fucking done.
Is
The
it
man went ahead and stopped mid fucking series he was working on to work on that game. So now, I needed
Is he
to
writing
go
it or
ahead and
directing
have
it?
that. He is writing it. I don't know if he's
So,
directing
I mean,
it.
the good thing about that is writing can be done way ahead of time. So like they could just he could be done tomorrow for all you know, right?
Yeah, then they bring someone else in to touch it up, or
Yeah, and he
do
just goes back
rewrites
and
on it.
that game doesn't come out for like 4 years.
Oh,
Um,
I have hopes for that game. I'm cautiously optimistic.
so
but
this whole state of play, I skimmed
Yeah.
through it. I not really a state of play person, and I just I have a weird vibe on some of these. Where I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna really care about any of these, and then sure enough. But shout outs to Astrobot. Astrobot, I think that
ending
was one of
the event.
what was that?
It ended the event, and goddamn, that was a banger to end on.
Astrobot's one that I'm glad isn't picking up steam because hey, Microsoft platformers still work and it's fine. Like you can still do it. It's okay.
Yeah,
I'm glad Astrobot's getting love because I think it's been a pretty high point on everything so far, right? Like I think Astrobot
Yeah.
VR was great. Astrobot is that PS5 one was great.
The tech demo one, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm glad that they're making more of a that's smart. I know Monster Hunter happened at some point, right, David?
Well, let me go through it here proper.
I think at that point, go for it because I don't remember any single other thing.
All right. So the big kind of initial reveal was for Concord.
That's all. Yeah. I already forgot about that.
Everyone
hey,
did.
first off, one thing I'll defend is everyone's like, oh, I thought this was gonna be a first single player game. No, they never said that. They've always advertised this team as like being someone that's like a multiplayer based team. They literally start off the entire presentation with like hey, we brought this team that's really good at multiplayer games. Here's what they're gonna make. Literally, no one besides you just thought that, and I think that I do think that's the issue with Sony, is that they only do single player games. They need to branch the fuck out because I'm speaking on my end, but I'm tired of the fucking third person narrative bullshit from Sony. Like all right, cool. Every game
bring
is
back
like this,
Ape Escape.
every game is this third person story heavy game that's about parenting. We don't need all that. Like let's do something else.
And it's so weird
What-
considering like where they've come from, right? Because it used to be
Yeah.
like a lot of platformers, a lot of like fun, and then like there's like a real weird turn there where it just all got kind of serious and more aimed to the teenage
Neil
to
Druckmann
young
happened.
adult. Well, I think even before
Neil
that,
Cuckman.
because even like you see the turn with like Jack and Daxter, like, and then you have,
Yeah,
like, Jack
that guy
2,
went
Jack
kind of
3,
edgy.
Naughty
yeah.
Dog?
and then even Ratchet and Clank. Yep, exactly, Naughty Dog. And then Ratchet and Clank kind of did it with Deadlock, like they did like a whole like phase where
Well,
like characters were dying.
Here's
or
what
coming
happened:
back.
is they were getting more edgy,
Yeah,
but then I genuinely think it's like the Neil Druckmann effect, right? Because it's like I think Last of Us, and then remember like Uncharted 4 was a lot more darker. Like I didn't play any of them, but I know you can tell from just the cover. But I've heard
yeah,
that Uncharted 4 was a lot darker than the previous three. It still had its rompy moments, but like it was definitely darker. And then I think they saw that sort of take hold. Then we got God of War. I know I'm missing one. I mean, Until Dawn, I guess you can count them there. But it just all kind of just went to these like mature, depressing, dark stories that like, cool. I think I'm good. We can change it up a little bit now, can't we?
for sure.
No. But yeah, so we got Conquered. I was super stoked about this game until I realized it was a hero shooter, and then I stopped giving a fuck about it.
Flavor
I mean,
of
at
the
least
month will be gone in like 3.
I mean, at least kudos to them for committing to doing like weekly storyline bits. I do think that is actually kind of neat, and honestly, what
Shout out to
Overwatch,
Overwatch.
should,
Yeah.
Well,
should have
like,
been.
okay, so that was a big thing about Halo 5, right? Because they did Spartan Ops. I thought that was
I
really
know.
fucking cool.
I thought the idea was
Well.
cool. I think the idea was cool.
Yeah.
I think that it was just such filler gameplay though. Like it just the gameplay just didn't really feel like it just felt like extended level versions, and I'm like, all right, cool. So I think I fished out the cutscenes for that. That was actually when David and I were playing through Halo 5. He asked if we were gonna do Spartan Ops. I said no. I don't remember if we watched trailers, but I was like, no, we don't need to go through that.
Gotcha.
Did you play it like live whenever they were going up?
I want to say I did.
Yeah, I just remember playing them live and having a lot of fun with it. It was cool because it was also like an armor chase, because you had to do them like every week because they went away. So like you would get a piece every time, and then the last one was the helmet piece. And so if you had the full set, it was kind of a flex.
I played this at launch. Fuck you.
Right, exactly.
It's David Hero Shooter.
Yeah, so I lost interest as soon as it was a hero shooter. Just because I got too many of those.
Yeah.
Hey.
Speaking of,
I'm gonna interrupt you. I apologize. I gotta feed Tess. It's her feeding hour now. I'm listening, and I'll come back, and if I gotta chime in, I'm listening on my phone.
that's fine because I can already tell you you're probably not gonna have any comments on the
That's
next like
exactly
3
why
games,
I'm leaving
so.
right now.
So next up, we got confirmation of the PC port of God of War Ragnarok. Shout outs to Sony for doubling down on shooting themselves in the foot with the port, as it will require PSN. So you're gonna sell it on Steam, but you're gonna lock yourself out of like 160 some odd countries because you don't have PSN in those countries.
Oh, it would be such a shame if it got cracked. Wow.
Again, it's so weird because they bothered to put God of War 2019 on GOG. So you can get a DRM-free version on GOG, but you put like a weird fucking requirement. I don't understand. It's almost like 2 different decision makers went into that. And it's infuriating because I love getting shit from GOG. I love the fact that I can go ahead, download all my games, throw them on my home server, and they're just there as backups, just in case. If I want to cycle through shit, I don't need to re-download it. I just go ahead, pull it from the NAS connection, bam, bam, install, cool, move, whatever. If I'm on different computers in the house, I love that I can grab installers for old, even fucking XP versions of games. Or I have an old XP laptop I use for XP gaming. Perfect. If we're gonna pull those down on a USB, because I can connect to that computer to the fucking internet, and I'm gonna go ahead, just bam, there we go, good to go, all set. But it's fucking wild to me that they are requiring that. And yeah, I'm sure on some level a PC gamer especially is not going to care because, oh no, I'll just make my account in a different country. But also the level of patience and the level of not giving a fuck the PC market has. The PC market waited 3 years for Kingdom Hearts to come to Steam. It was on PC on Epic Game Store, but they didn't give a fuck because it wasn't on Steam. They were perfectly content waiting 3 fucking years just for it to appear on a different installer platform.
Has Adrian played Kingdom Hearts? Do you know?
I don't think he has, no.
Game's gone by. Kingdom Hearts. Let's go.
My partner tried to go through Kingdom Hearts multiple times, and she kept getting stuck in certain parts in one.
Yeah.
And so that's another series I've been slowly bringing her through. We finished up Chain of Memories a while back. Actually, no, I finished up Sora's half of Chain of Memories. So I need to get her through Riku's half. But I'm so excited to go back to Kingdom Hearts 2. I haven't played that in so long,
Speaking
and
of
still
peak. Oh my god,
fucking peak.
absolutely good.
But yeah, so it's fucking wild to me that Sony does this shit. I don't understand. Like, I from the business level, I get it. They want the metrics, they want the data, they want the reporting, because somewhere along the way, a middle management individual has basically tied their bonus to whatever data is being reported there. And so that middle manager is making all this shit happen because he needs his bonus. I don't fucking know. It's all dumb. I don't understand it. But I guess at least it's coming to PC for what that's worth.
Yeah.
Next up, I fucking popped off. I know I am like one of 12 people that popped off. But the second I went ahead and I'm like, wait, this is a Chinese setting. Where's the Omega Force logo? Where is it? I'm waiting for it. And I see the Omega Force logo. I'm like, baby, I'm home. As we got a reveal of a new Dynasty Warriors. Dynasty Warriors Origin. Where they said, you know what? We've retold the Romance of the Three Kingdoms 70 times now. Now let's do it where it's purely a creative character storyline. Let's go. I'm fucking happy. I'm home. I fucking love me Dynasty Warriors. I have played every game in the fucking series. I continue to buy it because it's home. It's comfort. It is my equivalent of, like, you know how some people just like to have the good action movie schlock where they don't necessarily care what is in theaters. They're going to go see whatever the blockbuster action piece is. That is it for me. I like to sit down every so often, at least once a year, and tear through hundreds of thousands of unnamed individuals and just feel like I have brought security to ancient China or have removed security from ancient China. Whichever it is, I am happy to be a part of it. So I'm excited, and because I think honestly the last time we had proper creative character integration has been Dynasty Warriors 5. And even then...
I was just about to say, Dynasty Warriors is a guilty pleasure for me too. It was one of those games because I grew up playing it on PS2. It was just like one of those games easily available. And Dynasty Warriors 5 is a big one that sticks out for me. Creative character. It was always fun. Like you said, just create a character, go smashing through people, and then they started adding in like the RPG stuff, like you could buy items and stuff in between like, the campaigns and shit like that. So it's just always been a guilty pleasure. And none of the other what's the name for the type of game?
Muso or something. I don't know the correct pronunciation, but it's the way it's written looks like Muso.
Yeah. So they've tried to do it in like other genres. None of those really stick for me because I know they've done like Persona, they've done Zelda, Gundam, and all those. None of those really have stuck for me from what I've played of them. But Dynasty Warriors, just for some reason, it's one that just never feels old, even though it's kind of the same thing all over again, but just never gets old.
I will say, of all the spin-offs of Dynasty Warriors, Persona 5 Strikers, especially playing it after Royal,
I can imagine because it probably has like some kind of story there for you. So,
yes, it is. It's a sequel,
right?
So you're very much getting that, and there's so many things they did with it that's so well.
No,
but
it's still,
I still
it's
understand.
still a Muso game.
only for the first half of it. Then it becomes more of an action RPG.
To answer real quick, interrupt. I have not played any Kingdom Hearts games, so I'm down.
Gotcha.
Hell yeah.
Muso.
But yes, other Muso spin-off style games. I do like the Hyrule Warriors, the Wii U version. That game is really fucking good. I still need to play the one that's tied into Breath of the Wild
Fire
at some
Emblem?
point. The Fire Emblem ones are phenomenal. I really enjoy them. I like how they integrated the weapon triangle into it. Dynasty Warriors Gundam is phenomenal. Fantastic. It sucks that the physical copies for 3 and Reborn are stupid expensive now, but fucking peak right there. Truly one of the last Dynasty Warriors style games that really took advantage of the morale system and really made you like fearful defending base territory. Really fucking good. And of course, because it's Gundam, fucking hundreds of fucking Gundam and mobile suits to use. But yeah, so I'm excited for that. I am glad to have another brother in arms when it comes to Dynasty Warriors. Finally, some fucking culture on this podcast.
Yeah, monkey. I just like hit stuff.
Hell yeah. Speaking of fucking culture, a game that took me by surprise, because I watched it with my partner, and this game made us both raise an eyebrow, and then with its final clip made us go, all right, you got me, I guess. Which is Infinity Nikki, which looks like an open world dress up game. So it's being directed by one of the former directors of the Zelda franchise. And it's described as an open world RPG where you're just going on this big adventure, playing dress up and creating all these fashion costumes. But then the trailer ends with this fucking dark goth woman being chained up and bound, talking about the end of the world. And I'm like, you fucking got me. I mean, I don't know how we get from playing fairly dress up in a weird little fucking cat monster that's just kind of our compatriot, and we're just, oh, we're having a good time, we're bebopping a world all around, to, you know, bondage lady over here telling us about the end of the world. But I need to fucking see how that transition happens. So, fucking A, you weirdly got me there. Then we got another kind of action-looking game in Where the Wind Meets. I don't know, looked kind of fun. Looked like what we've gotten a lot of for a lot of kind of samurai action-y kind of games as of late. Which leads into one that actually does look really kind of neat. Ballad of Antara, which apparently is going to be a free-to-play action RPG. I didn't know that. That's something that I guess got announced after the fact. But it looks like there's like some parallel world mechanics going on to it. I don't know. That the gameplay looked kind of fun. Then we got Skydance's Behemoth. That looked kind of neat, kind of giving some Shadow of the Colossus vibes to it. Looked kind of interesting. I slept at this one. We got a new VR game by the developers of Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. Don't care. It is alien themed though, so or no, the next one after that was we got Alien Rogue Incursion. All right, more alien games. Then we got more of an extended look at Marvel Rivals. Looks fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I might try that one, if only just because, fuck it, it has some personality because we're getting Marvel characters.
Yeah, that's the thing about it, right? It does look like there's personality to it because even there's like teamwork mechanics. Like you can team up with.
There's fucking team ults and shit. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, like Rocket hops on Groot's back and you have like a teamwork ultimate going on. It's like, that's fucking sick. Yeah, let me hop on my buddy's back and start blasting shit. Let's fucking go, dog.
Yeah, there was one they showed off that I think it was like a triple team of like Iron Man, Magneto, and Storm, and it's like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
Like you actually have like interactions and all kinds of other cool shit.
Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Like, fuck it. All right. Again, leave it to an IP tie-in to give us something finally distinct and different. Cool.
And that's the thing too about like it's so weird because Overwatch is, and like you have the other hero shooters kind of dominating the market, and then like Marvel Rivals has to come in 5 years later and kind of shake it up.
Speaking of giving us more of the same, Until Dawn's remake trailer happened. Still
Such a
don't fucking
weird
care.
game to remake right now.
Also coming to PC, also requiring PSN account. Cause
So-
cuckery.
It's funny, is not being a PC gamer primarily. It's funny how easy it is to access different stores, but just how much PC people just don't give a fuck. When it's literally
Yeah.
like, on the scale of things to do, that is the easiest thing you could do is double click a fucking program and get onto it. But like, no. And to
Yeah,
be
like we
fair-
were talking about earlier.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying it. But to be fair, it's also a little. I wish the PC gamers. This is a hot take. I wish they would not be like that so much because they do give Valve the monopoly that it has on it too extremely. Like I think they.
I
Need
agree.
If like waiting 3 years for Kingdom Hearts, I get it. But also the fact that you're doing that lets Valve flex whenever, which is I could promise you, like forebode this, when Mr. Newell, God forbid, kill over, people who take over that are gonna fucking take advantage of the fact that PC gamers are like that. So like, I think it would do them all right to like be a little more flexible. I understand why. I get it because Steam is so fucking good right now. Why do you need to? Like, it's nice to have everything all nice in one package, but like that, I can promise you that will come back and bite everyone in the ass at some point.
I just think there's levels to it, right? Because like I feel like something like Kingdom Hearts, yeah, fuck them. Like Square doesn't need to be taking like Epic money to make their shit exclusive over here. I think
Yeah.
that's stupid. But if there's like indie title or Remedy launching their shit, and of course they get like a big portion to actually fund the game's development, yeah, those guys need to be supported because like that's
Yeah,
a
that
big
bums
thing
me
going
out.
into it.
That because everyone's like, oh well, Alan Wake 2 would have like
the
made
physical
money on
also
Steam.
sucks, yeah.
It would have, but it also wouldn't have gotten
Yeah.
made to begin with. Like,
Right.
But here's the other side of that conversation is the PC gamers are also very meticulous because half of PC gamers are people that are also in IT or techie or generally more than the average console player who's just like, I just want to sit down and have it work. So there's things they do with Epic Games Launcher or Origin or many other of the other companies' launchers that a PC gamer goes, no, fuck that. I'm not having that run on my computer. I'm absolutely not letting that touch my goddamn computer. And that's why Steam gets to get away with so much.
Right,
And that's,
right. But like, but by that nature, GOG should be fucking massive, though, right? Like,
the problem with GOG is when it started out, it was just focused for its original namesake, good old games.
Right.
So you got into that market, but then it also only really goes into that boomer mentality of wanting to have DRM free access to everything.
Right.
The more younger tech generation is willing to make concessions as long as it doesn't impact anything. Epic Games Store, Origin have all done things to directly impact computer performance. Steam is a good little boy who's just like, no, just, check in with us if the developer wants you to check in, but otherwise than that, we're just here to run your games and keep organized for you.
I get it, because Steam is fantastic in how it runs things. I get it. But I just think that, and I'm kind of with Kels on that, where like the concessions and make the battles that you can have, right? Like, Alan Wake 2, I will fight with that. I think, like, yeah, I get it. I agree. I wish it was on Steam. I wish it was a physical. I would buy it. I would have bought it twice. I would double dipped 100%. It would have stayed sealed.
And that's a big thing too.
Would've
They
stayed
kind of shot
sealed
their foot.
on my
They
shelf.
shot themselves in the foot with that.
Right. But granted, also physical sales aren't as big anymore. So it's like it would have got shelf presence, and probably being at the Game Awards, it would have sold probably for that holiday. But like, it is what it is. It's just I would double dipped on that for physical, but like it was genuinely only made at that caliber because of Epic Games. Like, it would not have been made. A lot of that funding came from Epic Games, and it was a very much like you could tell there was a lot of money put in that game, a lot of love in that game. But like that product was not happening if it wasn't for Epic. So it's like not really a chicken and the egg thing. It's like they made it happen, therefore that's where it is. So it makes sense on that.
But the other trade-off too is, especially from like a PC gamer's mindset, you have 40 years of gaming history to play.
Right.
You are perfectly willing to go ahead and be like, Well, it's not where I buy my games currently. Like my Steam library, I have over 2,000 games in my Steam library, and like at the end of the day, I don't touch the other
So,
platforms aside from
let
GOG.
me say it this way: is I get a lot of that. Yes, I did see like a comment, like I think within the last month, I remember it, of someone saying like, someone complaining because there's always at least one person. If you go to any Remedies fucking posts, you always see one person, and there's one guy. Alan Wake was my favorite fucking game on 360, and you guys blew it because I waited 13 years and it's not available on Steam. I'm like, I'm sorry. If you were genuine, I call bullshit on that first off, but second off, like if you were that big of a fan, then then you would, or no, it was because it wasn't physical, which is fair. But like, if you were not that big of a fan, or if you're that big of a fan as you're saying you are, then it's not that big of a deal. Because if you told me like
No, because
hypothetically,
no. Now I'm gonna say no because again, Epic Game Store's launcher is fucking shit and does a lot of fucking telemetry to go ahead and pull data from your computer.
okay,
Again, the PC gaming demographic are people that care
so
about
that's
that
what I'm saying.
shit.
I'm changing. Well, first off, I still will fight that a little bit, but I get the deeper end, sure. But they're talking about it not being physical because they said it's an extended rental.
I mean, yes, it should be physical. Period.
I get it.
Yeah.
But and they say it's extended rental, but it's like you tell me like here's my big issue with that is like I get it. I get owning your games, right? I was gonna make a post about this, but it was way too hot of a take. I didn't want to deal with anyone. But here's my massive hot take on that. Is like I just went and saw Furiosa and IMAX, right? I get nothing out of it aside from the experience I had in it. Why is it that video games are treated differently? When I get many times fold of the game of time usage, right? I spent 2.5 hours in theater for Furiosa. I spent about 30 hours in Alan Wake 2. I spent about 40 some dollars on Alan Wake 2 because I got it through Humble. And then like it without my membership, I think the IMAX ticket on a cheap discount day for IMAX was like $15. So it's like why?
Oh, and didn't you get the Fortnite skin with it too? So
Yeah,
double
it's
the
like
value.
infinite gameplay. But I
Yeah.
do think it's unfair that games are treated like that when they could be also seen as experiences. Like I think I get that like it's good to own that physical and like the threat of it ever disappearing is an issue, right? Microsoft sunsetting it 360 stuff, I get it. But like it's still like if it's me directing at that guy, right? If you're gonna say you're that big of a fan, like complain about it. If like you told me like one of my favorite games of all time, like if you told me right now, hey, right now, pay $60, I'll let you play Banjo 3. But that's it. You'll play it once. I'd be like, fucking okay. I'm that desperate for a fucking Banjo game. I'll pay whatever fucking money you want right now to play that game. I don't give a shit. The owning it aspect of it because I want to experience the game, right? So that's where I kind of think that the gamer mentality is a little bit off on that because like there are experiences we go through, going out doing this and that you don't get something physical out of, but you get the experience of it being on there, right? I've not went back and played Alan Wake 2 at all since then. I played it the one time and I'm still fucking gushing about that game. That having that experience alone is worth me not having a physical, me playing it specifically on Epic Games Store. Like I don't give a shit for those drafts because I experienced something that I liked. That's my takeaway.
You say
Counter
that until
argument.
it gets delisted, and then you can never go back to it again, right?
So I get that. Again, I get that. But granted, the aspect of it ever getting delisted to a point of you not being able to retrieve it is more rare though, currently, right? 'Cause you can go back. You can go back to the Wii store right now.
No, you can't. A lot of the Wii stuff you still can't actually go to. A lot of people have reported that with console resets, they haven't been able to get their stuff back.
I have not seen some report about that. But I will say I get that.
Back off the
I get
line.
it's frustrating.
Delisted.
I get it. It's frustrating. But like I still like have the mentality of like that. And now if it does get
But
delisted, I
here's
get
the
all
thing.
that. But there's like a line.
Here's my counter argument to that specific point though. The same people that are content to go out to a movie theater experience is like the same demographic for those that like to go to a concert. You specifically are looking for that, basically the communal experience of it. You're wanting to go to this big event, you know, this whole production of something, and that is the experience you want. You're not necessarily caring about the thing itself, but the way it's presented and everything else around it. But then, for as many people there are that like to go to concerts or that like to go to the theater, there's the people that want to bring the 4K home. There's the people that want to get the vinyl to bring home. They are in for a different experience and a different way of enjoying that media. Whereas games are more dynamic in that there is only the one experience with it, but it's how you get to have that experience.
Well,
Either way, you are going to have the experience of playing the game. But because there is ultimately only the one experience of playing the game, the medium through which you play then becomes the determining factor. It's not about, oh, do I want to go see this band perform live and have the experience with the crowd and the live music and all that, versus, oh, I'm just going to go to the comfort of my home and just kind of do that. It's more, everyone's going to have the same experience playing it regardless, but it's the method in which you engage with that gameplay, what barrier of entry you're going into it. And for the PC market, that is basically a major component because, again, 40 plus years history of a certain, you don't have that same experience in the console market. You don't, because you're going 3 to 5, in the case of, the 360 PS3, 9 years before they just go away, and then you're on to the next generation. And until, some consoles have backwards compatibility, some didn't, it's never the same concise experience. But on the PC front, with a little bit of finagling, you can get PC games from 40 years ago working on your computer just fine. There are collectors that have PC game collections that put my entire collection to shame. And it's just one of those things where it's like, that matters to people, and especially in the market where we have Microsoft going ahead and doing everything they can to monetize and manipulate and control even just the platform that you're on to even play and engage with those games. And then you're adding that extra layer of just another company wanting to fuck with it. We have Riot Games literally bricking computers with their fucking anti-piracy measures.
I don't want to
and
delve
their
too
anti-DRM.
I don't want to go too deep into that side, but like, again, this is also like, it's available on Xbox and PlayStation as well.
But the whole conversation was around like the PC side, so that's why I was kind of framing
so I'm saying,
it there.
but I'm saying like it said not physical, so I'm assuming they mean console, because like if
That's fair.
if you're waiting for a PC physical, I'm sorry to break the news to a lot of people, but that's very, very, very rare now. But
sadly, yeah.
Limited run. Let's go.
Kels, were you gonna say something?
Ugh.
I forgot already. So
I think if someone's gonna make the claim and say that that was one of your favorite franchises you were waiting for over a decade for a game, and you won't buy it because it's digital only on PlayStation or Xbox, I think that's kind of lame.
I agree.
If you're that level of that, if it's like a casual game, like, oh, I thought it would be cool to play Alan Wake, but there's no physical of it. Okay, but if you're to claim like I've been waiting for over a decade and they complain on their fucking Twitter about it, I think you're being way too extra. Like, literally just go support the fucking game that you've been waiting for. And like, again, I understand delisting and all that, but like the fact of it being on your shelf or not versus you beginning to experience the fucking game that everyone has universally praised, that everyone loved, and that's one of your favorite franchises, and you're doing that out of just holding off for a physical, that's a lot. I the whole like markets of like launchers, I get there's a way to go about that, but again, I'm just like, I think we're all putting way too much trust in the Steam just to always consistently stay amazing forever. We've seen higher graces fall to deeper lows, right? Like, I
mean, look at the state of Team Fortress 2. It's fucking abysmal.
I was
Go
gonna
look at the
mention-
most recent ratings. Yeah.
I was gonna mention there's a petition out. I think save.tk or TF save.tf. Go sign the petition of it right now. They're sending out emails every minute, and they're stacking up a list of petitions up there. So they're trying to stop the botters.
It actually has a recent review of mostly negative now. It has dropped that low.
Yeah, so I mean, I would be very wary, and I get that other ones aren't as amazing and they have their own issues, but like, I putting all your eggs into one basket and just like being adamantly like diehard about it, it can backfire at any point. And I say this as someone that like, I have a Steam Deck. I buy a lot of my stuff digitally. I will buy Alan Wake 2 on Epic. I have spent not an egregious amount of money, but I've spent a good chunk of money. Remember when they would do everything was $15 coupon, so it's like I got a lot of solid indie games for like extremely cheap on there. So it's like I don't mind. I'm willing to flex around it, but like I will heavily prefer Steam just because Steam Deck support natively, right? That's fine with me.
Yeah, I will usually default to getting on Steam just because that's going to be where I tend to keep my collection. But if I have the option to get it on GOG DRM free, I'm going to do that. Otherwise, I'll go to itch.io. I do like that platform. It's insane, the really cool indie shit you can find on there. And they also honestly have some absurdly insane deals. It's not uncommon to find a lot of indie devs banding together and you get a $150 game bundle for $20. So I do really like the itch.io
And
platform.
David will
quite a
refuse to
bit.
buy a game exclusively on Playdate.
No, I buy my Playdate games through itch.io.
That's what I'm saying. Because you will not buy your games on Playdate.
No, I'm not going to buy it through their marketplace locked to the device. I'm going to get it through a fucking service that I can go ahead, download it independent, keep a backup of it on my server, and then put it back on over.
Directly fund the developer too.
Yeah.
I still think. Let me go see. Cause I hope it is. Cause I want you to play it, but I don't think it is. Hopefully. I don't think it is. I still want you to play that Lucas Pope game on Playdate, but I think that is exclusively on the Playdate store. And it's
day?
like, yeah, it's like that is, and I agree. Actually, it's universally talked about as being the best game on Playdate by far. But I think it does make sense as to why they probably made a deal for that game, and they probably want people to at least try out their store. But
no, it makes sense. It's just sucks 'cause that means I'm definitely not buying it. But
I wish you would. It just maybe if it's on sale enough.
what are we just talking about with
Yeah,
PC Democrat?
I know. But see, this is one of those things. I'm like, but see, this you don't have the buy-in, which I get though. There's not really buy-in for you to have, but like this is one of the things that like Alan Wake 2, I'm like, fuck it. If it's like someone that has a really high pedigree doing something on there and they want me to get through a certain way and it's not like really hurting me in the grand scheme of things, I'm like, whatever.
No, I'm fine.
But see, you don't
I
have
have
buy-in on
thousands.
I get
Yeah.
it. I had to buy in Alan Wake. I like Lucas Pope's games a lot. I'm gonna do that. But if it's like it's just another game for you, then I get that. That's fair.
I mean, hell, my favorite series could come out exclusively at Epic Game Store, and I'll fucking pass. You can tell me right now. Here you go, SMT game exclusive to fucking Epic Game Store. Ain't fucking happening. I'll pirate it.
I did what David said, but I found out Alan Wake 2 was gas, and then I went and bought it.
Hell yeah.
I had to test drive the car.
I'm saying. I don't really care that much. Like it is what it is to me. It's I don't I'm of the mind that I'm like whatever. If it's another launcher and it's what it is, what it is.
No, I don't. I don't need all that extra telemetry and other bullshit running on my computer. I don't even like Windows running on my computer. I literally have Windows installed because there's still a 10% of games that either with Wine, Proton, or Bottles I still can't get to work just right, or Lutris I still can't get to work fully in Linux.
I know.
Fine.
But
Yeah, you have browbeaten me into keeping Windows for basically like 20 games.
see, but if you're extending something on it, I guess I get. I literally, like I said, like I'm on this computer for like this podcast, and then like, I mean, I played Fortnite earlier today, so it's like there, like that's if that's telling me like some like egregious, unless it was like on the massively severe scale that I would have to like, oh, something is gonna, I don't know, I don't really care. It's like it's a launcher. If something bad was happening, like to a point that I should be worried about it, I'm sure it would get posted about everywhere. It would be massive.
I mean, you should be worried about one, Epic was selling customer information that they pulled from the telemetry with that. But also shout outs.
I'm sure someone's already fucked up and sold my information on that end. Like
Also, real quick on that note, shout outs to Microsoft Recover or Roll It, whatever it's fucking called.
Yeah, you told us that
what the hell? Recall. There we go.
Yeah, you told about this last week, where it's like they could
Yeah.
track your password, stuff like that.
Yeah, fuck that. People still fucking defend Microsoft. Get the fuck out of here.
Banjo.
They're never doing anything with them.
If they do, then I don't give a fuck. Put whatever you want on my computer.
Load me up, baby.
Destinies,
If you
man.
tell me Banjo 3 is like exclusive on the Ubisoft store, I'm gonna download the Ubisoft store and buy it. Like what the fuck?
Oh my
Why the
god.
fuck would I?
Disgusting.
Why the fuck would I not? Like I don't really care that much. Give me the goddamn experience. I will like for like the fucking 30 hours I'm gonna spend on the fucking like on Banjo 3 in the Ubisoft store. It's gonna be closed down after that. Like I'm not gonna open back up. I'll pay the fucking $6 to have that experience. And say cool, I played Banjo 3. That was great. And close
I
it
have
back up.
other experiences I can go through, or I'll just pirate it.
But yeah.
I love the range here, Adrian's like,
I-
fuck it, I don't care. I'm like, and David's like, fuck that. No, fuck that.
Yeah. Like you might get like a moan and groan out of me just because like I can't play it on Steam Deck, but dude, literally like the Epic Game Store has been open longest ever has been for Alan Wake 2, and that was specifically it. Like I don't open it other than that. In which case, like I don't give a shit. Why? I've put my money into this fucking video game that I can't shut the fuck up about, and I love it. I spent more time just like looking up stuff about it and talking about it. I haven't played the game now, for good reason. And the Epic Game Store's not been open since, except for like today. That's how much I don't give a shit. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. If
And this is why we continue to lose rights on with our own devices because people don't care.
there's a degree. Again, I'm a collector too. Like I have all that stuff on there as well. But like, I also know my time is finite, and I ultimately it does not fucking matter once I am dead.
See-
So I will take the fucking
see-
experience I can.
See, my issue is just the whole physical end of it. Like, they can release on Epic, that's fine, whatever. Get your bag, get your money, that's cool. But then it's just like a double like punch to the gut. It's like, oh, and by the way, digital only, even on console too.
See, and
It's like,
again,
come on.
I
Yeah,
guess
because I even
it's-
said I was tempted to get it when it was still
it should have
potential
been
of a
it should have been
physical.
physical. And again, and you would have made money off me because I would have double dipped 100%.
Hmm.
But and I still think there's a chance. I think once DLC is out, I could see making a complete edition. But
Okay, I will say if they don't release it physical after that, then
At
they need
all?
to shut
Yeah.
the fuck up. Because
Mhm.
we can't release it because you're just gonna get patches and it's not gonna be a complete game. So I mean, why do it physical? Then if you need to shut the fuck up and release it physical when it's all patched and done, and if you don't, you're just a lying fucking cuck and you didn't want to go ahead and release it physical.
I agree.
yeah, but at the same time, like it gets when you start to see like stores not to have fucking video game sections anymore too, or like the physical sections of stores are just winding down little by little, and then the times I do go to the stores, it makes me reminisce. I like walk back, you walk back like aisles upon aisles of games. I go to Target.
I'm down
I
to
see
give
like
leniency, but not whenever you're in bed with Epic. Whenever you're like, you're in with big
Yeah.
money. Like, there shouldn't be a reason with any store distribution or anything like that.
or make a deal with the devil and go limited run.
Yeah.
Or super rare games and actual good. company
David, you
that
have
does
no hill to
shit.
stand on anymore. You caved within
They
like
have
4
a-
days of you making the claim of like I'm not supporting them ever again. Tower, what was it?
No, I said Clock Tower would be
I
the
know,
one
and
thing
we-
I'd
yeah,
still probably cave on.
Yeah, no, and
Just unfortunate comedic timing. It was like the next day.
Yeah.
They're like, by the way, here's Clock Tower. I was like, oh, fuck me.
yeah, you
But,
can't make that steep of a claim.
Yeah, they announced Micrux too. They're like, I think August, they're doing details on the Toomba port to PS4, PS5,
Yeah.
and for limited run. It's like, oh my god, you're doing Toomba and
And
Clock
also-
Tower.
Fuck you, I can because I also got a refund for my 5 other pre-orders that I had. So I
And you
told
gave them
them,
more
"Fuck
money
you,
2
give me my
seconds
money back."
later. Sorry,
I need
No.
to
12
do that.
hours later.
I mean, technically they haven't opened the pre-orders yet, and that I will just wait and get it secondhand. I'll pay the fucking premium for a scalper on that one and not give them money directly.
That's like the enemy. My enemy is my friend, but also fuck that guy too, though. Like I don't know. I would never support scalping on that. Fuck that. I just don't. I wouldn't get it.
I expect
I-
it's not going to be an actual limited print. I suspect that'll be something that they'll keep.
I think the
flow
best.
going through
I
like
think
Amazon.
the best chance you could have at a fuck you is do the Amazon route because they won't get as much money for it.
I mean, if it's going to be consistently
Bezos
on
has
Amazon,
got it.
it'll be cheaper secondhand anyways.
No, it's not gonna be. Consistent. I'm saying is that when they do open the pre-orders, it's open on Amazon.
If it pre-orders
Are they- are
open
the
on
Amazon ones
Amazon, that
always
means they're
open?
constantly printing them. Yeah.
Oh.
Anything that goes to Amazon is always sold.
Oh, so I don't give a shit. Then I got the Tomb Raider. Well, I don't like them, but I'm not gonna make sense of like I'm never buying from them. It's like I would vastly prefer not to. but like I will like I still have a handful of pre-orders open. I just don't like them.
No, I got my money back and on all my other pre-orders. Said
They're
fuck
not.
that. And
They're definitely not the cool small bean company they used to be.
I
feel
still want to
like.
visit that store, but like it's
just
it,
a piss on it.
yeah, and it's like
Uh,
Whip
hey,
out
can I go
my
use your
fat
bathroom?
hog
Just
and piss on
everywhere.
that floor.
I wonder, like, so Alan Wake 2, they've done the thermos through IM8-bit. I wonder if that would be a route they go to for physical release. Because they
Yeah, I
Let's-
am 8-bit's another great one.
let's hope they last and pre-orders longer than the fucking thermos did.
right.
Dude, I might need your help on that. I'm assuming you're gonna Hawkeye that for oh, it's one per customer now, huh? Fuck.
Yeah, I think so.
David, are you gonna buy one?
By
No,
one
you're not
what?
gonna buy one. I might need your help. So
All right.
they're gonna release some more of those thermoses that went like within 0.4 seconds, which fucking shocked me of all things. But they're estimating sometime late June, which is when I'm literally gonna be like actually off the grid. So I'll see if it's out by
Yeah, if you let me know when that's gonna happen, I'll try and secure one for you.
yeah. I'll if it's not out by the time I'm taking off and gonna be off with the wolves, I will tell you when, and I'm sure Kels would probably be one to let you know too, because I'm so mad I missed out on that thermos. Anyway, do we have I cut you off on the Sony stuff. Was there anything else on Sony's end?
Yeah, there's a bunch more. Speed shotting these real quick, so I don't care about these. Path of Exile 2 releasing in early access.
I'm
Yay,
excited
don't-
about that.
I thought the first one was fine. I feel like it was way too easy to put yourself into a build that was useless and have to start all over again.
And
But
I think that's the big point of 2. I think the big point is like, hey, we've learned, we're progressing from here, but they're also not entirely moving away from 1 because both games exist, but your stuff from 1 transfers over to 2, like your cosmetics that you bought and stuff. So I think that's really cool how that's working.
I might give it another go. We'll see how that develops.
Yeah.
But I'll definitely wait until like it's an actual full release. I won't touch it while it's in early access.
For sure. I think it's in a good spot to like pick up where Diablo's slacking and being like, hey guys, we'll do whatever the fuck else. It's kind of like X Defiant with Call of Duty. It's like, hey, they're not doing what the people want. Fuck it. We're going to do it over here.
Exactly, because Diablo has still been very middling and underwhelming, which is sad to see, especially off the heels of remastering 2 and then just to fuck it all up after.
Yep.
Not that I'll buy any Blizzard game anyways, but then we got the Silent Hill 2 stuff, which we already talked about ad nauseum. Then we got some footage for Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm fucking stoked for this.
I'm so excited.
Let's fucking go.
Fucking love me some Monster Hunter. Let's go.
I still need
And
to eventually play Iceborne.
I was like,
Yeah,
this close
I
to
knew I
spending
had
the
to do Iceborne
$30 on
separate.
Humble to get them all on Steam Deck, but I
Oof.
swear to God, every time I try that game, I've tried.
Yeah, no, it's either it clicks with you right away or it's not
I've
going
tried
to.
like 3 times, I think, into playing. I played the one on Wii U. I played one other one, I forget what, and I played World, and just none of them clicked. And I'm trying because I would like to, but
It's a hard game to get into solo at first. And
I was with people.
Okay, so I was gonna say it's a hard game to get into unless like you have people that bring you into the fold and kind of show you how to get it done. But
Yeah, I was with people, but it just does not click to me ever. So
yeah, I remember sitting around with the PSPs with the boys playing.
Yeah, I've been playing since the original PS2 one, and
Yeah.
man, I fucking mint. I love it. My one concern, as it is always my concern, I just hope we have my gun lance. I am a gun lance main through and through. I cry whenever the gun lance is not there, because it means I'm usually end up defaulting to fucking dual sword. But although I did actually really like bow and arrow in World, I thought they made bow and arrow actually quite fun.
Huh.
But
I'm a big Switch Axe fan. I got into that during World.
I wish I could like the switch axe. It's a weapon that always looks so neat when I see a buddy of mine use it, but it's one I can never use myself. I'm like, I'd rather just go poke and shotgun something in the face.
Yeah, Yeah, usually I like the hammer just because it's so fucking fun to just smack stuff
Yep.
and stun it. But at the same time, I just like to be able to cut stuff too, and lop off tails and shit.
That's fair. Actually, we didn't have as much as I thought, because after Monster Hunter was Astrobot, which we've talked about a little bit. Super excited for that. Astrobot on PS5 launch was a cute, fun game that really showed off the dynamic controller, and I'm excited to see a full fucking. I think they said it's like 80 levels in the game. Excited for that,
150
especially
different
where it looks
bots.
like they're. What?
150 different bots of PlayStation
Yeah.
characters.
Which that's fucking wild to see. I want to see that. Embrace more of all your IPs. Actually fucking celebrate the shit that's on your platforms.
I agree. Microsoft, take
Yeah,
note.
it's cool. For sure. Exactly. And I don't think it was part of that, but I think it was like a day later or something. They announced PSVR 2 is going to officially have support for PC.
Yes, with a giant asterisk to
Yep.
it.
A few giant asterisks to it.
Yeah. So it technically functions
Yeah.
on PC, but the way that they're handling it is that the headset is acting as basically a monitor.
hmm
So all the actual features like eye tracking and advanced controller calibration don't work.
And all of the stuff that's inherently cool about the PSVR 2 doesn't work. Haptic triggers. There's like a face vibration that they use with it. None of it.
Yeah.
I
Which means honestly, give it a few months, and I'm sure someone will mod it and get it to work.
so-
But
I'm so glad I didn't grab that. I did. I think I mentioned about a week. No, it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Target randomly gave me 2 10% off coupons that were stackable.
Oh.
So I was looking around and just like, what is there anything on my list that's like super expensive that I would like to grab just randomly? And it was the MetaQuest 3 was like $400 versus the $500, and I was like, maybe I grab that. And I could sell the MetaQuest 2 though and make up a lot of that money and
Yeah.
maybe. But I read the reviews, even though it was a big step, it wasn't quite the step that would make me want to spend the money on it for right now. I like the MetaQuest 2 a lot. Like the apps when you get to play it, like the wireless VR is amazing. I think I love the
Oh,
wireless VR.
100%.
Like wireless VR is the way to go. I refuse ever to play a VR headset with a cord because it just ties you down, and I'm not doing it.
Well, that's the big thing about the PSVR 2, right? Is the cord. Like even with all the
it's
cool
single
features
cord versus
to it,
all the fucking like 14 cords of the PSVR 1 was. But like still,
Yeah.
like being tied to that, I don't want to be tied to anything. I'm just like, let me do. I'll sacrifice the quality if it means I'm just like able to move around how I want to.
Well, even like with the Quest 2, you don't necessarily have to sacrifice the quality because I just airlink it to my PC and I'm playing Steam VR on.
Yeah, MetaQuest
Like,
2 is great enough, and that was kind of
yeah.
my thing. I have the 64 gig, which is
Yeah.
an unfortunate thing because like some
That's what
games
I
just
got,
straight up
too.
just straight some games just out fucking
Medal of
pace it.
Honor takes up like 45
entire one,
gigabytes.
yeah.
Yeah.
But like I was curious. I have heard a lot of good things about the MetaQuest 3 still. Like there was a lot of cool add-ons, but
I'm at the point where they have to like make it lighter. Like it's still like kind of front heavy on it because the way they design it, for some reason they don't want to put the battery on the back unless you get like the pro headset or whatever,
sure.
or mount your own battery to it.
I'm thinking with
So,
the 4, whatever the 4 is, I'll probably end up
Yeah.
just I'll probably make the upgrade on that because I do like the thing enough to like upgrade it eventually. But 2 to 3 is just not the price at it yet. But $400
That's
was
kinda how I
tempting
feel about it.
enough, especially if I was able to sell the Quest 2 for like $200 maybe.
right.
But not enough there yet. PSVR 2, I had it pre-ordered for a second. I canceled it right away. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm very much okay.
Mhm.
yeah, I still haven't actually touched my PSVR 1 because I got that when it was on clearance for like $80, something like that. And I'm like, yeah, now I can try out all these VR games. And I still haven't fucking used it. I got a Vive back when those were first a thing. I used that quite a bit when it first came out, and I haven't probably used it in like 6 years. I still always really like the idea and the concept of VR, but I think I've come to the point where where I realized that I conceptually like VR games more than I actually like VR games.
Yeah, part of me is like contemplating getting back into it more, especially because like it's like a good workout too. Especially if you get like some of the apps on there are really really good for that. But
I
uh,
really like the interactivity with it, like especially playing with buds, like and you're a ways
dude,
off. Like,
me and Gore for a little while would strive to would boot that thing on and play the fishing game. So me and
dude,
was like some two dudes just doing that, and then
go
just really
fishing or
good.
like go play putt putt. You can go
And
play putt putt with your buds.
what was my
It's
favorite one
so
was
fucking
the
fun.
bowling. You could do that, and you could also sync it with
Yeah.
YouTube, so you can have your YouTube video playing on
Yep.
the screen right there while you're bowling, which is sick.
Yeah, there's a Top Golf branded game,
Yeah.
and it's the same way. You just have YouTube running on like all the screens, and you're just like either playing cornhole, like hitting the driving range, or going out and playing putt putt. Um, really, there's a lot of like just really fun, just
I
chill kind of like
I
party
liked
games like that.
I still I don't know if it ever came on Quest, uh, but there was the Diner Duo. In fact, I think it might have been on Steam VR. Um, the Diner Duo was a
Oh, where you're like cooking up and serving food and shit.
yeah, but it was PSVR. The VR person would be handing out the orders. The person on screen or you'd be making the orders on the VR, but you'd be handing out the orders on screen. So
Hmm.
it was 2 player co-op, but I thought that was fun. Like you'd always be running around and
I love
I
those mixed games like that. That's really cool.
yeah, and then I think the person on that was handing out orders would be reading the tickets, so they would put the tickets up for you, and they would have to be calling them out too. Like how like they'd be calling like, oh, we need a burger with no lettuce on here. You'd be making that real quick and stuff like that. That was a fun game. It looks like it's on Steam. I don't think it's on Quest though.
Mhm.
Oh, is it? Hold on. It might be. If it is, then that's cool. But yeah, I like those kind of games. I think yeah, I agree. Like the co-op moments on that where you can kind of BS and just kind of do some random stuff on there. Those are fun. Um,
Yeah, for sure.
some of the games I'm just not a big fan of the bigger games on there because I got Resident Evil 4, played a
Yeah.
little bit of it. I'm like super cool. This is a thing. I don't think I really want to do it this way because it's not. It's first off, it's not smooth. It's that like you gotta hop around thing. But then even if it was the smooth one, I'm not. I don't want to play
Oh,
that
I
walking
hate the
around that
fucking
way.
teleporting shit.
It's
Yeah.
annoying, but like moving around is like nauseating too, though.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a lose either way because I'm not playing like a full Resident Evil like 7 all VR even if it was all mobile like that. I'm like I'm good. Hard pass. But like what is it? Why am I blanking on the fucking Saber
Beat Saber.
Beat
Beat
Saber?
Saber.
Yeah, like, I'll play that all day. That's fine. Fucking workout too.
Yeah, I think
There
the
was
only.
a
Oh god.
there's a really cool MMO that launched for it too. That I think they actually got acquired by Meta, or they got some kind of funding from them. It was a lot of fun from what I played. It's called Zenith, and I
Hmm.
think that's like a kind of an untapped market there for them too. Just kind of like a chill, kind of like go in, vibe, do some leveling, have fun. Nice little social
That
interaction.
RPG Asgard game was also very well regarded on there.
Even just like something simple like VR chat, so crazy because you can hop in there and there's creators of like you can hop into VR chat, be social, hang in with your buds, and then next thing you know, you can load your both of you into like a lobby of Among Us that someone made completely in VR chat. It's so crazy.
During COVID, that shit popped off.
Yeah.
David, you're gonna say something?
Uh, where was I going with my thought process?
I don't even know how we got to VR.
PSVR from the
Oh,
site.
I was gonna say the only time I've ever actually
PSVR
gotten like motion sickness with VR was Doom VR. That one was the only one that fucked me up.
Skyrim VR fucked me up because I don't know what was happening, if it was the game or something, but like I was getting like flashes on the screen kind of, and it was
Mm.
like it was super like sensitive to like the motion of the headset. So even if like I barely move, like it would like move a lot, and it super nauseating. Like I just had to take it off, and I just like laid down. I'm like, all right, I just have to close my eyes. I have to be
I-
level with the floor.
I get random bouts of just motion sickness off some stuff. Halo
Yeah.
2, when I was playing with him, I actually got motion sickness off of that just because I was like, holy shit, the sensitivity. Who had sensitivity so high? I looked, it was 3. I'm like, all right, hold on, something does not feel right. Um, that was rough. I played Fire Team, that 4-person shooter game on PSVR. That one, that's the one with the gun they gave you.
Oh,
That
yeah,
game
yeah.
fucked me up the most, dude. We I forget who. We had a team of 4. It was like, I think it was me, Gore. I want to say Kyle was on there. I forget who else. But we all played. Dude, I had to take that thing off like every like minute. Like I was like sweating when I was on there, and that shit's rough.
Yeah, there's a very particular way whenever I play VR that I have to play VR. Like I have a fan that I'll put and have it like aimed directly up at me because I would get so sweaty, and I feel like that's part of it too. 'Cause I'm getting sweaty. There's something clamped to my fucking head,
Yep.
and it's kind of like nauseating, kind of almost claustrophobic, just because you're like stuck in this thing while you're also focused on like the screen that's right there. It's so
Yeah,
weird.
it's very sensory depriving because then,
Yeah.
especially if you're also playing with headphones like you're supposed to, it's,
Right.
everything's blocked
That's
off.
the girlfriend gets motion sickness from like being in the passenger side, which is funny because I hate not driving, so she has to deal with that. I have like a very particular about driving myself constantly. So she's sweet, so she'll take the contest like, all right, cool, but she'll do well unless I make a jerky turn. Like if I have to turn pretty quick like that, that just knocks her over the edge. Like, all right, she's like laid back. Um, but yeah, like I never. I think I do. I get them. I think I literally when I'm in the backseat of cars, like I get motion sickness again because I'm not used to that. I don't know how it works with me though. It's kind of everywhere. I couldn't play Doom 2016 for a long time because of how motion sickness it got me. I don't know. I hear that the Quest does a pretty good job at it, just because it's the higher refresh rate something is, the better it is for you.
Right.
But yeah, no, it's kind of everywhere. Dave, was there anything else on that state of play?
No.
Sick. Is that it?
I think so.
Yes.
I'm gonna go check my retweets real quick, see if there was any
Yeah, I think that's
news in there.
it. Are we gonna live stream the Xbox thing? It's on a Sunday.
Probably not.
Kels, are you gonna be on?
I should be available. When is it?
It's on the 9th. Let me check what time it is again.
Yeah. I don't think I'm doing
Oh yeah, if
anything.
it's the 9th, definitely not. Oh, something that's kind of neat, but not necessarily news per se, is in the Duck Station emulator, they have an online component for Crash Team Racing up and running.
That's sick.
You can play that up to, I think, 8-player multiplayer online with Duck
It's
Station.
Sunday morning at well, I guess Monday morning for me still. It's at 1 David's time, noon your time.
Gross.
What do you mean gross?
Right in the middle of the day on a weekend.
Yeah, that
Sunday feels real weird for it too.
it's always been Sunday.
Has it?
It'd always be the day before E3 started for that week.
R.I.P.
Yeah, that's a great time for me because that's like the perfect excuse for me to grab a pizza and then like be good at that time. Grab
Yeah.
pizza and then let the discourse all day happen. I'm good. It's like Evo time.
Drop
like,
a hot take on Twitter and just watch the world burn. Be like mid 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
Hashtag Xbox Showcase.
Fable always sucked, and then just let it ride.
Why does she look like a man?
It's a car.
Why don't I want to fuck
The car
this
looks
Fable
too.
character?
The car looks too feminine.
Yeah. This Forza game's too gay. I can't
Forza's woke. Woke's Gears of woke. All right, that's it. I don't know why I keep trying to accept the podcast for. We're at 4 hours. We're good. I'm gonna stop recording. I don't know. I'm getting delirious. All right, my cat's stuck in the bathroom
Oh,
because
yeah.
she's done eating. All right, I gotta go. You guys.
All right, okay, bye.
Sounds
Have a
good,
good night.
dudes. You too.